Before we get started here, I'm going to have Tiffany come up and give us an update of some information from the weekend.
Okay. Is it supposed to be black right now? All right. Good morning. This was not planned. I have some heavy news to share with you, and I'm going to try to do it without sobbing. Over the weekend, we learned that our dear friend and colleague, Kara Cleaver, passed away from a heart attack. Many of you worked with her in a capacity where it was by phone, text, email. She was one of a kind. The payroll and HR team got to spend a lot of time with her in the last year and a half since she joined our group. And I've been thinking a lot about what Kara embodied. Many of you may not know this, but she was very young, 53, but she had a pile of grandchildren, and that was her life. She embodied care, and she embodied compassion, not only for her family, but for us. I don't know if you ever really felt that from her, but she went out of her way to help each and every one of us in some form or fashion. So, if you're not sure who Kara is, this is Kara. I would like to take just a moment of silence for her family, that we lift them up in a silent prayer, lift each other up. We are just kind of wrapping our head around what this all means, but right now it's to love and support her family, her husband Mike, their kids, their grandkids. I'm not sure what that means. I talked to Jared yesterday, and Jared said, you know, this is nothing that you ever want to get used to or good at. So as we move forward and we try to figure out what life looks like without Kara, and certainly how we fill the void that she's going to leave in our life, I just ask for your grace, that you support each other, support Kara, or excuse me, Brianna and Kim specifically, and the rest of us in the office that worked really closely with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. The thing I'll remember about Kara is she never got upset. I never seen her mad. Maybe she did in the different groups with the HR and payroll, but she was always, whenever we brought an idea to her, that we wanted to change something on the CSI Connect or something like that, she'd say, hey, yeah, we'll try and get that for the crews and stuff. And most of the time she came through. Sometimes it just wasn't able to happen, but that's how I'll remember her. And like Tiffany said, always talking about her grandchildren. So at this point, we're gonna pass the mic around the room. Like I said earlier, we're gonna talk about what you do for the company, and I'll start it off. How many years you've been in the construction industry, personal best, and work best. So, my name is Joey Johnson, for maybe some of the people that are new here. The VP of Asphalt Operations. Been in the industry now for 31 years, and I'm still learning. My personal best this last year, me and my wife, and we're still married after this, built a new house this past year. Had some challenges, but we got through it. And then, thing I'm most proud of this year is Plant 6, getting it up and going this year. Had a good group of guys that worked with me on that to get that all done. So now we'll start over here. Gary Holthaus. Please stand up.
Stand up. Gary Holthaus. I've been in construction for 28 years. I'm a supervisor. Personal best. My 18-year-old's making her way out of, so that's a good thing. And work best, probably, I had a pretty good summer, safe. We made it through it, so proud of that.
Hey, Troy Leesburg. I think I've been here, I don't know, 17, 18 years, something like that. Been in the industry, was self-employed, working for Central for prior to that, so I'm doing other things. Been in it a long time. Personal best. Sitting at airports is what I've been doing lately. That's all I do is wait for airplanes to show up, or without wheels or whatever, hell, no wings, I don't know. Work best. I don't know, had a good year. Helped out with a lot of different things and helped out the people, the other supervisors, so.
Cash Johnson, VP Asset Management. Personal, just lately I got another $100 from Jared on his investment that he had. So that, what was that? Yep, it could be, but I'm gonna try to spend it anyway. Company best. Really good to see a lot of the teams come together this year. Our parts team did a really good job, and our equipment team, our service team, is working really well together.
My name's Carlos. Been here probably about 5 years. Personal best, not really much going on. Work best, got to help out the big team this year, so that's fun.
I'm Chris. Been in this, I suppose, about 15 years. I started with cash. Personal best, not much going on. Work best was helping fill in and help out where help was needed.
Chris is going to be one of our Chris is going to be one of our grading foremen this year, working with Ryan's teams. So glad to see you come in this year. Thanks.
My name is Ruben Boteo. I'm a supervisor for pipe crew, but third crew slash. My personal is I'm remodeling my house a lot. I'm like knocking down walls, but I don't know how to fix them again. So a lot of YouTube here. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, and then work best for this year, past year was challenging for like moving dirt. I got a taste of that a little bit. Hope I understand the trucking more and be more efficient with that too, so.
Jack Miller, project manager, estimator. This is my first year now with the company. Personal best, I'd say, getting to help out my family a lot more and help my parents out with some things. And then work best, I'd say, having a great team around me that's kind of teaching me something new every day.
Kurt Zachariason, shop superintendent. Been here at Central probably 23 years. Personal best, I guess, just kind of same as Ruben, just working on the house, getting stuff more livable, I guess you'd say, more rooms livable. Work best, just working with the guys and keeping things as rolling the best we can in the shop and whatnot, so.
Jason Euchre, truck shop manager. Been in the industry, trucking industry almost 20 years now. 3.5 years with Central. Personal best would be remodeling a house this summer with my wife and my family. Seeing my 2 young children grow up, get into new activities, spending time with them. And again, work best would be working with the team here, just keeping everything going for the season.
Chuck T. Schaefer, been with Central for on and off like 17 years. The shop supervisor out in Watford. Personal best would be watching my youngest graduate high school and then college, both in the same year. Work best, just keeping everything rolling out west. It's challenging.
Nate Barrett, been in the industry for probably about 10 years. I'm a pipe supervisor. I'd say personal best is spending time with my family and watching my boy grow up. And work best, probably the Minot box culvert we did this year.
Ryan Minerath, been with the company for 14 years. Personal best, my oldest daughter, Ellie, went to college this year, so that was nice to see that happen, and everything's going successful so far. And then company best, just with how much of a struggle the year was with weather, just seeing all the great attitudes and everybody, sticking with it and just marching forward with smiles on their faces for the most part. It was good to see.
Name's Randy Lorich. I'm a grading supervisor, been here about 6 years. Personal best, watching my daughter grow up. She's turned 18 and trying to become a nurse at the VA, so I'm very proud of her. Work best, probably getting through the season despite the many challenges with all the rain.
Adam Ibrahim, project manager, been here at CSI now for a little over 3 years. Personal best, going through the home building process, which we should be closing here in a couple weeks. And then company best, I'd say working on the implementation of heavy bid and making some pretty good strides on that.
Charlie Leibold, been in the industry 16 years. This is my 11th season, I think, with CSI. Grading supervisor. Personal best, get to spend time with my family and a lot more time with my grandson this winter. Company best, I would have to say my crew went through all of last season without one single recordable injury. So that was pretty awesome.
Josh Vandell. I've been with the company for, this will be my 13th season coming up, 5 on the paving side, rest on the dirt. My personal best this year, the oldest is graduating college, and at the end of this will be our last semester, and then I can stop paying her damn bills. Well, she's got a boyfriend, so hopefully he'll start taking care of that. Work best this year, I dived into some stuff that I'm not familiar with, but I think the crew I had a very good crew with very good experience, and we did a good job.
Jacob Minerath, I'm a supervisor estimator at the company. I've been here in some capacity for about 10 years, either part-time or full-time. Personal best for this year, I'd say I got married in September. It's my personal best. And then my work best from the year, I think, was our team coming together on our first ever Montana project. Far away, new spec, new dirt, and I think it went pretty well.
Sam Minerath, I'm a project manager, about 10 years on and off through the summers and everything. Personal best, I guess, it's a pretty big year for Jacob getting married. It was, yeah, big deal there. Then I guess work best, just getting through the year. Definitely learned a lot, and it's good to see everybody persevere through all the challenges. So,
Danny Pichet, guess I've been with the company for 18 years. Call it personal best is, I don't know, helping out the kids as best they can. Call it only got 2 left to graduate. And work, call it just getting through all the mud this summer was definitely a challenge.
Morning, Gabe Gross, Plant 5 road foreman. Personal best this year would be my wife and I finally took our honeymoon after being married here for 4 years. So we took a cruise to the Eastern Caribbean, just me and her, and for 10 days it was pretty great. So, and then for work best, I'd say paving out in Newell. We were coming into town, just doing a tight blade, and it was in the dark, and it was that 444 blade with no lights on it. Watching the guys communicate really well in the dark, getting trucks dumped, getting them spread out good, and if something arose, we all pointed it out. And one time we just had to have the blade back up and redo a stretch. So doing that in the dark and watching the teamwork there was pretty huge. So.
Dave Sura, paving supervisor, started with the company in 2005. Took a couple-year vacation in between here and there on when we worked with some dirt. Personal best, just getting to spend some time with the family this winter. And work best, I guess, just navigating through the challenges this last year and watching Gabe and the team grow.
Thank you, though. Appreciate that. Alicia Irvin, project manager, estimator. Been here for 7 months, been in the industry for about 7. Personal best, just being able to be back home, spend more time with my family. And professional, just learning the CSI way and learning everybody, and that's been a great time, so thanks for your patience.
Morning, everybody. Ryan Beyer, estimator, project manager. Been with Central for a little over 7 years now. In the industry for almost 13 years. Personal best, wife and I welcomed our second kid, a little boy, in July, so good timing on that. And then work best, I would say, being part of a team that we had a $185 million bid this year just in Nebraska. So there was, I don't know, probably 10 people involved. I know Mike was down drilling Nebraska for 4 or 5 days with the team, and so it was cool to see that and compete with guys at a national scale. So.
Paul Nelson, project manager, estimator. I guess this year we were able to successfully bid enough work to keep everybody busy, more than enough, as it turned out with the weather. Personal best is I enjoy seeing my son grow up. He's grown up fast, so he's 9 now, and goes quick. You ready, Sam?
Sam Honring, project manager, estimator. I'll be 9 years here in March. Personal best, probably just doing some home remodeling, so learned that I'm not going to quit my day job and go do that. So, but I'm getting there. Probably company best is probably I'm as far out in my tie outs as I've ever been, so that's credit to the crews putting together good records. So make my life a lot easier. So thank you for that.
Mike Welbeck. I've been here 7 years. Didn't do road construction before I came here, so been in road construction about 7 years. I do the drilling and aggregate finding for the projects we're bidding. Personal best would be I celebrated my 10-year wedding anniversary with my wife this summer or this fall. Got to hang out with her quite a bit. And seeing my kids grow up is crazy. Seems like yesterday they were, little. But company best, I guess. I'm excited to look at new areas, Nebraska, Iowa, eastern South Dakota, eastern North Dakota, as far as finding more projects for crushing.
Morning, Alex Sweet, 16 years here in June. I'd say my personal best this year is just watching the kids grow up, getting to see a lot of their sporting events and activities with school. It's a lot of fun watching that stuff. And then company best, earlier this year, Ryan and I restructured our roles with the company where he's focusing more on the grading side of things and I'm more focused on the project management and estimating. So that's just allowed us to, or me specifically, to spend more focus on developing that team and growing that. So getting some new faces in the door this year. So.
Grant Minerath. I've been full-time here 15 or 16 years and another 5 years pretty part-time before that. I work with materials and which includes Mike and the prospecting and the estimating team and the crushing team in the lab. Personal best, had a baby this spring / early summer, so it's been cool to see him kind of change. He just started crawling here the other day, so that was exciting to see him finally start moving around. And then company best, I would say just working with my team. I know it was a struggle this year with everyone with the weather, but we were able to stay ahead on crushing, ahead of the plants, and get the mix designs out in time for the hot mix plants so they didn't have to stop on our account.
Cody Baressa, 4 years in April. I'll be our central crushing supervisor. Personal best would be being able to spend more time with the family and going to wrestling tournaments. My daughter joined. She got second place and against a big boy, so she was pretty proud of herself. Professional would be the accuracy count, I guess, on my inventory in my shack. Did pretty well there, so pretty proud of that. And my team and making it through my first year as a supervisor, so looking forward to many more.
Larry Dwyer, I've been with the company 8 years, crusher supervisor. My personal best is surviving our kitchen remodel with my wife. And work best is my crew is safe, never no injuries, nobody got hurt, and went out in Bismarck and helped out the guys on the road, clean up, and my guys with it. We had a good time.
I'm Dawson Staples. I do the project management on the aggregate side. Work best this year was we were able to keep all the crushers busy pretty much through the end of the year, which is pretty exciting. And then doing more work in North Dakota and South Dakota. Faced some issues with some shale stuff, so did a lot of learning this year, but it's overall net positive for sure. And personal best for me is I bought a house and I started digging my hole in debt pretty good here early on in my life, and just recently upped that again a bunch too with some farmland. So trying to work my way out of it.
Justin Barton. I've been in the industry for 15 years, 14 in crushing, and it's my first year at Central, or just got done with my first year. Personal best, just been working on my house, and company, just seeing how well everybody at Central works together. So.
Austin Ortiz, paver operator looking to move up. I've been with Central, April will be 9 years. Personal best is spending time with the family and kids. Work best is, this year I really spent a lot of time learning the leadership side of everything.
Dylan Templin, been with the company going on 11 years now. Started off as paver operator, worked my way up. Now a shouldering foreman, supervisor, dabble in asphalt and stuff throughout the years. Personal best, just getting to enjoy time at home with girlfriend and kid. And company best, just being versatile and being able to help out where I can.
Matt Swirsky, been here 12 years, paving supervisor. Personal best, doing a lot of ice fishing this season, doing pretty good. Work best, I'm turning Cy into an ice fisherman, getting rid of the snowmobiles. Work best, made it through my first season as a supervisor. We were safe, and it went good, I think.
I'm Justin Kirchhoff. This will be my 11th year off and on. Base supervisor. Work best. I would say got along with the crew pretty good. Had a lot of experience on the crew to help me along. And personal, pretty quiet.
I'm Travis Couch, brand new to the company. I got 26 years of paving. I got hired as supervisor, plant 4. Personal best, I had a health scare last year about this time. I had 3 major blood clots and 25 kidney stones, so it absolutely sucked. Had a whole year off from work, had about 8 surgeries to beat it, and I'm finally healthy enough to come back to work. Work best, I would say, just from where I started to where I'm at right now, I can't wait to be a part of this company. I mean, I feel like I finally made the big boy show, so. Thank you.
Cy Swirsky, Plant 6 road foreman. Personal best, out fishing Matt every time we go, even though I don't do it much. And then company, Plant 6 was new last year, so a whole lot of new personalities, but we made her through.
Jacob Schmidt, parts manager, personal best, 44 years old, and I bought my first new used truck, 1,200 miles, 2026. Pretty proud of it. Work best, my team has come together really well. And with the season going as late as it did, to get the inventory done and get 100% done, it is a pretty good win for us. So,
Ben Miller, been in this industry for 25 years. 4th season started with CSI, train operators. Personal best, not much, not remodeling my house. I don't clean my garage, but I did get off Mille Lacs yesterday fishing for the weekend with my wife. That was pretty good. Work best, just putting some classes together for the spring, getting ready to go.
Ashley Wildman, HR. I think this is my 11th season with Central. Personal best, I just moved in with my boyfriend finally, 6.5 years later. So yeah, we moved all my stuff this weekend. It was great. Work best, just hiring. We had one of our best hiring seasons last year, and we're looking to make this year even better.
Shane Carlberg, safety manager. Been here 5 years now. This will be my 6th season. Personal best, kind of the same as everybody else. I agree with Ruben. I'm really good at tearing apart my house. Putting it back together is a whole different story. But I think if all of us remodeling our house just got together and did each one, it would go a lot better. So I think we should do that next winter. I guess the other personal best was been out, got a lot of fishing done this winter. girls are 12 and 8, and they've been coming out a lot, and I finally convinced them that walleye fishing is the way to go, so I don't have to do any of that pan fishing crap anymore. Work best. Got a new member of the team, Alex Thompson. He's been here for 2 weeks now. He's killing it, so that's really good. Kind of taking over and doing the environmental and compliance side. Why are you guys whispering back there? It's been 90 days. Oh my God. That's awful. Well, I've seen him a total of 2 weeks, so. But that's what I got.
Craig Bakey, work in the lab, do most of the mixed designs. Personal best, broke ground on a new property, built up a new road, roundabout, dug out septic tanks. Proud for most everybody. Company best was probably getting mixed designs out for 6 plants starting up this spring. That was a real challenge, just trying to get everything lined up before all the plants started up.
Nate Smith, I started in September, paving foreman. I've been in the industry 26 years. Personal best, just getting to be a father. Work best is left my comfort zone, came out here to see how this works out here. So. Paul Abrahamson, road foreman, been with the company since 2000. Personal best, just spending time with family, hanging out with kids. Work best is made it through last year with as few injuries as possible.
Tracy Casper, this is my first year officially as a mill supervisor. Been in the industry 16 years. This is my 5th year with Central. My personal best, I would have to say, is watching my 2 boys develop and grow. And my work best is getting out of Dickinson last year without choking anybody.
I'm Dallas Anderson. I'm the Plant 6 supervisor. I guess my personal best is probably just continuing to raise my 3 children and to be good young adults. And work best is being part of the Plant 6 team and making it successful.
Austin Delaney, Plant 5 operator. I'm relatively new to the company, only been here 4 months. Personal best is I just bought my house in the fall. I don't really have a company best yet, so.
Andy Gugelberger, 10 years I think now. Personal best is I convinced my girl to get a German Shepherd instead of a retriever, which go me, and more wiener dogs. Work best is we got a new crane operator that's been really, really good, and he's coming back. So that's awesome, and I'll be taking over Plant 3 operator, so as much anymore. So wish me luck.
Jaden Hipsch, Plant 4 operator. Personal best, I'd say, just getting situated at the new house, and yeah, work best. Got through another season. Just getting through challenges day to day. So.
Austin Hoffman, Plant 6 operator. Personal best, I purchased the neighboring property to mine this summer that I've had my eyes on for a few years, so that was good. Work best would be keeping Plant 6 rolling smoothly this summer. This will be my 11th season.
Rob Breckbach, I'm the plant manager. This is going to be my 11th season starting here. Personal best is just be home at nights for right now anyway, so that's been nice. Work best is watching all the new guys grow and learn new things and learning new things myself.
Dave Hoffman, been with the company 40 years, asphalt plant operator. Personal best, helping my son remodel his house that he just purchased. Full-time almost, I think. I don't know. It's something I did this year, I guess, anyway. Kept me busy. Work best. just trying to keep things going between plant 1, plant 2, people coming and going, working with different people, trying to make it all work. Things went pretty good, a little chaotic occasionally, but went pretty good.
Ross Larson, CFO, been here 7 years. Personal best, just like half the room here, did a remodel and got through it. Company best, working on some big projects, whether it be Fleet Watch or ERP, and just seeing everybody's hard work, and excited to see those projects go live here.
Good morning. My name is Ella Kane. Most of you know me. I've been here for 42 years. I'm trying to outlast Dave Hoffman. He's at 40. We're close. Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah. Do the math, yeah. Right, yeah, who counts anymore nowadays? So company best, I don't think we got enough time for all my accomplishments here after 40 years, so it's just been really good to work with CSI. Personal best, my birthday's coming up this week, and my son, all my kids are coming home for my birthday, and my son at NDSU, he said he wants to take me to play pickleball and to go bowling. And I told him the only deal that I would do is I would play with him if there's no tears after I beat his ass.
I'm Rod Eaker. I'm the business controller. I've been here just over a year now. Personal best, watching my youngest get through college here. Getting close to wrapping that up. And then my boy bought his first house this year, and so we got him out of the house. So we are almost empty nesters now. So work best, making it through a year, that was a big deal. And then just working through a new ERP system, accounting system, learning and transitioning from what we got now into that has been a challenge, but it'll be exciting to have that in place. Go back here.
Ethan Reinert. I've been with the company about 6 months. I'm the new business analyst working with Anthony and Cash and the parts and shop departments as well. Came from the crushing world most recently for a few years there, and some residential construction before that. Personal best, my wife and I are expecting our second child this fall. Very excited about that. And work best was having joined in September and being thrown right into the fire of what last season was. I was very happy to be able to start helping right away and trying to make a difference and throw some numbers at things and help make some better decisions. So appreciated that and having fun so far.
Oh, Anthony Page, truck dispatcher. This is season 4. I've been in trucking for 12, 13 years dispatching, but I guess personal best, I've got another daughter coming next month, so I'll be at the office a lot this summer. That's 3 girls. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle that very well, but and then company best, challenging year last year with all the rain and jobs moving around, but I think one day I had 230 some trucks out, and that was the most for me, so hopefully we get 300 someday. That would be fun. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Do you want me to be last, or do you want to be last? Okay. I'm not last. I'm Rebecca Walsh. I'm a project manager. I've been in the industry for 10 years, working for Central for 3. Personal best, my husband and I celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary in Alaska this year, so that was a lot of fun. Company best, I think it was just learning from all you guys out there in the field this year. It was kind of a crazy year, so I appreciate how hard you guys worked and how much you helped.
I'm not last. Tiffany Marthaler. Valentine's Day will be 21 years for me at Central Specialties. Personal best, my husband was able to make it to every single one of our sons' football and basketball games, which is amazing because there were no cows to milk. That was awesome. Company best, so Ashley and Kay rocked it with hiring 226 people in 2025, which was amazing. So I don't want to steal that thunder, but to echo what you said. But I also want to point out that we had an integral part of getting a new course started at the Alexandria Area High School for heavy equipment operation, which was a pipe dream that I didn't know would happen as fast as it did. So that was amazing. So if anybody has kids going through the District 206 education program, encourage them to take a look at that as an elective. It's kind of exciting for us.
Hi, I'm Cassie Johnson. I'm the graphic design and marketing person. I make everything look good. And I've been in the company a long time as a spouse, but I've been working here for about 3 years, 2.5 years, something like that. And my personal best, or our personal best, is building a house and still being both alive. And our kids are loving having their own space. We never see them anymore. They're always in their rooms. So working on getting them back out and being social creatures. And company best is, I don't know, just helping out the team and enjoying and having fun.
Good morning, I'm Jared Felton. 24 years about in construction, but most of that spent in the equipment manufacturing sector. This will be going on 4 years at Central. Personal best, NDSU is joining the FBS, so good riddance to the Bison. Go Jackrabbits. Or the best team in the FCS. So I can finally say that, and it's true for once. Let's see. No, actually, my real personal best is I successfully met my goal of 2 date nights per month with my wife last year. So that was good. We've got little kids, so prioritizing time together is important. And for work, I would say the Plant 6 startup, while I personally had very little to do with it, it was awesome to see a plan come together and see that launched successfully. I also have had an aspirational goal for professionally since joining Central Specialties, an aspirational core value, drama, no jerks, and we're there. We're very close to that. Year.
No, it's not on.
Check. Yeah, no drama. So this year, let's get the rest of the way there. No drama, right? And we'll see if this mic keeps working.
Kay Shughart. I've been here 2 years last November. I spent 26 years in the hospitality industry working for Famous Dave's and Radisson Hotels. So this was a complete change for me, so I think I'm finally getting the hang of it. Personal best, my granddaughter turns 18 this year, so yes, I started having kids when I was 10. Yes, y'all supposed to say yeah. Yeah, so she turns 18 this year, so that's really hard to handle that she's that old. But company best, we had a great season last season. We're hoping to have a really good one this year. I'm hoping I'm hiring you some quality. Thank you so much to the supervisors who have been helping us with interviews. Justin and I can't think of everybody's name who did it, but everybody who's helping with interviews. Charlie, Gary, thank you very much for helping. I'm hoping to choose people that are going to work for your teams. So hopefully we don't get as many psychos this year and we'll have some good ones.
I'm Rachel Yanner. I'm just getting over laryngitis. But I've been in HR my whole career, but I've been here at Central and the first time in the construction industry for 3 years. Work best is, regardless of how you feel about the government mandated Minnesota paid leave, we had to do it. So it came with its challenges in implementation, but I think we're finally in a good spot with that. And then personally, we have 4 kids, so there was about a 15-year time span that we didn't leave our house, and so now we're making up for lost time, and we're leaving for our second trip on Saturday, so looking forward to that.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing. This is how we get to know the teams and stuff like that. I think one of the biggest things that I noticed from everybody, a lot of people talked about how the team did, and that's nice to see. And then also, we shouldn't quit our day job and go into the carpentry business, building houses. But without further ado, Jared Felton.
All right, we'll check, a little quick mic check here. Maybe down just a bit. How's that? Sometimes I get loud, so if I get loud, I don't want it to blow your ears out. All right, Cassie, that sound good? What do you think? Does that sound okay? Muffly? Generally, these need to be close, but we'll see. Is that any better? Okay, all right. How about that? And does this go? All right, cool. Let's start off with some season statistics from last year. Over 1.5 million tons of asphalt was paved. That is not a record, but it was a record number of plants running. And with the type of work we had, I'm sure you could feel it too. There was a lot of moving around, a lot of sets. More mainline paving going on at once than ever before. In fact, we had 6 plants paving out of 6 plants last year at one point in time, and they were all on the road. So that was non-traditional, and certainly not what we thought we'd be doing going into the year, but to adjust to the schedule, we did that. Almost 3 million yards of dirt was moved. Huge accomplishment there. This number is pretty staggering, the 393 miles of road paved. And I don't know, was that lane miles or just actual overall miles?
Actual.
Yeah, so like a lot more than that in lane miles. And this, I thought this would be higher, but only 32,184,290 rain days among the group last year. I would have thought higher, you know, like 40 million. Yeah, it sucked. Weather sucked, right? Weather really sucked. It was bad. We have a nice highlight video here to watch. Oh. Can you play that from there, Cassie? Do we get to hear the sound? I was going to say something after this video got done too about Kara. You know, that has been on the front of my mind all weekend, but she had a really clever way of sending you all reminders about your time cards. Pointed and clever. Sometimes I read those and thought they were a little edgy. Hopefully everyone could see the humor in some of the punchlines there. But it made her life a lot better when we got those time cards in. Now I'm hoping this year, in honor of Kara, we're still going to get the really clever text reminders that will remind us of Kara, lovingly sending those out. And also, I want you to get your time cards in promptly, okay? In honor of Kara, get your time cards in. One thing that she did really well was, you know, sometimes you don't remember what a person said to you, but you remember how they made you feel. And then you remember colleagues that make your day better, because we all have an impact on people we work with. We spend more time with each other than our family. We have an impact on how each other feels, and you can make someone's day better or you can make someone's day worse. And Kara always made everybody's day better. So it's one thing I'm going to try to do more of is make sure when I show up I'm ready to make your day better, not worse, even if it's with some candid feedback. So Kara did a great job of that. Let's watch the video. I think we're ready. It's a long still shot of Freddie with a giant scissors. How are we doing? You want to come back to this? Yeah. A lot of work got done last year. Alex, somehow they used like 4 seconds of a 5-minute interview, and it was the 4 seconds that made the DOT really mad. Some complaining about how they're not doing their job or something, I don't remember. Something like that. Nice job, Hollywood. All right, next slide. Nope. Advance, please, Brennan. All right. We are going to recognize all the work that went into Plant 6. So I'm going to call a few people up. Cassie, you ready to take a picture of a group of people that were influential, instrumental in launching our 6th plant? Rob, come on up. Dallas, Cy, Austin, Jaden, Cash, Kurt, Jason, and Jake. Come on up, buddy. And if you all just come over here, we've got these mementos for you. These came out of the first set in our yard. It's not every day that you get to start up a new asphalt plant. In fact, the last time we did it was 25 years ago. There you go. And then if you will, line up so Cassie can get a picture. We want to get in nice and tight too, like we like each other. Isn't that what the photographers always say? Act like you like one another. I'm going to be in the picture even though I didn't do anything. All right, on. How about a round of applause for all the hard work that went into that? Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, man. Dallas, Cash, y'all made that look really easy. I remember having the discussion with the board of directors the first time we presented the idea of another asphalt plant. And the feedback was really short and sweet. It was in the form of a question. Do you know how much work that's going to be? I know more now than then. It was a lot of work, but you all made it look really easy. So I know it takes hard work to make it look easy. So thanks for your work and dedication on that. Our other awards that we received in the year. From the Minnesota Erosion Control Association, the 2026 Innovation Award was presented to Danny Pache, Troy Leesberg, and Mike Steidel. So that was really cool. Let's hold our applause till we get to the end because there's a few more. This was awarded by the North Dakota Ready Mix and Concrete Products Association, the Gold Award for the precast category. That was the Minot Bridge replacement. That was the project that Nate was talking about earlier. Congratulations. That got a lot of attention. How many times was that in the news? Almost every day. Yeah, almost every day. And then the South Dakota Ride Quality Award. First place, this was the 2 opportunity. First place went to the Corson County project, and we also got second place that went to the Dual County project. And so the guys went out to the DAPA meeting to receive those awards. And we'll do some photos with that, but we'll do that later. Joey is going to handle that. But it's awesome to see the result of quality work come through with quality awards and recognition from the industry. So give yourself a hand for those too. Before we move on, I would say just another recap on the year of 2025. And I've said this the previous 2 years. If we meet our financial goals, if we grow culture, and we improve retention of good people, retaining of our best people. That's like the triple crown. Like, we've met our financial goals, we built culture, we retained headcount. We did that the previous 2 years. The issue this year was on the financial goals. And this is a lot like a family meeting. Professionals, we confront the ugly truth, the brutal facts. That's what we do as pros. And the reality was we missed our goal last year, our financial goal. Actually, we came about a third of what we wanted for our financial goals. So we had a goal that was here, we had about a third of that number at the end. That's very poor financial results, and I think we all have experienced why that happened through the year. We'll be going into that in detail today, because that is the material from which we're going to set our 2026 goals and our strategy and our thematic goal for the year of 2026 will be based on that. But I don't want it to go without recognition that we still built culture through a very difficult year. And in tough times, that's really when that matters, when it's difficult. All the stress fractures start to show when it's under tension. You find out really what you have on your team when you're going through those challenges. I like to liken it to, water in a lake or a harbor, that when the water level goes down, you see where all those hazardous rocks are, where the issues are. And we got to see that through 2025. And that's a good thing. But we didn't come apart at the seams from a teamwork and a culture perspective, and that's a win. That's a win. In fact, it felt better last year than it did the year before, even. And this will be my fourth season now, so I had 2 before last year here at CSI. First one was good. Second one was amazing. And frankly, I was starting to think this construction business is pretty easy. I don't know what people were complaining about. This is pretty easy. It just kind of all comes together. You all know what you're doing. We bid jobs. We make a bunch of money. Everybody wins. Very happy. This is nice. Last year taught me that's not how it goes all the time. It was a lot harder last year. But it was gratifying to see that everybody stuck together. The teamwork was there. And we did grow headcount, and we did improve retainage. So 2 out of 3 of those objectives were met. Now, hopefully, in 2026, poor choice of words, because hope isn't a strategy. So purposefully, in 2026, we're going to meet all 3 of those objectives. We're going to meet our financial goals, grow headcount, and improve culture in 2026. That's our goal. But one last time of reflecting on 25, and then we're going to move ahead to next year. It was a tough year. Glad to have it behind us. Let's not forget the lessons that we learned, and we'll be talking about that throughout the day. All right. So I appreciate all the hard work that went into last season. Yeah, some statistics from that. There was one job that had 300% of the normal rainfall. That was that Grace Dairy. 3 times the normal rainfall down in that area. 3.8% in gross profit. That's a metric of that financial goal. I was looking back at some of the analytics and thinking about what tools we need to develop to keep a better handle on this. And just from labor and fringe, so hourly labor and fringe dollars, labor dollars and fringe dollars from last year compared to the previous year, we lost 3.8% of our profit in that category alone, which is really a measurement of efficiency. How much labor and hours of just, not equipment rates, just money going out in the form of payroll of efficiency loss from the year before. And pros confront the ugly truths, right? That's an ugly truth. That means we performed less efficiently last year in doing the work in the field, something we pride ourselves on. So that's a number we want to look at. We want to improve that number going ahead. So therefore, our 2026 thematic goal, what's the theme for this year? It's really simple. We're just going to do the basic things right every day. We're watching the football game last night, and a bunch of us were commenting on how boring of a game it was. It's a boring game. You know who likes boring games? Seahawks coach owners of the Seahawks, they love boring games because all the blocking and tackling got done right. Every play, it was just like this cold, wet blanket over the Patriots offense the entire night, just steady pressure. Nothing crazy. I mean, a couple big plays, but if you take those out, you know that, what was it, a fumble recovery for a touchdown? Take that play out. The rest of the game was just steady pressure. All they just did what they'd been coached to do on every play the entire night. And it completely stymied the Patriots. So I like boring games, not in football, but if we use that metaphor for seasons, I want a boring season. I don't want any drama. You know, that's ideal. We don't need anything flashy. We just need to do the basic things right every day, day in and day out, and then we'll win. It's kind of like my morning protein shake. If I put the same things in, I get the same thing out every single day, and I am content with that. It's consistent. Right? Same ingredients go in to your crews every day. We get a list of all those basic fundamental things. You do the same thing every day with discipline, we get results out that we want at the end. It's repeatable. Now you're going to hear this probably 10,000 times this year because we're just going to keep repeating this commentary of we're just going to do the basics every day. We're going to do the basic things right every day. Do the basics right every day. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to preach that. Every time I'm in the field, it would be, how are the basics coming? I'll still bring nut rolls for the new people. Yeah, that's a funny story. Some of your colleagues can tell you. I'll still bring nut rolls. I'll still smile, like always. But we'll talk about, are we doing the basics? Are we doing the basic things right every day? Now, for a list of those, Ryan and Joey have these 5 categories defined in more detail, and we'll be talking about them throughout the day. A big one that has a lot of sub-bullet points is efficiency in the field. Okay, what do our crews do? How efficiently are we working? So there's a bunch of basics that add up to being efficient in the field. How we scheduled the work, that's a basic thing. Last year, our schedule got turned upside down very early on, and we never recovered. That leads to us doing work inefficiently, like planning to do work inefficiently. That leads to more chaos, more problems. That leads to slower production. That leads to worse scheduling issues. That leads to doing work even more inefficiently, moving equipment around, moving crews around, trying to do too many projects at the same time, paving out of all the plants at the same time, paving with people who don't normally pave, right? I mean, the list goes on. It's like this death spiral of like it just keeps getting worse. And then the rain didn't stop, right? So that kept getting worse. If you have PTSD from last season, like I'll stop talking about it. But scheduling was a huge issue. No, we just got to do the basic scheduling right, make sure we're planning right, and schedule it right. Relationships, you know, the inspectors and engineers that are on jobs, subcontractors, people that are on job sites, your relationship with them matters, makes a big difference. Yeah, if you become on good terms with those guys, they can make your life better. If you get on bad terms with those guys, they can make your lives miserable. So building those relationships in the field, optimizing those relationships is really important. Another area we lost the game last year is in equipment maintenance. Higher than ever damage to equipment. Terribly high. I mean, triple what it should have been. Now it was probably definitely skewed by 4 big things. We had a blade burned to the ground. We had a silo tip over, lime silo tip over. We had a tack truck roll over out into a field. We had a mill hit a bridge. So big items, big ticket items. But Shane will go into it. I mean, terrible equipment maintenance and damage last year. I mean, we're pros. We're just going to confront the ugly truth about that. It was bad. This year we had to do much better on maintaining equipment. Now the blocking and tackling of that is, we know how to take care of this stuff. We know how to. We just got to do it. We got to make sure our people do it. So this season you're going to lean in a little closer to your crews and make sure they're doing the pre-trip checklist maintenance, which we're making a bit easier with a QR code on the equipment that will pull up a nice list of things that they can go through, check off. If they don't know how to do it, there's even I think there's gonna be some video clips they can watch, short 10-second video clips of like, here's how you do that maintenance. But we absolutely have to, if we're gonna win the game, we absolutely have to lean in a little bit closer on equipment damage and maintenance, which really just means doing those basic things every day when it comes to taking care of our stuff, our tools. Take care of our tools. And the last one is training and development. We've been talking about training up your lieutenant, your number 2. We get a good kick out of that, the euphemism of, are you working on a number 2? Sorry. Potty humor works at all age groups, right? I've got a 9-year-old, she loves the potty humor. But anyway, we got to build our lieutenant who can look after things when we're predisposed with something else, keep things moving, keep things going. We got to make sure that our team members are cross-trained so that if someone's gone on a certain day, we can still perform efficiently. So we're going to make a big push this year to make sure we're training up our people, that our people know how to do various things on our crew and our team, and that we know who's going to do what in case a key piece doesn't show up for the day. So these are a list of some of the basics. The detail behind that we'll go into later on, but just a foregleam of what's to come. 10,000 times this year, you're going to hear, what do we have to do? We got to do the basics right every day. It's not complicated. It's not easy, but it's not complicated. All right, now one more thing we're working on. We're going to gust into some company updates here. Another thing we're working on, and this was kind of fascinating to me, is we really didn't have a method for determining what is our planned cost for a job. What is our planned cost for a job? When we bid a job, watching the bidding team do their work, when we bid a job, if we're ready to put a bid in and we're thinking about it, and before you enter the bid is really the one chance you have to wring your hands over it and decide, how are we pricing this? Is this right? Is this competitive? Are we cutting too much? Is it priced too high? Where we want to be? And I would often ask, if you price it like that, if we bid that, what gross profit are we going to earn? And we don't know. We don't know, which is bizarre to me. I don't want to scare you. That's frightening. We don't know what we're going to make on that job. We don't know what our cost is going to be on that job because we're bidding price. We don't estimate costs. We're bidding prices. And throughout that process, we're like, I don't know, 350 seems like it's pretty low. 400 seems like it's too high. Why don't we bid this one at 350? Let's err on this side. So we tweak on the price a little bit with the production rates. And we think, maybe I ought to throw a little bit more in the MOB for this reason. We pull that lever this way. And we think, maybe the aggregates, well, we got a better deal, and maybe we can pull that lever down here. We can give a give back for some of the wrap. And we're just like, it's like a toddler in the cockpit of an airplane pushing switches. We just don't really know what the net effect of all that is. So one of the big initiatives was to go to heavy bid. Heavy bid, you bid cost. You bid cost. You estimate cost. And then you mark up your cost to a price and you bid that price. So now what we'll have is, if the job goes according to how I planned it, how I estimated it, we'll know exactly what our gross profit should be. So on one side of the fulcrum, you got planned cost. All right, planned cost. What do we expect it to be? How much do we think it's going to cost us? And then throughout the process, project managers and supervisors will be watching at our actual costs as they accrue. Now, when's the last time you looked at your daily or weekly cost reports? Do you look at those? Randy, do you look at those? You don't look at the daily or weekly cost reports? What? Really? They don't exist, folks. We don't have those. There are no daily and weekly cost reports. Okay? What we have, Adam's like, geez, what was I missing? Oh, God. Oh, no. We don't have those. So if I was to ask, hey, how's that job coming along? It's not like we can turn to page 7 of the weekly job cost report and see, oh, let me see. No, it's just like, gosh, it feels like it's going pretty good. Gosh, it feels like it's going pretty poor. It doesn't feel like it's going as well as it did before, or last year, or this job 3 years ago. We really don't know. We really don't know. So guess what? We're going to have job cost reports for the very first time. Yay! Hold your applause at the end, please. We're going to have job cost reports for the very first time. So weekly, you can look and see how many of my planned hours in this category have we consumed. And the PM will be estimating, in their Monday morning cup of coffee report, they're going to be estimating how much of this work is done, and then do an assessment of, are we where we think we should be, or should we be nervous? Where should we be focusing? What should we be looking at? So think about that. If half of my hours in a certain category are used, we're planned hours, half of those are used, and I'm 40% of the way done, what does that tell you? I'm asking. If half of my hours are consumed and I'm 40% done, huh? You're behind. And the first nut roll of the day goes to Adam. Nice job. Now, if 50% of your hours are consumed and you're 60% of the way done, what does that tell you? You're ahead. That was a tie. There was like 15 people. Thank you for participating. That's nice. I have honorary nut fairies over here. Jake and Sam. Thank you, guys. Yeah, you're ahead. Now, that doesn't mean let off the gas pedal because we're ahead, right? And that's a concern. That is a concern. I'm going to tell you a story about in the weld bay back at Superior. If the paint bay was full of iron, stacked up to the ceiling, how hard do you think the welders were welding? So we got to pace ourselves, boys. We can't overload the paint booth. So if that happened, we'd rob a welder, even though that was kind of our pacer, get them in the paint bay, get that stuff out of here, because the welders have to weld like they're behind. Okay, so when you get 60% of your work done with 50% of the hours, that means hit the gas pedal. Let's keep this lead. Let's keep it going. Let's compete with one another. Let's get the leaderboard out there. Let's look at the score at the end of the day, and we talk about that in our L10s. Let's get a nice co-opetition going among our group about what we can accomplish. Because I've never worked with a team as hardworking as you all, ever. And honestly, I'm glad I have not seen that team, because they would be even more intimidating and frightening than you all are. I've never worked with a hardworking team. So if we get the analytics and the tools in front of you, and you get the friendly co-opetition going at your L10 meetings that are structured and happening so nicely, man, we're going to win the Super Bowl if we do that. I'm 100% sure. So we're going to have these job cost reports, and we're going to have the plan cost. We'll be measuring plan versus actual. And instead of looking back at the end of last year deciding how did we do, we're going to be looking at that every week, because we're going to do the basic things right every day. We're just going to look at that information, make adjustments. Look at those numbers, make adjustments. Fair? That sound like a better method? Yeah, much better. Look at those variances before they become trends, before the year is behind us. Now here's some updates. Look at that picture. Where is G Money? There he is. He's, you appear to be sliding down in your chair. You need to sit up, son. There it is. Grant Minerath. We have restructured the lab under Grant as Vice President of Materials and Resources. The reason we did that is to try to level load the things that we're doing so that we have enough attention on doing the basics right every day. So Joey was responsible for the lab before. He is going to be able to focus his full attention on the surfacing part of the business now, plants and paving. And Grant was working with the aggregate materials team, the crushing team before, and that works hand in hand with the lab. So now from the mining operations to the output at the plant, mixed designs at the plant, Grant's going to be responsible for that. All right? So when you see Grant, you can embarrass him about that wonderful picture that Cassie took. It's a good looking dude right there. All right, going back to the left, time cards. One thing we're going to try to do better this year is do analytics based on our hours on equipment, miles on equipment. Anything tracked by mile, we'll have a mileage entry. Anything tracked by hour, we'll have an hours entry. Right now, Todd Strum collects that at the end of the year, and we put it in. So we can't look at any of our repair analytics by hour until we're a year in arrears, and that's terrible. Very bad plan. We're going to get that fixed by putting a mandatory field in the time cards. And this is where you can groan. We can grieve about this update for a moment here. Self-pity, that's fine. Let's do that for a few minutes and then we'll get past it. But now there's going to be a field on time cards that's a required field to enter the equipment hours or the equipment miles. So here are some of the things you're thinking. It's hard enough to get time cards in already. Like all those pleasant text messages from Kara where she was being way too kind about our time cards. That's going to get harder because there's one more field we have to enter. I had to remember my equipment number before, and when I wasn't by the roller, and that was 6 hours ago, I don't remember the equipment number. Now I have to remember the equipment number and the hours, both. And I can't just put 9999. I know that trick. I can't just put 0 in. You know why I can't? Because my supervisor is going to talk to me if I do that. That's you all, right? You're going to come coach me. Like, oh, Jared, I saw you put 9999 on the roller. That only works like a broken clock. That only works once when your hours are actually 9999. If it happens, you can do it, okay? But you're going to coach me through that. Miles too, we're going to put them in the time card. So we got to be pros. We're going to get that data in. One area that will really help us is rental equipment utilization, because we're going to have a process. Ethan's working on it. We're going to have a process for checking equipment in to make sure we've got an equipment number, we've got the hours or mileage in it, all checked into the system. We're going to look at how we're using it, because we spent about $1 million or so on rental equipment last year, and we have no clue if we used it right. 0 clue. And that's not doing a basic thing right. That's doing a basic thing completely wrong. Like we just missed a tackle, okay? So we're going to watch our rental equipment utilization with this method and report on it, and make sure we're using the rental equipment to its agreed upon hours before we use our own, or instead of using our own if it's a choice, or we're going to send it back if we're not utilizing it. And we also want to make sure we don't go over when our own is sitting idle nearby, so it's a balance. We'll use this field and time cards to do that better. So that'll be new for this season. A huge thing we're adopting is Fleet Watcher. Chuck, do you know how we manage rental trucks last year? Yeah, they're paper. They're made from trees. We mill trees and pulp it and make it into paper, and then we use an ink pen to write down hours on these sheets and collect them. And they're never right. I thought that 100% of rental truck drivers were 100% honest all the time. That if it's a question, we're going to round our hours down, because that's the honest thing to do. Did you know that sometimes they round their hours up? And you have to catch that at the end of the day. If you have 20 rental trucks, you have to look at 20 paper sheets with sloppy handwriting and try to guard the net for these potentially dishonest rental truck drivers, potentially. Maybe it's just accidental, but those numbers aren't accurate, and you got to check that. Not anymore. Now it's all going to be tracked through the computer with Fleet Watcher. So when they show up, a little GPS dongle checks them in, records their load time. We'll have a nice graph to show where all the trucks are on a job. It'll be really apparent if someone's not where they should be. Because did you know, sometimes they'll stop at a convenience store for like an hour. Yeah. Shocking, right? Yeah. Now it's going to show up. In fact, it will automatically deduct that time if they're in a no-go zone for more than a predetermined number of minutes. That's pretty cool. So here's what's going to happen. Instead of you having to guard the net on all those edits, the rental truck driver is going to get their time card electronically, showing what they did and how we're going to pay them. And if they have any beefs with it, they're going to have to bring those beefs up. And they're going to have a real hard time justifying why their truck was at Hardee's for 90 minutes and why they should get paid for that time. Cool? Now, I'll be honest with you. This is going to really suck to get started. It's going to really suck. I mean, it's going to be probably like the worst, most chaotic circus of a day that you can imagine. And it's already when you are having a bunch of circus-like days because it's the beginning of a new season. But once we get through that sucky period, it's going to be awesome. Like once we're done wandering through the wilderness and we get to the promised land, that's going to be awesome. Okay? It's going to be really sweet when we get there. So pros, what do? We confront the ugly truth. Ugly truth is it's going to really suck to get started. Once we get through it, it's going to be awesome. All right? And the paper sheets will still be the fallback. It's written right into our process. If for some reason the GPS device doesn't work, then we'll do a few paper sheets. All right, now in Fleet Watcher, there's a little device that gets mounted in the vehicles, and we're just starting to install these. And Fleet Watcher is also launching a camera system, a forward-facing and a rear-facing camera system as part of this device. And it comes with our package for that. So I had talked about, I think it was in the Q3 State of the Company address, that we had considered doing cameras and decided not to. The reason was the expense was quite great. It would have been about $200,000 a year to install the camera systems in our equipment. With Fleet Watcher, it takes that off the table. It's about 1/10 of that number. But the real reason was we wanted to just promote safer behaviors. What we said at the time was if we can get cell phones and seat belts to be used properly, then we don't need to push the envelope on this big brother situation with cameras. Because let's face it, that's what everyone's beef is with cameras. It's big brother is going to be what? I'm going to get the alerts. How's all that handled? We got to sort out how all that's going to work, how the alerts come in. And this is brand new for Fleet Watcher, so they're using us as a guinea pig, which is why we're getting it for free to work with them on this, developing this. But as adults, as pros, it's going to be safer. It's going to be safer. And that was really what pushed us over the edge, because I saw one of these on my desk at the end of the season. And it was in one of our vehicles, our end dumps. And it was clicked into the seatbelt receptacle, and it didn't have the strap, right? It was just like this. So it just didn't accidentally fall into the seatbelt receptacle, or the strap didn't accidentally come off, right? This was an intentional bypass of a safety requirement that you all have for your teams. And I was told that this happens regularly. And for me, I'm pretty naive. I thought we were better than that in the field. Like we wouldn't do that. We're pros. We're going to use our seat belts because they're in the equipment. We're going to be safe. And I think you all work safe. Our people don't have that in their heart yet. You know, they don't have that in their heart. The job I was at before, the business I was at before, the holdup for safety was people in the front lines didn't feel like management fully supported working safe. They thought productivity was valued over safety. Okay. That was a relatively easy thing to overcome when they started seeing decisions from management fully support safety. I think our culture is different. The issue that we have is that our people don't really want to do what it takes right now to work safely because it's a nuisance. I think that's a bigger issue. But we are pros, we confront the ugly truth. We have to teach our people to want to work safely. Maybe some of you in this room don't really have it in your heart to want to work safely yet because it's a nuisance. We're going to get there together. But things like this are reasons why we're going to make the decision to use cameras. We're going to work safer. It's going to be an uptick in safety, improvement in safety. And it's going to suck to get started, but once we get through wandering in the wilderness for 40 years and get to the promised land, it's going to be awesome. So, seat belts and cell phones are our top targets in this program. Yeah, a lot of things coming, new tools for 2026. Now, I want to help, and I'm pretty useless, as some of you have told me privately. I appreciate you doing that privately, by the way. Telling me I'm useless publicly, it would have been probably disrespectful. But you told me privately you're pretty useless. I'm trying to think about how I can be more useful. And in the beginning of my 4th season in road construction, I think I can be a little more useful than just showing up with a smile and a nut roll. I'm learning a few things, and I want to try to be helpful. So I wanted to show you what my initiatives are for this year to help. Because we're all going to roll our sleeves up and do the basics right every day. So this is my list. Number 1, I'm really going to lean in on this reporting. I'm going to look at every single job report every single time and look at it for the numbers to see how we're doing on jobs. That's going to be excruciating for me because I'm a big picture person. I'm not a detail report person. So I'm going to force myself. It'll be a Monday morning 3-cup of coffee review because I'm looking at everybody's reports. I'm going to look at every single labor report and go through the numbers every time. And I'm going to find issues and trends. and I'm going to come talk to you about them. Now, when I do that, it's not to be accusatory or shaming, okay? I promise you. It's going to be collaborative. Like, here's an issue that's going to affect us winning the game. What are we going to do about it? And how can we work on this? What do you see? Okay? So I know enough to be able to see those issues. I don't know enough to tell you what we should do about it. So you're still going to have to be the problem solvers. I will just be the problem identifier and maybe be a good sounding board for some dialogue. But that will give me more purpose when I'm out in the field, rather than just smiling and bringing nut rolls. Will be to talk about these basic things and what we see in the job cost reports. All right. Fleet Watcher. I'm going to micromanage our Fleet Watcher implementation with the goal of making the sucky period shorter. It's going to suck. Hopefully we can just make that shorter. So I'm going to help Ethan with that. Trucking utilization. We can easily, I think easily, buy back 0.5% of gross profit by using Fleet Watcher to manage trucking better. And I'm going to dig into those reports and make sure we're utilizing our trucks better. And then we're switching to heavy bid. So going from the longhand bidding, where we're doing it all on pen and paper, to heavy bid will be more consistent, more repeatable. It'll be better for us long term. But there's a lot of risk when we first start, because if we blow a job, we don't do it right, we bid a job very low, we're highly likely to get that job. We don't have the same risk if we bid it too high. We're very unlikely to get it if we bid it high, right? It's not like surveying where random errors cancel. We get the low ones. We don't get the high ones. So I'm just going to try to help make sure we don't get a bunch of low ones with heavy bid. And then the last one is repair and maintenance. We were over $17 million last year in repair and maintenance, with over $1 million in equipment damage and terrible performance on taking care of our stuff. So I'm going to lean in on that closer and work on repair. Like, sorry boys, I'm going to be in your shorts a lot on repair and maintenance, but we can do it. We'll be collaborative about it. Because we're pros, we confront the ugly truth. If we see them, we'll work on them. Now, I have to apologize for last year's performance. It took three years to get this figured out, but there's a great man named Alan Minerath that retired right before I started. And he did, among the million things that he does better than me, one of them was getting out in the field with a purpose, showing up on job sites with a purpose, and collaborating with our crews in the field to help improve performance and efficiency in the field. And I know you all loved it when he did that. No? Nothing? Nothing. You're like, yes, we did. I've heard the stories. You've told me privately, how that felt when someone showed up and was like, rat-a-tat-tat, rapid-fire questions get you on your heels and push, 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 right? You feel about this big. I mean, did a lot of things really well. Making you feel good about what you accomplished wasn't one of them. I might do that a little bit better, but I don't have what he has, what he brought to the table, which was a critical eye for what's going on your operation. I can't do that for you. The problem was, I didn't recognize that you needed that before. I didn't recognize that we needed that before. So the slippage in efficiency was because I'm not providing what Alan was providing. We lost that and we didn't talk about it. We didn't have a plan for it. And so it's my fault that we had poor performance, because I wasn't doing the things that you needed me to be doing to help keep it tight, right? We used to joke about this in manufacturing, because like when someone in the line is shouting about we're behind, we're behind, we're behind, people move faster with a shouter behind them. So when we go slow, we have a joke. We need to hire more shouters, is what we need. We need more shouters in the lines shouting. Because if you're trained to only move fast when there's a shouter shouting, when the shouter stops shouting, you don't move fast anymore. It's like me with my girls. I taught them when they were very young. You don't have to listen to daddy unless he's counting to 3. Have you done that? It was a terrible mistake. I had to untrain them. Don't wait till daddy's counting to be obedient. You be obedient right away. Otherwise, it's like, la, 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 he's not counting yet, I'm fine. So I had to apologize for that too. Like, I'm sorry, baby, daddy taught you not to listen to me unless I'm counting. I'm going to undo that. But I'm not going to do it right away and go right to discipline. I'm going to do it after a little bit of time, because I got to retrain. We have to retrain. It's my fault I trained you to only listen when I'm counting. I think to a degree, look, pros confront the ugly truth. I think to a degree, we've been trained to work efficiently only when there's a shouter present, only when someone's counting. Okay? Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's a factor. So here's the good news. The good news, we can do it different. We can do it better. Because you all know infinitely more than I do. If you're relying on me to show up and start counting, we're going to fail. You all know infinitely more than I do. You're the hardest working, most professional team I've ever worked with. You know better than I do what needs to happen. You're not going to shout. You're not going to count. You're going to coach. Okay? You're going to coach. And coaches love a boring game. So you do the right thing, do the basic things right every day. You coach your teams. You keep them efficient. You look at these cost reports. You look at the numbers. You go through those fundamentals. You make sure the basic things are right every day. And you'll see if you're off track with these reports. And then you're going to coach your teams. There's not going to be a counter or a shouter over your shoulder. Like, what do you think of that concept? Give me some feedback on that. Anybody bold enough? Anybody bold enough to tell me what you think of that? What do you think about that concept? I'm saying my shortcoming was I didn't provide the help that we needed in the field, and we've slipped. And now we need to push that closer to the front line where you all, who know infinitely more than I do, are providing that for your teams every day. Knowing, are we behind? Where are we at? How are we going to move ahead? Looking at the numbers, looking at the reports. I want to know what you think of that. If it's like, Felton, you just don't get it, that's not going to work for us. Or, hey, I think that's a good idea. Being aware that there's not someone I can rely on to come out here and count for me or shout, that's not going to help anymore. We got to be focused on it in the field.
It's smart. It's just what each individual does with it.
Bingo. Bingo, Troy. Oh, man. What Troy said is more information is smart, but it's what each individual does with it that matters. Because if you get these insights and don't do anything, then nothing's going to change. Doesn't help anything. That's a great point. That's a great point. We are going to talk a lot about what we do with those things, the basics, like all these different things. We're going to talk about that to a nauseating degree through this season. A lot of that will be done in your L10s. I appreciate you, Yeah, he doesn't eat candy. Thanks, Troy. All right, this is what I'm going to be working on. Sorry, did I miss? Gary? Yeah, it's not a cookie. Now, what you might notice on these things, these are very tactical items. Okay, I shouldn't be doing these things. These are tactical items. Part of my own guilt is going to be, while I'm doing these very tactical things, I'm not spending enough of my attention on the big strategic things. What company are we going to buy? How do we move into this new territory? What strategic partnerships should we be developing? Banking is a big thing. Ross, we've been spending a lot of time working with those folks. We can really move the needle if we have time to focus on the strategic things. Okay, this is very tactical. So I have a personal guilt about not spending enough time where I'm supposed to while I'm doing these very tactical things this year. Here's how I reconciled that in my head. Our goal for 2026 is do the basics right every day. That is very strategic to do the tactical things right. I don't want to scale up our problems by taking our current systems to other places. So for 1 year and 1 year only, we're going to move our fulcrum to the left and really dig in to these tactical items. And then once we've got that cleared and we're killing it, we're winning the Super Bowl, then we're going to go to new uncharted lands with it. And that's strategic. Okay? So this is what I'm going to be working on with you this year. Questions for me? In the game of Stump the Chump, anything for me? No holes barred. Anyone bold enough to ask that burning question that you had? I thought I would get at least one about cameras.
Sure. Are those only going to be in semi-trucks or going to be in all vehicles?
Yeah, good question, Nate. Nate asked if they're going to just be in semis or if they're going to be in all vehicles. And the answer to that is a little bit still TBD. This is a brand new thing for Fleet Watcher. So what we might find is that the operation doesn't work for every function that we're trying to do. There might be some things where if we put it in, the results, due to unforeseen issues, the results might not be what we desired for an outcome. So we might take them back out of a certain situation because it's not working how we want or something like that. Another factor is liability, where if we get these certain amount of alerts in a certain category and we don't act on them, it can look very bad for us. If we're not planning on acting on these alerts, then we really don't want those alerts. Because if you get alerts and don't act on them, that looks like negligence. So we need to be strategic about how we implement. One area that we know for sure right now is that the device, let's say the device itself costs, I don't remember exactly the number, but let's say the device itself costs $5,000 a year to operate. I think it was $500 a year, $600 a year. Yeah, $600 a year-ish. Okay, there's a certain functionality that comes with that. Telematics, repair and maintenance, GPS location, things that have other factors. We're using that for the load count, the efficiency and utilization of trucking. So there's all this other functionality that comes with it. If the only thing we were using it for is a camera, like let's say in the Supervisor vehicles, we don't need that other stuff. It's very expensive just for that. And the pickup is your office when you're meeting with employees. So if I'm in your pickup bearing my soul about the divorce I'm going through or the repossession of my house or my stage 4 cancer diagnosis and I'm sobbing, I don't know that I'm going to be as comfortable doing that if I'm on candid camera, right? So because of two reasons, right now we don't have the need for other function in Supervisor pickups. We don't need it for that. There's a certain amount of expense. It'd be like $20,000 extra to put it in those trucks. And we're not really confident in, is the desired effect going to be there with these employee meetings? We're not putting them in there now. But I also don't want to make a false promise and say we never will for that reason. After using it for a while, we might find there really is no privacy invasion because you never get any of this information unless there's an accident or a seatbelt or a cell phone, or you can turn the ignition off and it's not filming. These things we'll learn. We'll know more later. So we might put them in. But at this point, that's really the only group of vehicles that we're not moving ahead with. And that's TBD a bit.
Who gets the alerts on it, I guess?
That's also TBD. We have to build systems for all that. Right now, they go to a dashboard in the computer software, but we don't have anyone assigned to be reviewing that today. Like, we got to build that out. Yep.
For the cost reports to the supervisors, what's that kind of look like? Is that coming from accounting? Is it coming from the PM that's working on the project? Or?
They're going to be automated reports coming from accounting, and they'll go to the PM. The PM will review them and do their assessment of percent complete, and then those reports will be passed along. And so the supervisor could be looking at either of those reports, with or without percent complete. Good question.
Cities for a company that did weekly cost reports, played with crews, they went on. The supervisor stopped to the crews and go with these cost reports based on linear foot put in daily. That's how they based whether they were productive that day or behind. The crews knew where they were at, making money or behind.
Yeah.
That was motivational. I mean, we were in competition with the other crews.
You need to know the score. You need to know the score. What play you run is dependent on the score, right? It's 4th and 1. Do you punt? What's the score? Where am I at in the field? We don't know. We're running completely blind. It's ridiculous. That's my fault we didn't get there faster. We're going to be there this year. All right, any other questions for me?
Is the fleet watcher going in lowers, or is that going in all the lowers?
Okay, so the installation in like yellow iron right now, there are some benefits to putting the device in yellow iron without cameras because telematics, GPS location, we can integrate that into repair tickets. So there's a bunch of value that we could get from putting a black box and all that equipment that have nothing to do with the camera. So right now, we're not in a position to update CSI Connect, so it's using that GPS information. We're not in a position to do the programming so that those fault codes automatically turn into repair tickets for the repair team. And we're not going to have the resources to do that for at least a year. So if we do put them in, all of that equipment, it'll be at least a year from now. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So that's a good point, yeah. I appreciate that point, because they would still get those alerts in that. And we'll know a lot more on how this system works after a little bit of experience when we're ready to put that in the yellow iron. There are some that will get it because it works as a geofence, automatic geofence location. You just set a radius around a paver or a mill. A loader might be useful for that, depending on the application. If you're loading without a scale or something, you need to know when the truck gets in the proximity of whatever's loading it. That sets one end of the data. So there will be some of those installed in strategic devices, like mills, and every mill and every paver will have one for sure. Okay, good question. Good question. The equipment the device is equipped with a microphone. We don't want audio. We want all that turned, and it's default at the software company. It's just disabled. At this point, we don't intend to turn that on at any point because we really don't want audio. Because there's nothing desirable that we want from that.
What's the industry as a whole doing? I mean, I'm just concerned, like, say, for rentals, for example.
Yep.
If you are clear enough to them up front that CSI is doing this, I could see a percentage of them, just knowing how they are, being so anal and so retarded about it that they want to work for this other company, and you guys are being idiots because they don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't want to get in line. You know what I mean?
I think that's a great question. The thrust of Troy's question was, what is the industry doing? And I fully believe this will be regulatorily mandatory very soon, where there will be regulation that requires commercial vehicles to have camera devices. Other companies are already doing it, and more companies are adopting it. In fact, I just happen to know Dunnex is doing it this year because their implementers told us that they were. I was not really happy that he's so flippantly sharing other people's information because, someone who will talk about your buddy behind their back will also talk about you behind your back. So, I didn't like that so much. But I do know that the implementer is working with Dunnex. So for rentals, the device will not have a camera. The rentals will work on an app on their phone. And if they're in the category of rental truck driver who can operate a 100,000-pound vehicle but can't operate a smartphone, then they'll get a cigarette lighter adapter plugged into their truck that you'll have to hand out and get assigned. All these processes need to be written yet. And we're going to spend an hour today on Fleet Watcher.
Just like so on the front end of things,
Mm-hmm.
like getting the trucking company will get set up, I guess, by Anthony, and that be clear to them that this is how we're running our trucks.
Yep. It's already in the agreement that's been drafted for this year's packet.
So it's not something where the supervisors have to deal with that part of things. It's
Talking them into it, no, they'll know before they ever show up. Yep. And they should know if they're going to be using a cigarette lighter adapter, which we want to keep to a minimum because we pay for those year round, and we want to keep those to a minimum. We use the apps only when they're in use. We pay for those only when they're in use. So there's a lot of flexibility with the rental truck fleet. 150 one day, 25 the next. We don't want to pay for 150 devices every day. We want to just let that average out using the app. So we want to use the app as much as we can. Yeah, go ahead, Freddie.
So if in the beginning of the year when you tell them about this or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
assign a box for the whole season? Because we lose the boxes all the time, they're hard to keep track of.
Great question. The box, in the agreement, it basically says if they don't return the box at the end of shift, we're going to short pay them by the predetermined cost of the box. So they have to give it back. If they're running for us all year regularly, we can choose to do that. That's up to us. We want to just keep it with them. If they're running for us regularly all year, I'd rather train them to use the app. I mean,
I'm saying, when you tell them in the spring, we should make them do the option and rent that all year.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of us trying to track down the boxes.
Yeah, yeah, right. That's, okay, that's a good suggestion. Freddie's suggestion was basically rent it to them for the whole year if they want to use the box. It's kind of like making it a little bit harder to use the box or a little bit more impactful to use the box, which might push them to use the app a little bit more. If we make it painless to use the box.
What about the jobs like where we have zero service and you can only make a call off Starlink for like a whole entire job?
So how those things work is like, I'm not going to use the right terminology because I don't know the tech that well, but it kind of like piggybacks off of even other devices like cell phones and things. So I don't believe that will be a problem.
It will be a problem if your phone has no service and that don't work.
Yeah, I think the GPS device record. Can I just finish? The GPS device itself records that data on it, and then the next time it gets signal, it uploads that later. So it's just sometime you have to be in cell range or within range of a device that has cell signal to upload the information.
It'd be just like your cell phone, when we did that boxing grassy field, you went down, did the box, you had no service, as soon as we got top of the hill, Adam's going to mine, went ding, 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 ding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there is a section on Fleet Watcher. I'm grossly over time. There is a section on Fleet Watcher, so if there's more questions about that, we'll have a better expert up here on Fleet Watcher specifically. If it's about like our policy on it, cameras or something, that'd be a better question for me now. This is, I think, very valuable use of time, so, I don't want to discourage questions. I shouldn't have mentioned that I was behind. It's just my own OCD as I see the clock back there, but the good use of our time to have questions. Travis?
Our papers are going to be hooked to the Fleet Watcher.
Yeah. Yep, and there'll be like, when the truck stays within a circle of that for a certain amount of time, it will register to know that it's in that range, and that will show up on a nice utilization chart. We'll be able to see how long they're there. One of the tools we're going to use this for is if there's 10 trucks within 1,000 feet of the paver for 15 minutes, that's a really good indication we've got too many trucks out there. If that happens, they say, for 3 rounds, now you know you can cut trucks. It's not just that they bunched up because of an issue. Travis?
Not going to lie, I've had a year of Fleet Watcher.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really good system, to tell the truth. I only had a couple of issues with it. It'll tell you when a truck's being loaded at the plant. It helps you out with your round time. I had a cutoff made, so I knew I had the right truck coming, and I knew to stay for my other guys back.
Yeah.
Well, that truck ended up getting jackknifed and it ripped his hoses off the back of his truck, so that ended up screwing me up on the cutoff. But
Yeah.
if he was just honest and told me what was going on, I could have set it up.
Right, yeah.
Waited for him, but other than that, like the office would call them, they'd see where your paper's sitting and know that you're ahead of schedule, behind schedule.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of good intelligence from it. You can see checking in trucks, you're texting pictures of lists and, reviewing those time cards. Like, we hope that this is buying back a lot of your time to focus on more strategic things that are important for performing on jobs.
Are you prepared? Here you have a good question. Are you prepared for the onslaught of tomorrow?
Am I prepared?
For what you're going to get from some of the personality that drive with?
I think so. It's hard to tell if you're ever fully prepared for something you don't fully know the magnitude of. It's like kind of a cart before the horse.
Kind of like the government stuff that's going
Yeah.
on right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have one side and you're going to have the other.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're in a much better position to make this change today than we would have been 3 years ago. But yeah, people will have a strong reaction to things that appear to be removing freedom or impeding on freedom. Freedom is a principle that we all believe in. And it's a right to work state, so everyone has the freedom whether they want to work in a place that has any of our policies.
I'm not disagreeing with the policy at all.
No, it's a great question. And we've spent a lot of time having those discussions and wringing our hands, so I know that we're in a position where we're firm. And we have to move ahead. At the end of the day, it's going to be safer. And so I can reasonably say, I believe in the idea because it's going to be safer. I want everybody going home in one piece. I think another compelling statement would be, I'd much rather have you mad at me for putting in a policy that makes us safer than have your spouse mad at me that I didn't. So for that, I'm personally prepared. I don't know as a business if we're fully prepared for, like, how do you replace X percent of your workforce if it's just like, bye, Felicia. A lot of that has to do with you. I mean, this is, HR hires people, you all retain people. HR hires people, you retain people. And how you handle it, how you coach, how you lead through it is the biggest factor for how that goes. That's the biggest factor. So don't understate your influence and how well that goes or how poorly that goes. All right, last call for questions. You all are the hardest working group that I've ever had the privilege of working with. And if one little bit more, I don't think I can handle it. So I appreciate all you put into it. This year, what are we going to do? We're going to do the basics right every day. If we control what goes in, we'll get consistent, repeatable results out. We're going to win the Super Bowl. That's guaranteed if we just do those things. All right. Thank you. And let's have a great rest of the day here. Man, this is going to be fun. I'm going to stick around as much as I can. And if you have any questions that you were holding back, you can always ask me privately. All right? Appreciate you.
We'll have Shane Kahlberg come up next and talk about safety and equipment.
All right. Am I on? I think it's on. Okay. So I'm going to try to catch us up. We got 14 minutes. No, a little more than 14 minutes. This isn't a reflection of how important safety is because I get the whole day tomorrow. Are you guys excited? All the cheers out there. But most of this stuff, I can switch and I can cover it tomorrow, but there are a couple things I want to get to. Maybe. You can shut off, turn it back on.
I found if you push it hard, like once, and point it at the projector.
Projector. Maybe it's loading. There we go. All right. That'll work. That's all right. I'm going to skip through them and I'm going to get to the ones I want to hit on. I got a number of questions on toolbox talks and morning meetings. Joey and I discussed it a little bit too. I discussed it with a number of you guys over the past couple of years, but the toolbox talks once a week in the morning are very important. They work, and the guys that are doing them, I hope are seeing the results. I see them on my end. But it doesn't always have to be that sheet of paper that you take out and you read word for word and cover all that, and then everybody signs it and they walk away. They're all standing there in their sandals, they're tired, they're not listening, whatever. All it is a morning meeting. If you get all of your people together and talk about what's going to be going on for the day, what's going to be going on for the week, here's our plan, here's how we're going to get there, questions. If you had something significant for safety that came up the day before or something that you foresee coming up, hey, we're going to be working in the dark, make sure you communicate, do all that stuff. bringing that up was awesome. That counts for safety. It doesn't have to be, hey, put your glasses on, make sure you wear gloves, which would be nice, but it doesn't always have to be that. Just getting everybody together in a group so that everybody knows what each other are going to be doing, it keeps us safer in general. Still at your morning meeting, go through and have them do the sign-off sheet so we have the numbers. I can show OSHA that we're doing things, but it can just be as easy as a morning meeting. Go through some of that tomorrow. Something that covers most of everybody in this room, deer strikes. We're on, I've been here for 5 years now, we're on a rolling 5-year. We hit deer like crazy. Deer, pheasants, turkeys, a horse, a miniature horse on top of that. I wanted to put a picture up there, but I didn't. There are all kinds of things out on the road, so keep your eye out from those. I've hit a few with my personal vehicles, and my wife always yells at me, like, why aren't you paying attention? Like, they're deer, they're coming out of nowhere. But do what you can to lower those. Those are expensive. I must have missed what I was going after. But let's see, I got 15 minutes. I think this is more important anyway. I want you to take 5 minutes with your table. I know somebody on your table isn't using their note page in your folder, but I want you to discuss for 5 minutes at your table something, ideas or questions or whatever related to safety, ideas that we can get people to stop getting hurt. One of the biggest things, going back to the basics, is the simple fact of wearing gloves and glasses when you're doing things that need gloves or glasses would have gotten rid of 70% of our injuries, especially some of the very expensive ones. So, any ideas on how I can do my job better, things that we can do as a group to make it better so that we can lower the cost of those injuries, make sure we keep our people at the job site working with us, and make sure people go home in the same condition they showed up. Why don't we do that? We'll go for 5 minutes. All right, that's 5 minutes. Okay, so now I want you to think about whatever you wrote down. Figure out what the number one top most important one on your list is. And I want 5 of them. Anybody got the guts enough to stand up and say, give me an idea?
Yeah, so the best one from our table was encouraging like the reporting of near misses. Just, I think being able to, like, it was good to have these safety reports coming out to everyone this year so that you had
Good.
real life scenarios to go off with.
Did everybody hear that? It was encourage the reporting and the near misses, and people were enjoying the reports coming out so that we could speak to them and make sure they didn't happen ahead of time. And yes, it helped my job a lot too, was the reporting, the near misses that would come in, and it's something that I could try to get ahead of with other crews. Worked out really well. Who's another one?
We got lead by example. We got lead by example, so.
Perfect.
If you're having your guys wear your seatbelts, as leaders, you should also, or hard hats and trenches.
That's the whole point of leadership, right? It's leading by example. If you're going to be digging into hot work, working on the hot oil at the asphalt plant, you put gloves on, leading into other people, wearing seatbelts. Jake's got one.
We just came up with slow down. Just the one comes to my head. everything was super fast. We needed it now. We needed to get it out on the road, and next thing you know, we went and picked up a barrel. It hit a bump because we were going fast. Dropped the 55 drum in the parking lot. You know, there's just sometimes there's places we can go fast, and there's some spots we just need to slow it down.
Yes. I've preached it for a few years now. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. I've never mentioned the slow is smooth, smooth is fast to my little girls yet. But I was riding the truck the other day, and I can't remember what the whole story was. But the premise of it came down to my 12-year-old saying if I do something with a purpose, but I don't rush through it, I get it done faster and better. Same thing, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. If we run through everything, we trip over the rock, we eat it, we break our teeth out. If we would have just walked with a purpose and got there, it's the way to do it. All right. Anybody else going?
Communication.
Communication.
Talk to your guys, make sure you got visual eyesight or on the phone or hand signals or whatever you got to do, but don't be making moves that you don't know are 100% until you know everyone's in the clear zone.
Communication. What's the biggest complaint that you've ever had at any of your jobs? Anywhere I've been, it's always been lack of communication. So now that we have that knowledge that communication is the biggest problem against all this, and it always gets brought up, you guys have the ability to change it. Ask the questions from the leadership of the questions that you have. Pass the information down to your guys. The information that you have, communicate to your people. That's what they want, whether they ask for it or not. Most of the time they won't. All they'll do is go back to their buddies and they'll be pissed about not getting the communication, not getting the heads up. All right, one more.
Adding on to that, just accountability with each other. If you see something, say something. Do that every time, don't just do it when it's convenient.
Accountability. When something is going on, hit on it right away. If you let the behavior slide, if you don't hold them accountable right off the bat, then it gets weird. Somebody's not wearing their vest by the paver. Put your vest on. Okay. You let it slide for 2 weeks. Like, man, you gotta wear your vest. Safety guy just showed up and chewed my ass. Like, well, now it's a weird conversation. And now they've gotten into the habit of not wearing it. So it gets harder. If you just bring it up right off the bat, it'll be easier for you. 4 minutes.
And I think that is one of the things, whatever we allow in the field, they're gonna assume that's the policy.
That
If we
becomes
say
the
you do
norm.
not have to wear a hard hat, or we don't push on them to wear that hard hat, or wear the safety vest, they're gonna assume that's the policy, that's what we're allowing. And that's, we all have to hold ourselves accountable for that, so run the line.
And it's true. My kid, my middle son, just started at a conveyor building company around the area and was building they do assembly. So he's assembling the telestacker. If anybody's seen our telestacker, we've got one. He was building the exact same thing. And he came home and we were all eating supper and he was laughing because at work, when the safety guy comes out in the shop, they make bird noises, and they just pass it along so everybody knows the safety guy's around. Ha 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 ha. So then he comes again, another day. He says, oh, we were assembling the telestacker, and we're outside, it's freezing cold, and one of the bolts was loose or something up at the top, and I don't know. He says, yeah, I had to climb all the way up there. It's a 190-foot telestacker. He said, so I just sit up there. I'm not afraid of heights. I said, do you realize who you're telling these stories to? Like, that's my problem in my company. Like, you're calling out the safety guy, making fun of him, like, he doesn't even know. Like, we know, just letting you know. We might let it slide, but, like, nobody's held him accountable. He's only been there for a month. Why is the kid that's 20 years old being told to, being allowed to, climb up a 190-foot telestacker? Would any of you guys have somebody do that? Hit him right away. Somebody said, no, we'll lower it, and we'll get it up there, and we'll get whatever piece of equipment we got to do to get to the top. But no, they didn't. So don't do that. Hit it off right away. They want to work. They want to get up there, and they want to get it done. That's what he's doing. He wants to get the job done. He's not afraid to do it, and he likes that. But there's other ways that somebody could have taught him to do it differently. And they were saying earlier, like Jared was talking about his kids and whatnot. Now, this is my job, sitting around here making sure to teach you guys or watch you guys use your common sense and make sure people don't do that. But they don't have that over there, I guess. But now I have to teach my own kid, and I'm thinking about my own kid telling me these stories, and I'm mad at that company for allowing that to happen. Like, then I have to remind myself, it's like, oh God, I got those issues too. All right, I'm gonna figure out how to do this without getting mad, because it's my kid, right? It's more personal. But we're gonna work together and make sure those accidents don't happen around here. But I need your guys' help to do that. That's what I got for time. I got us caught back up. One thing, water. We had a lot of dehydration, a lot of issues with not drinking enough water this year. Make sure you got water in your pickups. It doesn't have to be, again, I've told you all guys this before, it doesn't have to be their only source of water. They should be bringing their own, but on hot days, if they didn't have enough, if they lost it or whatever else, make sure you have extra. And then on top of it, you guys make sure that they're drinking it, whether it's on the radio, like, hey, time to drink water, or whatever it is, some kind of reminder that makes them do that. The dehydration one, to me, is the easiest one to avoid. Easiest one. Make sure your guys are doing what they do. Not gonna say it's gonna get down to zero, but we're gonna do our damnedest to get there.
Thank you, Shane.
I want all those sheets that you wrote stuff down on. I'm sitting back by Ashley, so at the break, just bring them to me.
All right, thank you. Give him a round of applause, please. Okay, so we'll take break for about 15 minutes here. Make sure we're back in here at 10:30 because we got BuildWick coming on via internet. Thank you.
Hey everybody, we'll get started here just so we don't lose track of time. So everybody out in the lobby, if you guys want to come in. This next 30 minutes or so, give or take, we'll talk about BuildWit. A lot of you guys used BuildWit last year. A lot of it revolves around the training videos. They've come out with a new app, BuildWit Improved. Who all used BuildWit with their crews or used it yourself last year? Okay, good deal. So yeah, like I said, Max is online here. He has some stuff to share with us, and then just kind of talk through the new app. So it's basically what it is, it's an app put on by Aaron Witt. I think a lot of you guys know him. Some of you guys have been down to Dirt World, the summit that they put on every year. So basically, a lot of companies, when they adapt this app, they make it mandatory for crews to watch it and like review videos every morning. We're taking more of a soft approach where we want to provide the content to you, and then, you know, if you see the value in it, then you can use it with your crews, but not force it upon you per se. So, Max, do you want to get started with the slide deck?
Yeah. Can you guys see the screen there? I'm presenting right now. You see it? All right. Well, yeah, like Ryan mentioned, Improve, for most of you, you're familiar with it. It is a new app that we contributed for this, but it's really just a collection of everything from job training, personal, professional development to safety coursework. And we developed the content by way of other professionals in Northern America. So, you know, it's actually being created by others who, you know, throughout the states here are the subject matter experts, if you will. So not coming from someone just, you know, off the shelf or in some data training. So we've got over 300 courses on there, 2,000 plus videos, and really have designed it to be kind of that mobile first platform so that you folks can easily get in there, explore content, and then also kind of take something as you engage with the videos here. Right now, we're just going to share some examples of content that you'll get into. I'll present this first video here, and then we can just kind of capture some thoughts here. Let me just screen this.
Look, man, I'm tired of this. You're showing up late, you're not using the tools properly, you're not working safely. I can't hold your hand 24/7.
Welcome to Build, Wit, Improve. Today we're going to be talking about large excavators. Let's talk about what the main functions of the excavator are.
A good rule of thumb for water intake, 100 to 120 ounces per day.
Extreme ownership is the concept that you're not going to blame anyone else when something goes wrong. You're going to take ownership of that problem and you're going to get it solved.
If you don't know what's going on, just go ahead and ask. It makes you that much better of an employee the next day you come to work.
Look for opportunities to help others beyond your daily duties.
You in your training? Yes, sir.
Your machine should be stable at all times. Keep the floor surface level and free of debris.
It's important to keep everything tidy. The tidier it is, the more efficient you are, your crew is, your company is, which makes everybody better off. The first thing you need to know about leadership is that everybody is a leader, including you.
You ready for this? Yeah. You sure? Yeah, I'm ready.
So yeah, that's a kind of promotional video. We'll show a couple example videos here a little bit later, but basically the app has training that goes from anything from safety to personal development, professional development, like if you're planning on buying a house or one of your laborers or anybody's planning on buying a house, it talks about mortgages and finances and what to eat to stay healthy. It covers a lot of different variety of things. Yeah, I find it very valuable. I think there's a lot of good content, so we just wanted to get it in front of you, and then we can show a couple example videos here of different, I think we have one on milling, how to best fill a truck with a mill, and then one other example video here we'll look at quick.
So right here behind me, we have one of our working mill machines, and just to keep it in real simple terms, this machine removes the old asphalt from the roadway. And after the traffic control, we normally have our milling crew get out on the road. That way they can put us a patch or cut our main line out to give us something to lay asphalt onto. Most of the time, we have about a 3-man crew on a milling machine. You have an operator up top and 2 ground men on the bottom, along with a foreman. Some crews we have more than that. They might have 5 or 6 people. They might potentially be running cleanup or broom, bobcats, mini planer, running water truck for the milling machine and the pavement crew. So The milling guys, they may end up wearing a bunch of different hats. You might be a ground man and an operator, a water truck driver and a mini planer operator all at the same time. It's a good place to start out to learn the paving process. I'm here with Mike Richardson. This is our milling foreman out here on State Route 5 project here in Austell. Just start out real basic. What is milling for someone that's never heard of something like that?
Milling is where you're taking up all the old asphalt off the road. The main thing is you want to get up all the old asphalt so they can replace it with the new asphalt. We're the second ones to go out. You got your traffic control that's going to go first, then you're going to have us. And we got to maintain a good surface for the paving crew, because if you start out and it's not working, it's not a good surface, then the whole process is just starting out on the wrong foot.
So Mike, how do we start the process of removing this old asphalt?
Well, you start with the milling machine. You set it in the ground at the proper depth. Make sure you maintaining that depth. You're going to have to watch for your dips, your holes in your road, to make sure you can maintain a good ride on the surface. This machine here has a drum that turns by the belt, and it's had 165 teeth in it. That's set down in the asphalt, which grinds it up, puts it on the primary belt here, which goes to the secondary belt, which goes back up into the back of a dump truck. And then it's carried to the plant to be recycled. 30% of it goes back into the new asphalt.
So Mike, how do we know if we're doing a good job out here milling? Is there anything specific that you're looking for behind the machine?
Yes, sir. You got to watch for your scabbing. When you're milling the surface, you'll watch your pattern on your teeth. That's why you'll maintain a good surface.
So having that scabbing in the road will affect the final ride?
Yes, sir, it will. You may have to back up and redo that.
I think we had one more example video. You want to play that next video, Mac? There we go.
Paving crews are responsible for their own QC, or quality control. Real-time information allows for in-the-moment adjustments and corrections. Generally, the QC tech will work behind the breakdown roller and the finish roller. Checking compaction after breakdown is an effective method used to communicate the results to the roller operator. To communicate the results, the tech writes the level of compaction on the mat with a yellow Keel lumber crayon. Once the operator reaches the desired level, the tech moves up to the next series of passes. Constant communication between the QC tech and the roller operators, both the breakdown and finish roller operators, is critical to maintaining consistent levels of compaction across the mat. What is compaction? How is it checked? Compaction is the process of reducing the volume of material by compression. In asphalt paving, we compact the material with the rollers. The types of rollers, their sizes, the number and pattern of their passes can all affect the compaction. Even the temperature of the mix, which is affected by the air temperature and time, can affect compaction. Ultimately, the goal of compaction is to reduce the air voids in the mat. Each mix has a theoretical maximum density expressed in pounds per cubic feet, or a similar mass over volume unit. In the field, we talk in terms of a % of the maximum density, where proper compaction is targeted at 92 to 97% of this maximum. A QC tech uses either a nuclear density gauge or a magnetometer to get real-time readings of the density of the mat. It's important to note that the goal is to achieve proper compaction and not maximum compaction. Insufficient or low compaction can lead to raveling or separation of the mat, as it is weaker than it should be due to having more air voids. Overcompacting can lead to segregation of the material, which will be followed by premature cracks and failure. So the goal is through constant communication, you get the compaction right, and right is defined by the project specifications. The specifications will set what the desired or acceptable roughness number is based on the purpose of what is being paved. In general, roads with higher speeds and heavier traffic have higher standards. Given the costly nature of placing asphalt and the near impossibility to repair a faulty mat in place, most instances the only repair option is to remove and replace. That is both costly and embarrassing. The QC tech is an important member of the team to both ensure the work is correct and it is documented as such.
So these are both example videos. They're both probably pretty broad. There's a lot of videos that'll drill right into specifically how to load a truck, or specifically like different roles, a lot of stuff on GPS. It is light on the paving content. That's a couple examples around milling and paving, but I know there's more and more coming out every day. So yeah, so the app that we were using last year, that one's discontinued. So, are we to that point yet, Max, or where we get the QR code up, or am I skipping some steps?
No, you're good. I think
Okay.
we just had, if we want to hit on this, I think just kind of like you were saying, how we do it with others, just the conversations and such that can come from these videos, or even just, how you might do it in your area versus what was shown in the video, opportunities there that you can, start discussions on procedures, and also opportunities for, say, share knowledge and getting folks familiar and just using these in aid to better learn, something every day there. But to your point on the app there, for those of you who were on the old training one, go ahead and just delete that off your phone. And if you're able to catch the screen here, we've got, the Apple Store QR code over here, and then the Google Play, but you can download the new Improve app, and then from there, using your old email, you'll be able to just log in with a one-time password. So I'll go ahead and show you all what that looks like here, but give us a few minutes. There might be, say, the case where you might be trying to figure out what what email you used with that account. But feel free, maybe if you could go off the side and maybe hit Cassandra or one of them with your name, we can help let you know what your email was. I know sometimes when you use a personal one, it can be troubling to figure out, hey, which one did I have hooked up to this? But I'll just jump over and show you a screen here on what the login looks like for you to then use that one-time password.
Should we hold it up on the screen here a little longer to get your pictures, or there's still a lot of people getting their cameras up on the screen?
Yeah, perfect.
If anybody doesn't get it too, you can link up with me and we'll get you signed in after the fact too. Okay, yeah, or you can go to train.buildwit.com and download the app. So, I think we're good, Max.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I'll just share, once you download that app, what you'll see on the login here is this screen. It's basically, asking for username, password. What I would do here is, skip this area. Don't even worry about what your email or password was or is. Just go straight to this step, sign in with code with that email icon. And what that'll do is allow you, by just entering your email, to then get a one-time code sent to your device. And then you can go ahead and just log in. So I just sent the code to my email. I'll just look for that off to the side. If it's on my phone, I just pull that up, and copy and paste it. And from there, you're logged in. So kind of a nice mechanism to not have to say, remember, try and hunt down a password, but get you in the door here for your daily lessons and courses you can enroll in.
And then is that it? Then they're right in the CSI's account, or is there another step to get them linked into our
That's it. Yeah, I just say for anyone maybe who is troubled with getting in, yeah, give it Ryan there, and Ryan, we can kind of take a discussion offline there to help make sure everyone gets in. But that's really it. You'll be into the app from there.
Cool. Does anybody have any questions or anything you want to mention about how it worked last year, or any feedback from Max or anything at all? Here, let's get you the mic here, Troy.
There was a time, like at times it wouldn't let you, after you watched it, it would say you didn't complete it. And you would have multiple things on your screen saying you didn't complete them. You've already watched them 6 times over and over and over.
Yeah, I think that was a known issue on the old app, and I haven't really dove into this one more than maybe a dozen videos, but I haven't had that happen on the new app yet. So I think it's something that was known on the old app and got corrected on this app. Is that correct, Max?
Sorry, I didn't catch the question there.
On the old app, it would you'd watch a video and it would like kind of glitch out before it would check the video off as complete. So then it would stay in your queue of videos that I have to watch.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so we introduced kind of a change in how you complete a video there. So definitely had a lot of feedback where people would say, what the heck, we watched this video, and then you come in, it's overdue the next day. So in the new one, after you watch that video, there's a button that'll be marked as complete. So once you hit that, it'll actually give you credit there, but kind of another element to just, one, try and make, sure there's engagement in it and not just set to the side, but then also once you hit that button, it'll give you credit to avoid, say, that issue you mentioned of things going overdue when you in fact watch them.
Any other questions or feedbacks or comments on how it worked well or how it was a struggle or anything from last year?
How many videos are they loading up per year onto this?
So Max, there's a question. How many videos are you guys putting up per year for new videos, or what information can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we target around 300 videos a year with about 100 then from partners as well. So around 400 videos is kind of where we shoot to land here for new work contributed in the app there.
Okay. Are you guys retiring old videos, or will the database just keep growing? How does that work?
Yeah, it'll keep growing there. Eventually we'll get to a spot where we'll actually kind of go back through some of our original content, but the only videos we really have retired are ones kind of on the longer side of by longer, I mean just time. There's some, that we've restricted and tried to not allow that are over 10 minutes, so we've retired those in a sense. But apart from that, we're just, continuing to add to the overall library.
What else do we got? Max, what's the best way to suggest a new video if we want something covered or we think it would be a good idea for the industry and it's not in there?
Yeah, great question. We've actually got area on the site where you can recommend content there. I'm just going to pull up my screen here one moment. But I'll show you how to do that. Other option is you can always, you guys could always pull out the phone there and shoot it yourselves there if it's something y'all perform. We have seen, other organizations where maybe it's specific, operation or inspection, but they'll just kind of partner up and, try and shoot, call it something sub 5 minutes on the mobile device, and you can create your own course of lessons there. But for the sake of, hey, giving us recommendations as well, we always are interested in hearing, your feedback. There's an area on the site, if you click the top right-hand corner of the user icon, let's see here, you can go to suggest a feature, and this is kind of twofold. You can say either, hey, this is, a nice function of the product we'd like to see, or, hey, here's some content that we'd be interested in seeing as well. Additionally, if you click off to the side of this, you can kind of see what all we've done for, say, recent releases, and that's anything from, product development to then also new content in here. Like you can see in Q4, we dropped a bunch of lessons and videos and have all those kind of communicated out on this little portal. But again, that's just through that little user icon in the top right, suggest a feature. Would love to hear all this feedback, and then also if you're curious to see what's going on, you can click off and scan this area.
a way to do that on the mobile app?
Yep, same way there. So I'm
Okay.
just, sorry, this is the view in mobile. Where we go over, you've got that icon in the top right there. Just click that, suggest the feature, and it'll bring you to that other page there in your browser.
Any other questions? What else do you guys got? Nothing? All right. Do you have anything else to cover, Max?
No, that's it. Appreciate y'all's time. And Brian, I'll grab you here before day's end and just see if there's any folks who had challenges that we can help resolve there.
Cool. Yeah, if anybody has any more, if you have interest, get a hold of me if you didn't get it downloaded. And then as far as your crew, got people on your crew getting it, you know, they follow the same process there. So if you want to encourage them to get signed up for it. And then we have a number of licenses, but if we fill them, we'll buy more, so that won't be an issue. As long as people are using it, it's well worth the cost of it. So I appreciate you guys all taking the time to look at this.
Yeah, thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Max. So part of this can be kind of leadership development also. We're always looking for different ways to grow. Some of these videos will be good for you. Some of them might be review. Gary, I know you jumped on a bunch of them last year. What do you think of it?
Yeah. I don't know. I watched a lot of the leadership ones, and there was some even on suicide too, which, you know, you never know when that guy comes up to you, which is a way to look back and how they, you know, handled it was great for me, I guess.
So this is just different ways of growing and stuff like that, and probably help a lot of our young leaders that are coming up that we will need to move up into positions that we hold in the future. Next up, oh. Yeah, here you go, Ryan.
Yeah, I'll get some printed and then get them out tomorrow. That's a really good idea. And then, is this coming through? So there's a lot of things like those two videos that we watched probably all seems like common sense and stuff, but I know like people that come new into the industry, a new laborer or whoever, they might not even know what a mill is. So like if they're eager to learn, they can really devour a lot of content and learn a lot of stuff about our industry without you having to drive through and teach like that's mill, this is a silo, like they can. Yep. Yeah, 100%, yep. There's a lot of good content for that. And I mean, you can do it the extreme way that, like if we implemented this exactly how Build would want it, it would be that we would say, like every crew is going to have all the people on the crew watch one video a day, and then you'll do a toolbox talk every morning and discuss the video and call on a laborer to do it. Like that's the extreme. I guess I'm taking the approach of more like, if you guys see the value of the content, if I can't convince you that it's valuable, I don't want to like push it upon you, but if you see the value to train your crews with it, then I want you to know that it's there and you can use it. It's available to everybody. Everybody won't be automatically enrolled, but we have 100 licenses is what we're paying for now. Last year we filled up to like 70 of them, so we still had 30 to go. If we hit that 100, I'm sure nobody will have any problems with buying more. So, and then I can see too if they've logged in and they haven't used it for 6 months, we might ask those people to either use it or bump off. But the number of licenses won't be the problem. I'm confident in that. So we'll just get more, so. So on this new one, they have it more automated, where like I think they're using AI to basically assign based on different categories. So we basically put everybody into different categories, and then it'll self assign basically based on which category you're in. So I forget what all the categories are. I don't know, maybe Tiffany remembers. We had a meeting with them a few weeks ago. Gary, do you remember? Am I right on how that works, though? That's the way it seemed like. So, yep, same here. So.
I guess I use it too if I can't get through someone or do anything, shoveling or whatever. I set them down on the truck and say, this is how we do it now. Give an example of
Yep. Yep. So there was one drawback that I saw on this the Improve app is they have courses, and then they have within the course, like a course might be let's say it's how to, I'm trying to think of an example. A course is a more broad like topic, and then they'll have lessons, which is individual videos. And right now, the way it is, he said he was going to try to get it updated, but you can't just go look at a specific lesson within a course. You have to you have to watch the whole course and series. He said the reason is because they have a lot of things that build upon each other. But I explained to him the downfall, like what we use a lot for, like you're saying, like if you have, let's say you have an excavator operator, he's brand new in a borrow pit. There's videos in there on how to load off a bench. You know, you can watch 2-3 videos and it'll explain everything of how to load off a bench. And right now you'd have to watch the whole course, which might be like 10 videos, even though you want just 2 or 3 of them. So they're going to try to work on where you can mine directly into those videos like the last one had. So they kind of took that function away, which is not great for that aspect of it. Doing nothing active right now. I mean, we haven't said that we're not going to, but so.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks for all the good questions. There is no bad questions. Without further ado, we'll go with HR with Tiffany now.
I'm on. Am I on? Am I on? I am on.
And then just let me know if you want me to walk around with my...
Ooh, okay. All right, so, and the clicker, we have to be real deliberate, is that what's going on? Ooh, not even terribly deliberate, all right. So as we get started, I am gonna pass around a sign-in sheet. It's alphabetical by last name. There's a few new faces, so please put your name on the, I have blank spaces. That is to give you credit for listening to my spiel. Last year, I believe I was right in front of lunch, which Charlie remembers that pretty well. You were like, speed it up. Right? Stand between you and lunch. Okay, so as I reflected on what we have to cover every single year, knowing that we recently, within the last 8 weeks, went through sexual harassment and discrimination training, I didn't really want to emphasize and beat that dead horse again. I firmly believe that you all understand and have heard it said enough what our obligation is. And to piggyback off of what Jared talked about this morning, in that if we do the basics right every single day, really what I have to say about sexual harassment and discrimination becomes less necessary to drill and drill and drill, right? Because we're all going to do the basics right every single day. So high level, because you know that you have to set a zero tolerance in your workplace, and you have to lead by example, because we've already talked about the importance of that for safety. That applies to everything we do, right, as we lead others. I want to emphasize one thing before we jump into that really deep, and that is how you lead others is important, and your actions are important. So just like safety, if you're not willing to put on your vest, that's showing others that it's not important. If you're going to be willing to allow other employees to talk badly to one another, they're going to think that that is the policy. And that is not the policy, right? So I ask that you take another step in holding that line. Okay, so before we take a turn into something other than preventing harassment and discrimination, again, because we just spent time at our year-end wrap-up meeting discussing that, I'm going to talk about something that I think is just as useful and important to discuss. Before we get to that, we have Minnesota paid leave and the Minnesota rest and meal break law, which became effective January 1st of 26. How exciting. Thank you, Joey, for your enthusiasm. So this is another pain in the neck. It's not one of those things where any employer is jumping up and down for joy, but because it's the law, we now have to find ways to comply with the law. So in your packet or your folder, there is a stapled group of sheets about Minnesota paid leave. So we are not going to get into the nitty-gritty of it. What I want you to understand is that it is super complicated. Rachel will attest to this. Rachel is the one who is administering this anytime, and we have had a few claims so far this year. Anytime somebody is going to be out for a leave of absence, she's the one that's going to be shadowing it to make sure that it is happening smoothly. To this point, anybody that has had to go out for a medical leave out in the field, we haven't really babysat the process, and we need to do better at that for a lot of reasons. But now that we have Minnesota paid leave layered into that, it becomes even more complicated. Why? If somebody goes out and files a claim for getting benefit money, kind of like unemployment, and we're not aware of it, it's really hard for us to manage what that process looks like while they're out, and then how to get them back. That is where you come into play. So if you know you have an employee that is going to be out for a leave for whatever reason, you need to make sure that HR is looped in really fast. We'll take care of the nitty-gritty details, whether it's for them, if it's for a family member, if it's an exigency leave, for military service, any of those things. There is a lot of paperwork that goes with it. Even if that person isn't intending to apply for Minnesota paid leave, we still need to know about it so we make sure that when it's time for them to come back to work, that they are medically cleared to do so if in fact they're the ones that are going out because of a personal medical leave. They do have protection under the law to have their job back. So we're going to have to navigate that. Worst case scenario, and it is yet to be foreseen how this is going to play out. You've all probably heard rumors that somebody could be out up to 20 weeks in a year. That is true. 12 for them, 12 for them to use personally for themselves if they have some sort of medical condition going on. An additional 8 to care for somebody else. We're not sure how that's going to obviously play out. We're hoping that people don't game the system. We all have to really work together to navigate that, okay? There is medical certification that has to happen in order for them to be able to even receive benefits. So there are some things in place. It's not like they just get to call up and say, hey, I need to be off for 12 weeks. There has to be proof of what they need that for. So help us help you in that process, but it's going to get kind of sticky, okay? The minimum amount of time that somebody would need to be out for in order to file a claim for receiving benefit money is 7 days. So it's not a lot of time. But it can't be, I have a headache today and I just want to file for 1 day. Or I have the stomach flu, I'm going to be out for 3 days, right? It's meant for something that's chronic and not acute. Make sense? Not really. So just be aware of that. As soon as you know of something, Rachel needs to be notified right away. Okay? The Minnesota rest and meal break law. Has everybody heard of this by now? Anybody that has not heard about it yet? Couple people. Okay. So effective January 1st, 2026, the state of Minnesota decided that we needed to tighten up what the rest and meal break laws are, and in the state of Minnesota in particular. And that was to make sure that every 4 consecutive hours worked, somebody has at least 15 minutes at minimum to go use a restroom, which is paid. And then if they work 6 consecutive hours, they get a 30-minute unpaid meal break. Which in theory sounds wonderful if you work in a controlled environment inside of a building where you can have alarm, a buzzer go off and everybody breaks at the same time, and whenever you need to use the restroom, you can use the restroom, right? In a mobile work environment, in road construction, that is not, it's not ideal. And so there has been a lot of pushback from road construction companies, the industry, and the state of Minnesota hasn't budged. There are basically 0 exemptions to this. When you are working with your crews, our stance is we want it to be status quo. Right now, employees get to use the restroom when they need to use the restroom. If that is 20 miles down the road and that's as close as it is, well then that's just the way it has to be, right? Nobody's been denied, to my knowledge, the ability to go use the restroom. Nobody has also been denied the ability to eat a sandwich, right? Everybody is still being able to do the same things that they would have otherwise done. So we want to have status quo with that, which means that you're still going to get paid when the paver is down, within reason, right? Or the plant breaks down. To eat your sandwich, you're going to grease your truck, you're going to, whatever those things are. We don't want to impose that somebody takes 30 minutes of unpaid time, because ultimately, what does that mean at the end of the week? That's at least 2.5 hours of overtime that is cut into their paycheck, right? Nobody wants that. Now, if somebody needs to take a break and they need to be off the clock, we want them to work with their direct supervisor. But otherwise, our stance is status quo. We were already giving that all along. We don't want to penalize somebody and not pay them for that time. But if they need to take a break to handle a personal situation, then obviously I want you to work with them and accommodate that request. If it becomes habitual, you get to decide as their supervisor when and how that's going to work. I want you to work really closely with me if we have anybody who that tends to be more of an ongoing, regular thing, right? Again, nothing wrong with it, but if it's going to cut into their ability to be productive and it's going to take 2.5 hours off of at least, maybe 3, depending on your work week, that obviously is going to impact them financially. And I don't think a lot of, in road construction, a lot of people maybe stop to think about that until the end of the week happens. They're like, whoa, what? So that's ultimately what it comes down to. So every 4 hours, they have to be given at least a 15-minute break to use the restroom. And then here's what's interesting. Only once during a day, if you're working at least 6 hours, just once are you obligated as an employer to give a 30-minute unpaid meal break. You could have a 15-hour day, and the law just says, work 6 hours, then you have to have a 30-minute unpaid break, which is crazy to me, but that's how it's written. So it's not every 6. It's just one 30-minute break after 6 consecutive hours worked for unpaid time to eat a meal.
Is this something that the state can they go through?
So audit, I don't know that they would necessarily. What would happen is an employee would probably file a complaint with the Department of Labor and Industry, and then they would come in and then they would want to see our records, which is why we have a waiver form that many of you have probably heard about. Anybody, there's a few probably in the room that haven't heard about the waiver. Anybody not heard of the waiver, so I can just have an understanding of how many people we're talking about? Okay. So this waiver, essentially what it states is that you want things to go on as usual. You're going to use your restroom break when you're going to use your restroom break, and you're going to get paid to have a meal break. You're not requiring that you want to have an actual break. Now, somebody can change their mind at any point in time. We're not going to hold somebody hostage to whatever they elect. But the waiver is in place to help us if somebody were to say, I was never given an option to have a meal break. That's not going to prevent us necessarily from not having to do a lot of proving to the state. But again, what's unfortunate about this is that this law was not designed with a mobile workforce like we have. So everybody in construction across the state of Minnesota is like, how do you comply with something like this? How? You can't shut down an entire operation for 30 minutes. That's not going to work. So we're just going to roll with it. We're going to pivot and roll with it. Randy?
Does this affect anyone working out of state?
The question is, does it impact anybody working out of state? Technically, no. Our business as usual is going to be business as usual no matter where we are. It doesn't matter if you're working in North Dakota or Iowa or Montana or South Dakota. If you have to go use the restroom, guess what? You're going to get to go use the restroom. I don't think anybody, if there has been, you've taken care of somebody who has abused the restroom break situation, right? Or you know, they disappear because they went to, we talked about Hardee's earlier, I don't know how many Hardee's are still around, but, you know, they stopped at a gas station and they were gone for an hour and a half. I think you've taken care of that, if it's become an issue. So we just want it to be business as usual. But this law technically only contains or pertains to the state of Minnesota.
What does it look like if you have somebody on your crew that fills the waiver out in the manner that they want to have the new law apply to them?
So then I want the supervisor, the question was, how does this look if we have somebody who wants to exercise their right to take the breaks? The nut fairy, don't be shy. Oh, are you like honorary nut fairy? Got it. We want the supervisor to work with that employee on what works best for the production of the crew for them to take the break. So it's not the employee saying like, yep, at noon every day, this is what I'm gonna do. Because it might change every day based on what's happening, where you are, the weather, the subs, right? So that employee, you become responsible for dictating when that 30-minute break will happen.
And then you just do that, you don't, is there like documentation or anything?
What about this, did you mention like something about the 6 hours, right? It's a break after, like, once you hit 6 hours, it's a 30-minute break if they?
Yes. So yes, you work 6 hours, then you get a 30-minute unpaid meal break. I don't want you to become so stringent on like, oh shoot, we got to 6 hours, now we have to make sure that these 3 people who want the break get the break. We're gonna be flexible. If you have somebody who wants the right to exercise that time, you're gonna have to make sure then that their entry, their time entry, reflects that they had a 30-minute meal period that they have accounted for. Yeah.
I have a thought on this too. I think that we'll tie into these two thoughts, but I wanted to ask quickly, if the convenient lunchtime is 4 hours into the shift, that's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
So you don't have to wait 6 hours. It's not like that's got to be 6 hours in, you know, to the day.
But you can't wait 10.
No, correct.
It is, how long, is there a time, do they actually have a time? Because I would have said, yeah, you can wait 10 if that's the convenient time for it and it's.
I think that the law is written in a way that is fairly close to midday.
Right.
So it's really gray.
So because it's fairly close to midday, like, it's not out of line that some days it might be 10.
Yeah.
Okay? It just, we wouldn't do it at the end of the shift.
Right.
Like, okay, you punch out and now you get your lunch period. Okay, all right. But here's how I think practically this is gonna work. And so visualize the crew, and you've got a person who maybe misunderstood this and is like, doggone it, I'm gonna get my half-hour lunch, right? Well, what's gonna happen is when there's a half hour of downtime, naturally, or maybe it's more like there's 18 minutes of downtime, naturally, you're gonna ask that person, okay, Billy, punch out. The rest of Billy's crew is still on the clock. Billy, go sit in the ditch and punch out. Take your lunch. And now the 18 minutes of natural downtime is up. Billy can't come back to work yet. Billy's gotta wait 30 minutes in timeout. And so he's got 12 more minutes. Billy, did you get your full 30? Okay, punch back in, Billy. How long is Billy gonna do that? I'm thinking like 1 day. And then he's like, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna take my lunch and get paid for it like everybody else. I'm gonna just work around the schedule that's naturally there. So your responsibility is don't let Billy tell you when he has to take lunch. You find the natural downtime that you're waiting for trucks, or you know, there's a little delay here or there, maybe between 3 hours into the shift and 10 hours into the shift. You got a 6, 7 hour window. Oh my God, I did the 6, 7 thing. My daughter would totally have called me out on that. Oh, all right. So yeah, all right there, thanks Ashley. So you see that it's not gonna be a popular thing. Naturally, it's not, no one's gonna wanna do that. They're robbing themselves of a half hour of overtime by doing that. They're gonna do that like twice and they're gonna stop doing it, I think. Just nature will take its course. So does that description fit within the envelope of what the state requires?
Yes.
Do you think that's what's naturally gonna happen?
I have a question for you, Tiffany. I honor what Jared just said about sitting in the ditch. With that 30-minute unpaid, is there there a stipulation that that has to be no work related? You can't, no questions, no nothing, you go sit in your truck, I can't bug you for 30 minutes.
So the question is, does that person have to be completely relieved of work? And the answer is yes. That's how the law is written.
I don't think you can't ask him, I don't think it's true that you couldn't ask him a
You
question.
read the old one that was in place for a long time, you cannot bother them with work related for 30 minutes. It is written that way.
I don't think that's true. I think if you're like, hey Billy, like what time did that last part, we did that thing with the, whatchamacallit, while Billy's eating the sandwich, that's very reasonable. If Billy says to the Department of Labor, they asked me questions during my lunch break.
Yeah, one question, but
Right.
I mean parading with.
Right. We wouldn't want to, as an example, say, hey, can you take the paver truck while you're eating your sandwich? That would probably not be wise, right?
That's a really good point of distinction.
Yes. But if it's a quick question like you text them, right? I don't think we would be splitting hairs.
But their 30-minute lunch isn't in the pipe bowl sitting next to the pipe.
Correct.
It should be disconnected.
They should be disconnected.
While you're taking lunch, why don't you fill out this paperwork? That would be fine.
Yes. Yes, Cody.
So if they decide to take on an 8:30, and then wherever they sign the waivers, or don't sign the waivers, wherever the case is, and then, like Garrett said, they do it for 2 days, do they then got to sign the waiver, saying, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore? You know, like, you get what I mean?
Yes. So the question is, they don't sign the waiver, and then they want the break, but then they change their mind, and then they want to waive, but get paid for the break. Can they switch? Absolutely. You're not locked in. I think, to Jared's point, once employees figure out that this is going to impact them financially, they're going to be like, no. I just want to do things like the old-fashioned way. I'll eat my sandwich and be on the clock while they're fixing this, and life will be great. I really think that's how things are going to happen. The waiver is I elect or I decline. Yes, yes. So as of Wednesday, I can start pushing out this waiver to everybody because everybody should know, actually effective tomorrow, which it's probably already done, right, Joey? And right, Ryan? Like everybody should know that knows, unless you couldn't get a hold of them, right? I will start pushing out this waiver. So at that point, it's just tracking anybody who says, no, I want to exercise my right, then it's having the conversation with them to talk through like, okay, do you understand? And this is what this will look like. And then that supervisor will be notified so they can work with them. Those that have signed it so far who are working in the shop, when they have checked the box that says, no, I want to take my breaks, and then we tell them, okay, are you sure you meant that? And they're like, oh, no, I misunderstood. Nope, we're good. So it's just, I think it's confusing, number one, because it's legalese, the form. It's literally from a lawyer. And number two, because it just seems so ridiculous, people are choosing the one that says, I voluntarily elect, thinking like that's the one that makes the most sense, right? As opposed to, no, I don't want to. It's like reverse psychology.
I wouldn't hesitate to coach him on it, just talk through it with him. Like, well, if you do this, what you're saying is you're going to have to take half hour unpaid, and while the rest of us are eating our lunch and normal downtime, having a snack, you'll be off the clock. I mean, you're not going to want to do that. I would walk that line as close as I could get to it, frankly, and just tell you're not going to want to do that, Billy. Let me show you what that's going to look like. It's not good for you. For the company, we pay less. But then we got to deal with the nonsense of it all and work around it. I think that's going to not be good for us. But it's kind of a toss-up. Like the less overtime cost, you're going to schedule it when they're already down. That could optimize some pay. If you got really good at it, it might be better for the company if they all took their lunch break unpaid. But if I were in your shoes, I would just coach him. Billy, you don't want to do that. Let me explain why. You got the option to, but you don't want to do that. Let me tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
So the waiver goes out through Bamboo for people to elect or not elect on Wednesday?
I will try to start it on Wednesday, yes. Yes.
If people elect, like
that they want to have the law apply to them, then will we get like a list and then
Yes.
can we take that opportunity to talk?
Yes, yes. So the question,
If he has somebody on his crew that elects,
yes,
I want to do it, Randy can call them and say, hey, are you sure this is what you signed up for?
yes. So the question was, once the form goes out, will we get a list of people who have said, yeah, I want to take my break? Yes, supervisors, you will. So then you can go circle back with that employee and talk through like, okay, I just want to talk this through and what this means. That's exactly what Kurt and Jason have done to this point, and a few others. And that's been really helpful, because that's when people are like, oh shoot, no, I totally messed that up. Larry.
Only question I have is, like, is the MSHA inspector gonna ask these guys if they're getting their breaks now, being as state?
Totally different agency. I highly doubt it. I mean, unless they're in cahoots behind the scenes, which, I mean, that would be a long shot, but I would,
Nobody's gonna ask them. No.
yeah.
They would have to go file a complaint, like, they told me I couldn't take one. Plus, it's not on you to make sure they get it either. No. It's just, you're making it available.
You're making it available, correct.
You don't have to, like, okay, Billy, it's time for you to punch out, like, you don't have to do that. It's not, it's just be no burden on you guys.
Right.
At all, other than if it's like a critical spot and you gotta have someone fill in for them when they're off of it. But it also can be where you can tell them, I can't have you just choosing whenever it's convenient for you. It's gotta be when it's convenient for the team. So it's when there's natural downtime, then you can take it. Yeah, just let me know when you're off. I'll, figure that out. I don't think it's gonna be an issue for us. It's just more bureaucratic nonsense.
Dawson.
Yeah, if you elect, or to waive that, they can't bounce in between, like, say some guy, like, you forgot to run the gas station, now someone else run the gas station, but you waive it, right? Do that enforcement stay, like, on site?
So I want you to apply this as practically as possible. I'm not going to send out a form every other day when they choose and not choose. So I think part of it is, like, let them navigate this a little bit. And if it comes down to they have not planned well for their day, then yeah, it's like, okay, you're off the clock. You got 30 minutes, make it fast. But don't make this, this is like not the norm. To this point, that wouldn't have been acceptable, right? Like, you come to work prepared. Prepared means you got your stuff. Your stuff is your food, your water, et cetera, right? I really don't think that people are going to game it that hard. I really don't. They're going to find out real fast that it's super inconvenient and it's costly. Yeah. Dave.
I talked to pretty much my whole crew of drivers and everybody. None of them want to go up about 3 hours essentially at the end of the week.
Yeah.
Doesn't really seem necessary.
Right. So Dave was just saying that he's talked with most of his crew, and none of them, they're all on the same page of like, well, that's just kind of silly. Like, I just want to do what we've always done. I don't want my pocketbook to hurt 3 hours less of overtime in a week. Again, I think that's going to be the majority of what we have. And if not, like, you just let me know.
If you look at all the people in our organization, let's say we have 500 this year, you're going to have maybe 1%. 1% of 500 is 5 people that we're going to have to deal with. This ain't going to be an issue, I don't think. Because even the ones that did sign the waiver wrongly, Jaden, not picking on you, the guy that does not want to give up overtime, it was a complete mistake. So we just, like everybody said, coach through it and let's get our guys paid. You know what I mean?
Okay, any other questions on this?
Imagine this will be brought up tomorrow, so most of the employees hear it before they see the form?
Yes, thank you, Nate. I will discuss this tomorrow. Most employees have also already heard about it when the wage review happened. So, unless somebody wasn't available when they were called, I would say 95% of the employees already know about this. But yes, I will be briefly discussing it tomorrow as well. All right, any other questions? Yes?
With the paid leave,
someone habitually abusing it, do you want to know about it? For example, you're bedridden and you can't move because you're in pain. But then all of a sudden you see in Facebook, they're all wakeboarding on the hump.
Well, yeah, I mean, for sure. Those things yes.
You want us to look?
No, I don't want, you do what you would normally do. I don't Facebook stalk people. I don't expect anybody to do that. But if you hear through the grapevine that something is going on with somebody who is out on leave, but all of a sudden they're out in Montana snowmobiling or something that just doesn't make sense, well, yes, of course, let us know because, I mean, fraud is fraud, right? And we gotta look into it. Absolutely. Don't go out of your way to investigate, but you guys, I think you have your ear on the ground pretty well to, keep a pulse on those things.
This isn't like this process isn't a snap of the fingers and it's done deal anyway. It takes time to go.
It does.
It's not like you can just say, I'm taking leave.
Right, so.
The state has to approve it first.
Yes. So thank you for that. Really quick, going back to the Minnesota paid leave piece. We do not have the state plan. We did not choose to go with the state insured plan. We went with UHC, who also is our medical and dental provider, medical, dental, vision provider, okay? So the claim process isn't, kind of like unemployment, when you apply, it takes time. There's like a 7-10 day turnaround time because this is so new, they're actually backlogged already. So there's still paperwork that has to happen. What we want is for you to tell us as soon as you hear about something. So if you know that somebody has to be out because of childbirth, because of a surgery that's upcoming, as soon as you hear about that, let us know. Sometimes it's emergent, right? Like appendicitis, right? Car accident, those types of things. That's different. And we'll work through those things. But as soon as, I'm hoping that a lot of you have some lead time on some of this because your employees feel an obligation to, out of courtesy, to let you know, like, this big thing is going to be coming up. Alicia?
Regardless of what state you're working in?
No, this specifically applies to just the state of Minnesota.
So what if you, like, they say something and they're working in North Dakota, but maybe at that time the plant will be moved back to Minnesota, like, do we still need to notify you?
Yes, please notify us, yes. Whether or not they actually get the paid leave benefit is yet to be determined because it's based on the 50% rule. Sam?
How does it affect ESST? Like, is ESST out the window now?
No. The question was, how does this impact ESST? ESST is still in place. That's still happening. Nothing has changed there. So if somebody out on leave wants to supplement their time with ESST, they sure can. But they don't have to. It's optional. So they're still earning ESST time. That's a really good question. Dallas?
And this is still separate from like work injury related, like a work comp?
Correct. Yes. Still separate from work comp related leave of absence because that, if they're out more than 3 days or 5 depending on the state, then they would have a paid benefit through work comp insurance. So this is something happened to them on their personal time. Yes. Really good questions. I'll be around most of the day. I have to run back to the office for a little bit. But if you have more questions, please fire away between me and Rachel. She's more of the expert on the nitty-gritties of this. But we'll help you through anything. Kay, you had a question earlier. Did you think of it? Good comment. I agree. Rachel? Yes, thank you. Switching gears before we move on to the other topic, because I want to keep you on task. Am I on here till noon or till what time? 12:15. Oh, I can slow it down. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yay. I'm going to pretend that didn't hurt, just a little. So tomorrow at our annual safety meeting, we've kind of switched things up a little bit where we have added our annual health assessments to the day tomorrow. So same process as before. It actually would always take place in November, but we thought, gosh, maybe we can get more people if we focus it on the same day, right? And actually even less people have signed up. So we really would like, if you want to participate, it's $50, Rachel? It's a $50 credit within the UHC app, which you actually can get cash for, and it takes like 10 minutes. But you have to sign up. If you want to sign up, let Rachel know. She'll help you. She'll give you the quick instructions, or better yet, if you go to Bamboo, and hopefully all of you have been looking at your Bamboo messages all winter long, she does have a link in there too. Really simple to do. Okay? Anything else, Rach?
It's just for those with health insurance.
Yes, sorry. I just assume. It's for those who are on CSI's health insurance plan. If you're not on our health insurance plan, that wouldn't pertain to you. Finger prick, not venipuncture. Some people would steer clear of it if it was venipuncture. So, okay. All right. So, moving on. So, after contemplating what this last season brought in terms of challenges with people, and I think I've mentioned this before, Joey will call usually me or Ashley and he'll say, hey, do you have time to people? And just so you know, that never really means wonderful things. When he says it's time to people, that means something's happened, right? And we got to figure something out. So, after thinking about all the peopling that we did this past season, there were a few workplace investigations that we had to do. And so I thought, you know what? In a perfect world, if you all did the basics right every single day, and you did everything you could to make sure that people were being held accountable, that they were working safely, that they were working respectfully, there still is a people element that you can't control everything that they're going to do and say, and so an investigation is probably still going to happen in some form or fashion. So what warrants an investigation? Give me across the board. What would warrant, what triggers an investigation? Accidents. Very good. What else? Sexual harassment. Equipment damage. What else? Claim. An accusation. There's lots of different types of investigations. They don't all have to be scary, but there's lots of investigations that oftentimes have to happen, and the speed and the depth of which are all triggered by what has occurred, right? So why do investigations matter? Investigations matter because we want to protect those that we can throughout the process. So people can be accused of doing something falsely, right? It's happened. We want to offer protection, which means we have to dig into what took place. It reduces risk, and it builds trust. We're not going to just assume that if somebody has come forth and accused somebody of doing something wrong, that what they're telling us is factual. You have to dig into it. Parenting and managing people are very similar. If you have one child comes to you and says that, you know, their brother or sister did something, are you going to automatically assume that that actually happened? Probably not. What I find interesting is the complaint itself is one issue. How an investigation is handled is probably the bigger issue. Because if you don't take it seriously and you don't do something about it, it's worse than usually what triggered the need for an investigation. So I'm going to pause for just a second, and I'm going to put Jacob and Randy on the spot for just a minute. High level, they dealt with something this past fall? It was like October, right? And they handled something very beautifully, and I couldn't be the primary investigator because of some other things going on. But I guided them the best I could through something. Were you in Montana? Yeah. So I mean, that's our reality, right? Like I can't physically be usually where you guys are. And they reached out to me and they said, okay, this is what's going on. And this is what I think we need to do. What do you think? And we bounced ideas off of each other, right? I asked questions, you gave updates, but it means legwork, right? And a few of you have been in that predicament before. What stinks is that it is not what you planned on for the day, and it takes extra time. But I think we got to a place where the situation was diffused, everybody was set straight, expectations were very clearly defined, and hopefully we don't have to circle back to something like that again, especially for the individuals that were involved, right?
Did hit home on the trust portion too. The investigation definitely led to trust with all sides of the employees.
So Jacob commented that it really helped to reinforce trust based on how the investigation rolled out. That it's important, it is necessary to get to the bottom of what happened, and then to show zero tolerance and reinforce that we expect a respectful work environment. I agree. And I would mention that you guys, because you stayed calm and you were very, this is the way it is, that nothing got out of control. Nobody escalated it to tempers flaring and people being super upset, right? Had to peel back the layers a little bit, clean it up, and then everybody seemed to be okay, right? So you guys did a great job, but it takes stepping out of it, and you called me right away, which was fantastic. Okay, how do we approach this? And it was a case of high level. It was a case of some inappropriate comments made between the opposite sex. So those are things that we can't allow, number one, and when we do hear about it, we do something about it right away. So all in all, start to finish, it probably took a couple of hours out of your day, plus documenting. So we're going to get into that. So when to act. You receive a complaint somehow, some way, via grapevine, you observe something, you have come into contact with information that you know, okay, now I need to do something about this. And hopefully your first reaction isn't like, seriously, could one more thing go wrong today? I get it. I totally get it, right? Because you don't plan for those things, but they're going to happen because we have people, right? We have to do something. You can't ignore it. You have an obligation. So your role, make sure that you're responding promptly and you're taking it seriously. We're never going to promise an outcome because we don't know what we're going to uncover. We want to make sure that we are treating this as confidentially as possible. That doesn't mean that others aren't going to be brought in. It's going to be need to know only. Our expectation of all of you is that you're only discussing it with your supervisor, a member of VP and HR, that's it. We don't want you discussing it with each other even, right? Because we have to preserve information. Now, I think after something is done, based on the fact that I've shared with you that Randy and Jacob handled something really well, you can lean on them like, hey, do you have any, what's the secret sauce to getting through something like that? They would be a good resource for that. But ultimately, I'm the one that will help you go through the motions of when it actually happens. But these two in particular, and there's others in the room too that I've worked with when something gets sticky, but these two in particular because it's most recent, I want to point out that you guys did exactly, it was textbook. It was perfect. Which is really hard when you're like 800 miles away, right? And all we're doing is phone calls and text messages and emails. Yeah. Don't put yourself in a position of acting as though you're the judge or the jury, and you're not going to advocate for either side, which can be really hard because if your star employee has been accused of something, what is your reaction going to be? It very well could be, but they're like the best, and I need them. Even the best can do and say things that are not appropriate. So that can't be a reason for making an assumption like, Billy would never say something like that. Billy would never do something like that. And of course, if it's a super serious issue, much like Jacob and Randy did, was to get me involved right away. All right, so the core principles. You want to be prompt. We're going to be fair and objective. Thorough. Thorough is the worst part of this whole thing because it is, you learn one piece of information and then all of a sudden you have to go down this rabbit hole of asking a whole host of other questions, right? You don't know how long it's going to take. We're going to treat this as confidentially as possible. We're going to document the heck out of it. And we're going to apply this consistently throughout. So if they have something similar this coming season, they can pull this out of the been there, done that category, and I'm going to duplicate it again. You're still going to call me, but you've already exercised that muscle a little bit to know, okay, I'm going to run the same play. I'm not going to go step by step through all of this, but this is exactly what we did. Take the complaint from the complainant and get all that information. They're going to tell you information about, well, it was this person involved and that person involved and it was over here and then that person overheard it and all these things, right? You're sorting through what matters and what doesn't matter as you're taking all this in. That's when you're actually starting to investigate. We have to talk to witnesses or other people that may have some sort of knowledge. Again, we're not going to involve somebody who does not have direct knowledge of what happened. I don't want any hearsay information. That is not helpful to anybody. Once we gather all that, we're going to review it. That's when it really becomes important to decide how do we move forward with what has happened. Is it egregious enough where somebody maybe has to be terminated? Suspension. We've done more of that lately to hold people accountable. And I think that is going to continue to be the trend, to hold people accountable in ways that we feel are fitting for the crime, right? If there really is something that happened. And then how we wrap this all together, and you guys did this great, was to, you talk to the person that complained. This is what has happened. This is what we're going to ensure doesn't happen again. And then actions speak louder than words. Checking in with that person, making sure that they feel comfortable, making sure that nothing else has happened, The documenting. Can you guys give just a brief overview of how you felt about the documentation piece?
Just going through the process, I mean, you get just going through the process itself, you get the documentation throughout it, so it wasn't really that bad.
I agree.
And then all parties were thoroughly doing paperwork the whole time, and at the end it was easy just to look back and kind of type up a brief narrative at the end is the only thing, but it wasn't bad.
It may be, so what Jacob said was it wasn't bad. Because you have people that have, you know, the complainant, they're gonna write out their side of what happened, right? And then the person that's being accused, they're gonna write down what their response is to what's happened, what they're being accused of. You take all that together, and they provided to me kind of an overall narrative of what happened, who was involved, who was talked to. And then we got Ryan involved. Ryan knew what was happening. So the burden does not lie on you to figure out what happens next. You're going to be part of the process. But if I can't physically be there, and sometimes I can. There was an instance where we had somebody who, gosh, I'm trying to think if it was, I think we had, the one I had to go on site for was somebody who became physically violent, and I had to interview a whole host of people, and I'm trying to think of where exactly I had to go. I want to say it was like down by Marshall. If it's within reason, I will go on site. I mean, that wasn't reasonable for me to go all the way out to Montana. But I will do what I can from the office. But the burden does not lie on you to figure out, okay, well, what do we do next? That's going to be a group decision. So it's writing down, you know, the who, what, where, when, why, and how. All those pieces. I have gotten it on napkins, notebook paper, text message, all those things. It does not matter. It does not have to be a formal form. I can give you formal forms, but they're not usually easy to find when you need them, right? So good questions to ask. Open-ended. Tell me about. Try to avoid closed-ended yes or no questions. That makes it a really hard interview if it's always just yes or no, yes or no. When, who, how, tell me more. Don't ask leading questions. So you're saying he was really angry? It's really easy to do that, right, in the moment. Don't be judgmental, especially if it is your star employee. Don't use an argumentative tone. It's easy to want to offer protection. Again, your job is to remain neutral. And we don't want to promise protection because we don't know what the outcome is going to be. So closing the loop. So HR and leadership will figure out what is the best punishment for the crime. The complainant, we're going to follow up with them and let them know that the issue has been addressed. We have no obligation to tell them how it was addressed or what the outcome was, other than we appreciate that they came forward. We're going to make sure that we work hard not to have that repeated. You're going to have to continue to monitor your workplace for inappropriate behaviors, which I hope you guys are already doing, right? So if you hear somebody make an inappropriate joke, pull them aside. Listen, that's not okay. Why are you doing that? Don't Minnesota nice chuckle to kind of like, and move on, right? That's not going to help. That's reinforcing the bad behavior. Call them out on it. And then document your follow-up. Documentation If it is, and I want you to use your own discernment, I want you to use bamboo to the best of your ability. If you don't think that it's bamboo worthy, reach out to me and we're going to talk about what other documentation methods are appropriate, which is exactly what Jacob and Randy did. They emailed it to me. I didn't want that in particular in bamboo. Here's why. Road crew employees, all supervisors can see that information, so that has to remain confidential, right? So as supervisors, you have the ability to see all road crew employees that are non-supervisors. I don't know if you know that, in terms of their supervisor notes. We want to keep that confidential, so things like that would come to me. But attendance, attitude, non-investigatory type things can go in there. Because that's helpful for other supervisors. But this, I don't want this to specifically be in bamboo at that level. That would come directly to me, and then I have a place that I preserve it at. So my last point is retaliation. So retaliation really involves you as a supervisor, or I should say in general, supervisors that take negative action against somebody for reporting an issue, making a claim, engaging in some sort of protected activity, and we can't do that. That's against the law. Employees are protected to bring forth a claim, bring forth concerns, and we have to treat them in an appropriate way to protect them. So if they were to bring something forward, we can't demote them, we can't deduct their pay for simply reporting a concern that they have, no matter what the concern is. I've talked about this before. We have to be careful about coincidental things where maybe somebody is already having performance-related issues and then they bring up a claim, right? Maybe we were in the works of, do we need to demote this person because they're not performing well, and all of a sudden they file a claim of some sort. We should already have documentation to support why we would have been looking at making a change, right? That doesn't mean we can't demote them, but we have to just be careful and think that through before it actually happens. I am 16 minutes ahead of schedule. Any questions for me? Shane?
Can I just say something? Don't shake your head, Charlotte. I saw that. One thing that I haven't mentioned in anything before, we have a motor vehicle accident on or near our traffic control areas. When I get to certain points in the investigation, we get a lot of questions on how our traffic control is set up, who is set up correctly. So if you have that issue, what works really well is to take a video of the whole site. From our very first sign of road control, road construction ahead, or anything like that, flagger ahead, sign, start there, videotape the whole thing. That way we can show that our stuff was correct and the people that were in the accident are misrepresenting things. So,
I had the county guy do it too, when we did have an accident, I can go through and take pictures of everything before we cover your ass and my ass.
yeah, sort of good.
Delegating at least and coming to them.
I think that brings up a really, valid point about any type of an investigation that you're doing. Use your resources. Camera, video, written documentation, right? Think through all of those things to help you with whatever kind of investigation that you're facing. and then make sure that the appropriate person gets what they need to preserve that. That's the other piece. When it comes to harassment and discrimination, I do want to point out that during an investigation, we have to preserve evidence. That means text messages, emails, voicemails, all those things should be preserved. Please do not destroy those things. If at some point we were summoned or subpoenaed, we might have to produce. So please do not destroy that type of evidence. And that goes to the safety side too. We shouldn't be destroying any of that. Okay.
Any other questions for Tiffany? Thank you, Tiffany. Give her a round of applause, please. One more thing before we go to lunch. Just a reminder, there's some new people in the room. If you don't know them, go up and talk to them so they feel part of our family. The other thing I was going to bring up, Ella has some Speedway cards in the back. I'm going to name off some names. If your name is called off, go see Ella and she'll give you your new fuel card. Start with Paul Abrahamson, Nate Barrett, Ruben, Tracy Casper, Gabe, Gary Holhouse, Justin Kirkhoff, Randy Lorick, Charlie, Nathan Smith, Matt Swarsky, Cy Swarsky, Josh Vendel, and Chris Westerberg. And then we can go upstairs and have lunch. And then just a reminder, we have a speaker coming in at 1 o'clock. So let's make sure we're back down here at 1, please.
All right, looks like most of everybody's in here. All right, so Tiffany was going to do this introduction, but she ran to the office. She's printing out more of these books for us. We didn't quite have enough. We had a good showing, so that's a good sign. So she's going to get some more of those. I don't think we're going to use them all right away, so we should be good. By the time she gets back, everybody should have one. Otherwise, cheat off your neighbor. Tiffany and I, about a month ago, 2 months ago, something along those lines, were part of a mental health first responder course. So Tiffany and I are certified mental health first responders. That's the title, right? Mental health first aid. So Erica's going to cover some of that stuff. She's with MMA, and she's been doing this for a while, and she's pretty good at it. I was there. So it's going to help us a lot with a lot of our crew members that come up with some issues. Of course, we have a wide range of types of people and how they respond to different situations. So I think a lot of this will be really good. So you're up.
I don't know. Can you hear me okay? Perfect. As Shane mentioned, I'm sorry, we did not print off enough of these, but it sounded like in your folders you might have a blank sheet of paper somewhere for some of the activities before Tiffany gets back. We can use that. It's really a nice reference tool for you, and I know that we're also going to provide it electronically too. So however you like to kind of follow along, to each their own and how you like to do that. But thank you for introducing Shane. As it was shared, my name is Erica Wichorik. I'm a health management consultant and a certified mental health first aid instructor. I've been working at MMA for the last 8 years and have been a mental health first aid instructor for almost 7 years. And I kind of want us to level set before we get into this content. As you know, it might feel like as we think about mental health and learning to support each other or learning to support ourselves, it feels like one more thing we have to do, right? I'm sure we can all relate to feeling like we wear many hats and have to know lots of different information. But we are likely already having maybe some of these discussions, and maybe we don't feel as well equipped, or maybe we're looking for more language or words to say when we notice something, or when people do approach us with things that are going on. So I want us to kind of shift our mindset to, I may be already having these conversations, but I hope after today, I feel like I can better handle them. And I get as much out of every session I facilitate as much as hopefully you can receive from me. So I really encourage you to ask questions, to participate in conversations at your table groups. It is kind of what you make it. And so I hope to provide you with some opportunities to do so. You know, when we think about supporting one another and how we show up in our lives, whether that's at work, in our communities, religious groups, friendships, family, it looks a little bit different for each one of us. So we are talking about some general skills, but I want us to keep in mind, if we've had conversations, if we've been connecting with people, I want you to think about that person that maybe has been on your mind lately and kind of apply that through some of this content. But to give us a little bit of an idea of what we're covering, we will kick off with some small group discussions at your table groups. A lot of what I'll display here on the slides will be also what you might see in that workbook that you have in front of you. We will talk about some statistics, and I promise not to bore you with a ton of numbers, but it is important to know and understand what's kind of going on. We will go through an activity. We'll talk about tools and resources. We'll actually apply some of our learning and walk through a scenario, again, at your table groups and how you could support somebody. And then we'll talk about resources, company resources, community resources for us to just have general knowledge of. And we will take a break. So if you see in the schedule it was 2 hours, no, we will take a 10-minute break. If you need to stand up, please feel free to do whatever you need to feel comfortable. But did anyone see the pre-work that was sent out beforehand? Look at some? Okay, yep. I saw some hand raises. It's okay if you didn't get the chance to view it. I highly encourage you to view it if you have the time, though, even outside of this. It is very eye-opening to see, you know, within our roles and being supervisors and leaders, why does mental health have a place within this role that you have? So really what I want us to do is I'll give us about 5 minutes to talk in some table groups about the two following things here on the slide. First one, how can you play a role in creating a supportive mental health culture at work? So what are some things you can do, maybe things you're already doing? And then if you did have the chance to view those two videos and read a little bit of that pre-work, what was something that you had as a takeaway after looking at that? And I will ask if each table group could identify someone to kind of speak on behalf of your team. I'll ask for a couple tables to share. I won't ask everybody to share, but I'd love to hear some thoughts afterwards. Any questions? All right, we're eager to talk. Go for it. Get a timer. All right, about 1 more minute. All right, everybody. I hate to cut any conversation short, but I would love to hear from a few groups. I'll say maybe about 3, if possible. If anybody wants to volunteer. I don't want to volunteer. You go first? Okay, great. I'm going to make sure this is on so everyone can hear you. Should maybe check it first.
Test.
Justin, you got it.
Sound good? Well, I'll just rattle it off quick. For question number 1, kind of our biggest discussion points were ask people how they're doing on the job site. We see them, every day, so usually we have the best feeling of when something's up. Don't be afraid to ask them. But then to follow up with asking them, it's almost more important to listen after you ask them. Let them get to say their piece. We also added educate, toolbox talks might be a good health just to touch on some of these issues. And then the question number 2, some of our takeaways from the videos, a lot of it related to breaking down the stigma, especially in our industry. We're all hardworking guys and no one has these feelings to talk about, but it's not true. And then another big takeaway from the pre-course work was how many, I can't remember the exact dollar amounts, but how much money companies lose per year based on issues related to mental health.
Yeah, it's really enlightening. Thank you for sharing for your team. Yeah, a lot of that around stigma, and we'll talk about our role within that, but how important it is. And we're actually going to watch a video, and I love that you shared the question, how are you? Because what do we expect to hear back when we say, hey, how are you? Good. Yeah, it's almost like we have it down. Like, good, okay, how are you? Good. We almost don't even think about it. So I don't want to give away the video. It'll speak to that, but I think that's really important to bring up. All right, 2 more groups. Awesome. Yeah, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Let's see, this is all about what they told me, right? So, open door policy, communication, good communication. And then one thing that was mentioned is easy to screw up and joke around with people and have people take things the wrong way. Another one was be supportive to people. And then mine was, it seems like there's a pile of us that have been talked to many, many times about anger, or have had to take classes because of it. So my advice is just don't be afraid to take your 5 or 10 minute drive. I mean, those that know me know that if I drive away for 5 or 10 minutes, there's a reason for it. It's just to calm down and refocus your attention.
Yeah. It takes a lot of self-awareness to do that too.
See,
Yeah. Look at you. Yeah. I think that's really important though that you bring up anger. What's really interesting, when we think about the relationship between fear and aggression, they're very closely related. So what you might find in some people is that when we feel fearful, it does not mean that the thing that you're afraid of, like spiders or heights or whatever that is, but fear of different emotions you've never felt before. experiencing grief for the first time, experiencing sadness and not sure what to do with it. So sometimes what can happen is when we're confused and kind of full of fear, anger might be the first response to that. And we can typically see that sometimes more in males, but that still happens with women as well. So I think that's important to reference, right, and have that relationship. So thank you for sharing that. All right, one more group. Awesome. Thank you.
So playing a role to create a supportive mental health culture would be like get to know your guys a little bit more, talk to everybody. There's a lot of guys that you see they're kind of off in the corner, they're real new, and you kind of get your groups where, hey, we'll all stand in this corner, we won't really talk to that guy. Get to know everybody, whether they're a brand new guy straight out of the school or they've had 30 years experience and you know how to feel about them, just kind of get to know them. The pre-course info, that was kind of the same thing. There's a big stigma with guys in mental health, and just toughen up, keep going, but there are people that we can talk to, especially if it gets real serious, where find someone to talk to, even if it's your buddy or whatever, be like, hey, we got a situation, you know, family, whatever, just kind of pick them up as much as you can, because they're there to help you too.
Absolutely, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we all have really a similar message, and just understanding people, getting to know them, paying attention, listening, right? And then that stigma piece from those videos. Now, I know we already had a hard time getting 3, but I don't want to leave anybody out if someone else had something they wanted to share from other tables. Okay. So thank you for being willing to share, and I hope that we all enjoyed just having discussion about this, because I do think it's really important, and just understanding a little bit more about this. We are going to get into some more of the facts around mental health. But first, I want us to just understand, what does mental health mean? Because I think there's a lot of confusion. There's a difference between the terms mental health and then living with a mental health disorder or a diagnosis, like anxiety or depression, bipolar disorder, right? It's just some few examples. But we all have mental health, just like how we all have physical health. So for example, it kind of lives on this continuum. For physical health, you know, if you look at this even mental health continuum, it'd be, hey, on one end, we have optimal physical health. Yeah, maybe we get a cold here and there. We deal with kind of the day-to-day sicknesses, seasonal things, ranging to all the way being diagnosed with a physical health condition, maybe a more chronic condition. The same goes for mental health. We all have mental health. We could be at a point in our life where we're experiencing optimal mental health. We don't live with a diagnosis, and we're able to kind of cope through the things that happen day to day. Now, why do you think I didn't say optimal mental health means I'm happy all the time? That's not realistic. Yeah, but do we strive for that? I think a lot of us do. That when we're sad, we just want to be happy. When we're full of grief, we just want to be happy. We want to push it away. But when we push how we feel away, it actually is really harmful to us. And I want to give us a visual example. Anyone who's comfortable closing their eyes, please feel free to do so. If you don't want to, that's totally fine. But I learned this in counseling, and I think it's a great reminder for anyone who might be more of a visual learner. So I want you to imagine this. There is a big, giant beach ball floating on a body of water. And whatever emotion you don't want to deal with, it lives inside that beach ball. Maybe it's anger, maybe it's fear, maybe it's sadness. Whatever it is, it lives in this beach ball. And you just want it to go away. So you take that beach ball and you try pushing it underneath the surface of the water. You hold it down there for a little bit. But what happens when we let go is it's going to come right back up to the surface, and we're going to have to deal with it again. Maybe we try holding it down there again, right? Maybe for a little bit longer this time. But the more force we're putting down, the more force is coming back up. It's going to pop outside the water, and we're going to have to realize this isn't working. Just pushing this away is not helping me. So you got to take that beach ball, swim with it to the shoreline, try to figure out, how do I let the air outside of this beach ball so I can fold it up and pack it away, and then I can figure out how I can use it again. So you can open up your eyes if you had them closed. This is an example of what happens when we don't find a way to help us deal with all of the emotions we have in life. Having optimal mental health does not mean we're happy all the time. It means that we know who to go to when we're sad or angry, a resource to use when we're feeling a type of way. And we're just finding those ways to help ourselves through that. And even if we look at the other parts of dealing with, having no mental health challenges, experiencing poor mental health, think of us almost like a little Monopoly game piece, right? Living on this continuum. We can move on it throughout our entire lives, right? We can experience optimal mental health, but then we can maybe experience poor mental health, maybe even live with a diagnosis, a severe mental health condition. But there is always hope for recovery, and this is not the fluffy stuff. This is true and how we support each other in understanding that we can all live fulfilling lives, whether we have a diagnosis or if we do not. Support just looks different. How we access help could look different. But I think it's just really important for us to understand really what the true definition of mental health is. Now, in your workbooks, you have an area, and if you do have a member of your team who is without a workbook, I want you to kind of do this together. On page 3, it says mental health by the numbers, and there are 4 different questions. So you see some different statistics I'd like for you to take the time to fill in. So again, if you don't have a workbook, maybe kind of view it with the person next to you. And I want you to take some time to kind of answer what you think the correct answers are for each one of those. You can feel free to talk at your tables too. I want to make sure. Yeah.
I guarantee you too.
I'll give you, 1 more minute. All right, it's starting to quiet down, so I think we're going to go ahead and look at this. So for that first one, blank in 5 employees are living with a mental health disorder. What did we put down? B? 2 in 5? Is that the consensus of the group? Okay. We're going to go through each of these, and then I'm going to display them. What about the next one? Percentage of adults living with mental health disorders receiving no treatment in 2023. D? B? Okay, you got a little bit mixed response of 45 or 65. What about the next one? Blank in 5 adolescents in the US report having symptoms of anxiety and depression. C? Seems like a consensus of the group. Last one. Blank years is the average delay between symptom onset and then treatment for mental health challenges. C? B? Okay. Yeah, we kind of have a mixed bag. Let's take a look at what all of these are here. First one, 1 in 5 employees are living with a mental health disorder. Let's talk about this, okay? This is the most commonly utilized statistic. Oh, sorry, what? Oh, I thought there was a question. This statistic is pre-pandemic, and even when the work was done to receive this information, we are missing groups of people. We are missing anyone who is non-English speaking and anyone who's in a corrections facility. That's already a gap. Let's think about stigma. This was collected via a household pulse survey. It was a choice to respond. Do you think everybody was honest about this? No. Already there's a gap. So those who put 2 and 5, which I think was the majority of the group, that is likely kind of where we're at. We're seeing some research being done. There's nothing as concrete as this study that was done. You can go on the National Alliance of Mental Illnesses website, American Psychological Association, Mental Health America, you'll see the same number. But I'm hoping we'll get more accurate information here soon. Next one, 55% of adults living with a mental illness received no treatment in 2023. Why do we think that might be? Sorry? Stigma? Sorry? COVID? Yeah, there's definitely a delay, right? Their research does show that a lot of people didn't go into the doctor, so there's kind of delayed treatment for physical health conditions, but mental health screenings are being done there as well, so we might be seeing a gap in that. Stigma, cost, awareness that maybe professional help could help them. Think about any habit you have day to day and how you even have your thoughts and what you do. It's kind of mindless sometimes, the things that we do, the choices that we make. It can be difficult for someone to even realize that, oh, this is something that could help me, or I didn't realize how I was interacting day to day. The next one, 1 in 5 again, adolescents in the US report having symptoms of anxiety and depression. Again, starting to see more and more research coming out. And again, these are just symptoms, so that's not a diagnosis. Those are individuals reporting that they feel like they have some of the symptoms of anxiety or depression. And then the last one, 11 years is the average delay between symptom onset and treatment for mental health challenges. And it's kind of going back to that other statistic we saw earlier. Stigma, awareness that it could help you, cost, right? Even transportation. We have to think about all of the things. It's not as simple as why don't you just get help? It can take people, again, on average, 11 years. And I'll tell all of you, I think it's important I'm vulnerable in every class I facilitate. A couple of years ago, I was having a really hard time. There was no event that happened or anything I was experiencing in my life, but I knew something was up. I have been teaching this class for almost 7 years. I have conversations with leadership and teams, and we talk about this. But honestly, when I was going through it, I did not want to call and use the resource like our employee assistance program to get help. I had to verbally tell my husband, I think I need you to physically sit next to me so that I can make this phone call. Sometimes having that accountability with someone else is what's really helpful. But again, I think that took me a few months until I finally was like, okay, I can do this. But it's hard. You want to hang up the phone as soon as they're starting to ask you questions because they do a suicide screening. They ask you about what you're experiencing. It's really easy to just hang up the phone. But I got connected with a counselor who I actually now, to this day, still see because it's part of my self-care, how I kind of maintain my mental health. I don't live with a diagnosis, but I learned about a lot of great tools through it. And so I want us to even keep in mind, no matter how much awareness we might have, it's not as simple as, well, you have this resource, just use it. It can take time, and it takes a lot of support from people around us. I want us to think about how much time you might spend with the very people in this room and your teams. It is likely more time than you might spend with your own family or your friends. So we might be the first people to notice when some changes occur. And we're going to talk about some signs and symptoms in people that we might notice and how we can have that conversation. Are there any questions about these numbers that we walked through? Okay. We're going to look at some industry trends. There's a lot of words up here. But in looking at construction as a whole, oftentimes this is a male-dominated workforce, right? We see that. Nearly about 1 in 10 men live with depression and anxiety disorder, but less than half tend to receive support. And again, our awareness sometimes of these signs can be helpful, but there might be a variety of reasons why that is the case. And if we even look a little bit at gender, men may experience symptoms or express symptoms differently than we might see in women. These are generalizations, right? We're all individual people, and it will look different for each of us. But when we're having a hard time, escapist behavior can be something that can occur, where it just feels like we want to get lost in something different. Anyone catch yourself scrolling on your phone and then you look at the clock, it's been an hour or two? That's happened to me before. It could be something like excessive work, sports obsessions. Physical symptoms can be a sign that we're developing a mental health condition. This could be headaches, digestive issues, chronic pain. Our mind and our body work so closely together. There's a lot of research around chronic pain, right? Physical pain. And how you don't know it's like the chicken or the egg. Did I have this physical health concern and then my mental health started to struggle? Or was I dealing with some things with my mental health and my body's reacting to that? I like to listen to a lot of podcasts. I live in Blaine, Minnesota, so I had, a 2-hour drive to get here today, so I always like to listen to something. And I think that, as we look at how we kind of express how we feel and how it can kind of come across, that awareness can be important and that education can be important. And I even look at some of the symptoms that are more present with women. Mood fluctuations can be something that can happen. Heightened anxiousness, more irritability, even a shift of behavior where social withdrawal is something that might happen, reduced self-care for that person. Again, these are generalizations, but I think it is helpful sometimes to see this. And I think what's always eye-opening is there's a report that came out a while back around fatal accidents in comparison to suicide rates in the construction industry. Manufacturing and construction are some of the highest industries that have suicide occurrence. So for every 3 fatal accidents that might occur, 15 suicides occur every single day in the United States. This is important for us to have awareness of. We're not going to spend in-depth time today talking about suicide. If anyone is interested in getting more advanced training in that, I know of some community classes that you can take. But we hope the sooner someone gets connected to help, hopefully the better the outcome for that person. And it is helpful to have awareness that this is happening in your industry at a higher rate than other industries among manufacturing. So we need to understand why our role is so important in asking questions, in approaching people, and knowing that we play a really significant role. Now, I want to talk about that delay in care. I think that we had even kind of alluded to some of this a little bit earlier, so I'm just going to show you some of this. We talked about stigma, we talked about accessibility to care, affordability, not aware of resources, unaware that we can benefit from counseling or support. Are we aware of some resources that we have in working at Central Specialties? Does the term EAP sound familiar to anybody? Employee Assistance Program. We'll talk more about resources later, but it's not your job to be the full source of information for every single employee. You have lovely HR teams, safety teams that help with understanding more in-depth information about certain topics. It is our job, however, to just have awareness of tools and resources. You don't have to go in depth, but I think a huge thing that can happen and what gets lost in the shuffle, you look at benefit information, you look at so much at certain different times of the year that it just gets lost. And something I want to make sure that we have awareness of is tools and resources like that, and we'll talk more about that towards the end. But I want you to feel like you're an extension of those teams. Even if you feel like you don't have that number readily available, you can point someone in the direction of, hey, our HR team has really great information on this. Do you feel comfortable going to them about that? We can be the bridge to care. It is not our job to be the care. Who in here is certified in first aid CPR? Yeah, quite a few of us. When you got that certification, did that give you credentials to diagnose heart disease? No, right? But it did give you skills and knowledge to be able to support in the moment until help might arrive. And sometimes we can address it, right? We can maybe apply pressure, we can give a Band-Aid, we can provide that support. But I want you to think about your role in mental health in a different way. While this is not a certification class, you can still have that knowledge and skills to recognize and be the bridge to support, whatever that might look like. Perceptions of mental health are important as well, and hopefully we can see this okay. It's in some of our booklets. I'd be curious to hear from the group. I want us to think about words that are used to describe someone who might be living with a physical health challenge. For example, how might you describe someone who lives with cancer? What are some terms you'd use to describe them? Sick. Another potential answer is brave. What else? Miserable. Fight, did I hear? Fighter? Yeah. How might you support someone that lives with cancer? What might you do for them? Anything you can. Yeah. Can I get food for you? Can I help get your kids to practice? Do you need someone to take you to your appointment? We generally like to make their life a little bit easier, right? Yeah, they're going through a lot. They're experiencing a lot. Now, I want us to think about what are common words we might hear about someone who lives with a mental health challenge. For example, how might you describe someone who lives with depression? Weak. Crazy. How might you support someone who lives with depression? What do you do for them? Not as much? Yeah, unless you had awareness of it. Yeah. So if we had awareness of it, what would we do? We would hope that, right? We would do the same thing we would hopefully do for someone who has a physical health challenge. Does anyone know some of the signs and symptoms of depression, what someone experiences when they live with that? This is not woo-woo stuff. This is isolation, lack of motivation, lack of communication. Sorry, say that one more time. Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. Poor hygiene, yeah, yep. It can be hard to take care of yourselves. You might even have a hard time brushing your teeth, taking a shower, making food for yourself. Laundry starts to pile up. You are feeling physical signs and symptoms like chronic physical pain, digestive issues. You can have a really negative talk track about yourself, your abilities. Do you think someone chooses to feel this way? No, it's an actual diagnosis that somebody lives with. And I love your answer. We should be treating mental health and physical health equally as important. That whole video that you watched in your pre-work speaks a lot to this and giving examples of, when we think of physical health experiences and challenges that people live with. It's not to say one's better or worse than the other. We just don't place the same level of importance as a society. We even think about funding within this. So it is important to have awareness and understanding in how we show up for people who might be living with these different conditions. I think what's going to be helpful too is we're going to walk through an activity. This activity is called the Disability Weights Activity. If you do not have the workbook and you have a blank sheet of paper, I'd like you to number 1 through 12 on a piece of paper. And I'm going to describe the activity. So the World Health Organization had rated the relative impact of living with some chronic physical health conditions, so meaning someone lives with this for a long term, as well as chronic mental health conditions. They were trying to understand how each condition can be experiencing more debilitating signs and symptoms, meaning that it is causing more disability than a lot of us may realize. And when I say disability, I'm referring to one's ability to work, carry out daily activities, and have successful social relationships. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to pull up, and in your workbooks you have it, a list of different physical health as well as mental health conditions. And I'd like you to put them in order for what you think the World Health Organization concluded. I want you to rate it in order from least disabling to most disabling. This means I want you to think about each one. Think about, okay, if I look at moderate depression, I want to think about how it affects a person's ability to work, carry out daily activities that we all need to do every day, and have successful social relationships. 1 being least, 12 being most. Are there any questions before I give you some time to do this? Okay. Feel free to talk amongst your table groups. I'll let you know when we have about a minute left. About 1 more minute. All right, everybody. If you don't have it completed, that's okay. We're going to take a look at the list that the World Health Organization put together. And I want to preface, the purpose of this activity is not to say, again, that any condition's better or worse. You might know someone who lives with each one of these conditions, and we all know that it can be incredibly debilitating, right? Affecting our lives every single day. So that is not the intent of this activity. It is, though, to have awareness and understanding of it. So what do we think is maybe number one, the least debilitating condition? Low back pain. Low back pain? Gingivitis. Any other thoughts? Moderate depression. All right, let's take a look at the top row. Least debilitating is gingivitis. Next is low back pain. Next is epilepsy. And the next one is non-invasive breast cancer. What do we think is maybe the most debilitating condition? So number 12.
Severe dementia.
Severe dementia. Severe PTSD. Severe schizophrenia. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the list. Moderate depression is next. Then severe asthma, severe vision loss, then severe PTSD. And we'll look at the next 4. And that's post-traumatic stress disorder, just so people know that as well, just in case. Then it's paraplegia, severe depression, severe schizophrenia, and then severe dementia. Does anything surprise anybody about this list? Yeah, what? What's surprising? Vision loss is so high. Yeah. The severe PTSD is not higher. I hear that in every class that I teach, right? It can be incredibly debilitating to live with that. And depending on the signs and symptoms you experience, it can be really significant. What else? Any other thoughts or surprises?
Even moderate depression is pretty high.
Yeah, even moderate depression is pretty high. Yeah. What do we notice about 10, 11, and 12? And it's not the term severe, but what do they have in common? They're all brain mental health related. I want us to get back to how we are talking about how we show up for people, for our physical health as well as our mental health. We are seeing mental health in being one of the most debilitating conditions, right? Varying amongst diagnosis, right? And some of this really impacting the other people around that person who's maybe living with that diagnosis. But things that we didn't talk about before I had you do this activity. Is it treated or untreated? Do they have social support? Can you live with 2 diagnoses? Yeah, you can have low back pain and moderate depression, right? We can have a physical health condition as well as a mental health condition, right? You can live with many different diagnoses. So we didn't talk about any of that. So it could be really hard going into an activity for this. But it is, again, about awareness. You're going to hear me say that time and time again. We do the best we can with the information we have at the time. So I hope to give you information to feel, again, that going forward, we can recognize and respond in different ways and have empathy for people who are experiencing any one of these conditions. Any questions about this activity? Okay. We're going to go through 2 slides that have signs and symptoms listed on there, and then we will take a 10-minute break. I want us to just have this general knowledge in understanding what early and worsening signs and symptoms can look like. So we're going to look at this from 4 different categories: behavior, appearance, emotions, and thoughts. And again, these are general, early, and worsening signs. So behavior. You might start to notice that someone's withdrawing from people around them, people that they have a lot of value in. It's their best friends, it's their closest family, it's the coworkers they always tend to spend time with. But for some reason, they're starting to withdraw from them. You might start to notice new patterns of behavior as well. Showing up late, canceling commitments. Just kind of that change in how they operate day to day. Absenteeism and presenteeism. So absenteeism, calling in sick more often, a friend that doesn't come to dinner after you ask them to come, a family member who just doesn't talk to you after you had plans. And then presenteeism. Does anyone know what presenteeism is? Yeah, being there but not being there. So you're physically present, but then emotionally you're really distracted, right? Your mind's on other things. So you might kind of start to notice that. More odd or erratic behavior. This could be an outburst at work, or they're saying kind of odd things. In regard to their appearance, they might appear to be more tired looking, more unkempt than usual for that person. You might even start to see a decline in personal hygiene, that they've just kind of stopped caring for themselves. When we think about emotions, they don't enjoy things that they tend to spend a lot of time doing. They're not ice fishing this year. They're not going on their annual hunting trip. They're not coming to a work party or a happy hour, whatever that might be. They no longer have interest in it. And when we see kind of that shift of that involvement, it can be a really big red flag. And sometimes, personally, for me, one of the first things I notice. Sadness, worry, hopelessness. These are things they may say. I've just been feeling more sad lately. Or my life is just never going to get better. I don't know what else to do. You might see more anger or rage, as we talked about, that relationship between fear and aggression. Experiencing new signs and symptoms, experiencing things you're not used to can cause fear and sometimes aggression in people. Now, one thing I want to make sure that we all understand is that all feelings are valid, all behaviors are not. I can be mad about a situation, but I can't hit someone. I can't slam the door in someone's face. I shouldn't yell at them. I can be angry, but I can go on a drive, right? We talked about that earlier. I can give myself space. I can call someone that I trust. It's okay to have the feeling of anger, but what are we doing with our behavior? So I want us to remember that all feelings are valid, all behaviors are not. Just because we experience hard things does not mean we can treat people however we want, but it is a sign. It is something for us to be aware of. And it's difficult, especially when you might be on the receiving end of some of that, right? It's no excuse. But it's maybe should help us get to a point where it gives us the realization something else is going on, and it's likely not about you. And so it's helping us understand maybe the situation better. And it's giving us a fact to rely on to have a conversation. When we think about thoughts, difficulty concentrating, it's hard to focus on one task. There's a level of indecisiveness. It's really hard for them to make some decisions of choices. Mind racing or mind going blank. They might say this to you. I'm having a lot of trouble sleeping. I just can't turn off my brain at night. Or as you're talking, they completely forget the topic that you're covering. Their mind just goes blank. They're kind of forgetful about things that you've talked about. And then an increase of self-blame, taking responsibility for things that are not their fault, speaking really poorly about themselves and their abilities. Now, this is not criteria where you have to put a check mark next to each bullet point that you see here on both of these slides, but you likely will notice a collection of them. You might notice a change of their appearance and a change of their thoughts. Or you might notice a change of their emotion and a change of their behavior. And this gives us some understanding as the next part of this class is how do we apply all this once we notice this. So let's go ahead and take a break, much needed break. We'll resume at 2:05, so it's 1:55 right now. Everybody, 1 minute countdown. All right, everybody, if you want to make your way back in here, we're going to get started. All right, everybody. So we are going to kick off this next segment of class by viewing a video. So as we talked about at the very beginning, kind of the power of asking the question, how are you? And the video that you're going to view is actually included in the pre-work for a mental health first aid class. So the National Council for Mental Well-Being is the organization that brought mental health first aid to the United States. So this class is actually publicly available on YouTube. It's called The Awkward Conversation. If anyone's interested in sharing it, we will be sharing kind of a virtual copy of this workbook. So you see a hyperlink underneath that. But I'd be curious to hear some thoughts after we take the opportunity to view this.
Annie. I've lived with depression and anxiety for about 12 years. And today I'm going to be opening up about those mental health challenges with some complete strangers in the hopes that we can start normalizing conversations about mental health. Hi, I'm Danny. Nice to meet you.
I'm Colleen. It's nice to meet you too.
Cecilio, nice to meet you.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
I'm doing really good, yeah.
Doing good. Yourself?
I'm actually not doing so well today.
Okay, that's honest.
Oh, is that all right?
Okay. So,
Okay. Okay, what's going on?
can you tell me a little bit more about it? Do you feel comfortable talking about it, or?
Yeah, I can talk about it. So I've been living with depression for a long time, and this week has been particularly hard for me. So a lot of people simply just don't know what to say and what to do when somebody opens up to them about a mental health or addiction challenge. And that's really where mental health first aid can be valuable. It teaches people a concrete action plan for starting a conversation and getting somebody the support that they need, whether that's treatment or just a non-judgmental listening ear. So was it a little unexpected when I responded that I wasn't doing well, us being complete strangers until this moment?
I'll be honest, it caught me off guard. You just expect the automatic response of, how are you doing? I'm good.
When you first meet someone, here there's like a huge distance.
I always feel like, how can I help someone else? So, and I know it's hard because you just want to be like, oh, sorry, okay, let me run,
And I don't think people do it because they're inconsiderate. I think it's because they honestly just don't know what to say.
Have you talked to anyone about this?
Sometimes I just don't want to burden. Yeah.
I know it feels like that, but most of the time people want to help.
Yeah.
Like everyone kind of wants to be useful to other people, so they want to help you. So
Yeah.
don't feel like you're burdening them.
That was really nice.
I totally wanted to give you a hug, and then I was like, that might be weird, but okay.
No, that was exactly what you should have said?
Myself, I was thinking like, okay, this person is in need of help. Try your best. Listen to them. Sometimes that's the best thing you can do is just listen.
You know, if you had cancer, you wouldn't just try to you wouldn't will yourself to get better with that. And so I hope that people just start talking about it more.
Wouldn't it be refreshing if we could take off the mask?
Yes, absolutely. Be real people.
So how did you learn how to respond that way?
My father committed suicide when I was young, and it was like a really pivotal change. And I think I spent most of my life trying to avoid that and avoid talking about that and like the shame and the guilt. So I really made this decision to like learn how to interact with people and be empathetic and show people that someone does care about them even if I don't know you. I think people should just ask more questions, because it's like once you get to know the person and understand that it could literally be any of us, like any of us could have this at any point in our lives, how could you make a judgment on it?
Can I give you a hug?
Well, absolutely. I love hugs.
Thank you.
Pause the video, if you don't mind getting back to the slide that has that video on there. What are some thoughts after seeing that? Relatable? Anyone? Oh, I thought you were raising your hand.
Catch you off guard.
Yeah, catch you off guard. Yeah, like we talked about. Do we really understand the weight of the question, how are you? Because we really are anticipating more often than not, I'm good, how are you? To really think about being in a situation where you ask that question and someone might say, this has been the worst day of my life, or I'm having a hard time, or I have been having a hard time. Would we feel equipped to respond to that? And I think it's natural to have that uneasiness. I mean, even in the video, she said, okay, you know, I maybe might run, like, good luck with that. But we do play a role. And I think something that's so important as we have this conversation is the expectation is not to fix. It's very natural to want to be a fixer, to take someone's problems, to take someone's life circumstances and take it away. But that's not our job. More often than not, people just need someone to listen to them and to hear what they're experiencing. As we talk about our role in having a conversation, there's a difference between providing advice and providing information as well. What's the difference between advice and information? Yeah, advice is more opinionated, right? Maybe it's based off our own personal experiences, of friends' experiences, of family members. Information can provide more factual information that is based off of options. So our role is never to give advice. We're going to talk a little bit again about our role, and I'll share an example of kind of a circumstance that I had been in after doing this very similar talk at another organization, because I think it's important that we think about how we can share our personal experiences in a way that can be helpful. But I love this video because I think it shows us the importance of that question. I even think of, I work primarily remote, but when I'm in person at the office, I really think about the weight of that and asking that question with intention and being prepared for a response that might not be the I'm good, how are you? Because truly being a mental health advocate is understanding the impact of living with different conditions. So we went through that, we did the disability weights kind of conversation, we talked about kind of stigma around living with mental health conditions, but I want us to think about the words that we say and the impact that we have with what we do and say every day. Because person-first language is something that can be really helpful to implement. You have likely heard me say time and time today, a person living with depression. When we use person-first language, it is separating a person from their diagnosis. So for example, instead of saying Erica the schizophrenic, I would say Erica who lives with schizophrenia. I have a friend who's an occupational therapist, and she says she uses this language a lot in the physical health space as well. We could use the example of, instead of saying Erica the diabetic, I'd say Erica who lives with diabetes. So we're not just limiting me to just having diabetes, or just having cancer, or just having schizophrenia. It's a part of who I am, and is a part of the experience I have. It takes time to change that language. I want you to keep in mind, I talk about this multiple times a week, if not every single day of my job, so I have had time to practice this. Changing language takes time. It's not like you're gonna leave here and automatically it's gonna be something we do, but we will notice when we maybe slip up time and time again. I also want us to think about how quickly we use labels, and really offensive labels, like a junkie, a druggie. If anyone has ever experienced someone in their life who has a substance use disorder, you know how difficult that is. I have a family member who has gone through this the last few years, and seeing it firsthand has been a wildly different experience than teaching about it. Because as we've talked about for just mental health challenges in general, we know it's not as simple as just getting help. People who are going through withdrawal can have seizures. It can be life-threatening. So it is a difficult and complicated thing that people go through. So it is important we think about using language like substance use challenge or substance use disorder. I also want to think about the slang that we hear all the time. Some of you had mentioned when we were thinking about the difference between physical health conditions and terms we think of versus mental health conditions and terms we think of. We heard crazy, right? There's loony, off their rocker, there's psycho. We don't often hear terms like this when it comes to physical health conditions in such a negative way. I even want to think about how we use things in a sentence to describe something. You know, living in Minnesota, the weather's very unpredictable, right? One day it could be snowing, the next day I could be wearing shorts, right? It just is that way. Sometimes I have heard people say, well, the weather is so bipolar today. What do we think about that? Or, I'm just so OCD about that. Obsessive compulsive disorder is a really difficult condition to live with. Had someone in my mental health first aid class tell me more about their experience. Because I think a lot of people just think it's, making sure the lights are on and off and that the oven's on or off. For her, it was constant dread and concern about the well-being of family members. The concern about from her drive from work to getting home, is she going to make it? It's obsessive thinking and compulsive thoughts. And I want you to think about this. Is it okay to use those things to describe something negative? I'm just so OCD about that. Or the weather's just so bipolar. I really want us to think about how we speak, and that you never know who's listening. Is Erica someone I can talk to about this? Because if I'm at work or I'm on site and someone hears me talking about maybe someone else or myself in such a negative way, you're never going to want to approach someone like Erica. So I want you to think about how you talk about things. And I also want us to think about how we refer to suicide. Even in that video, we heard that individual talk about how her father committed suicide. But we're really looking to switch this language around. As the term committed can have a lot of negative connotations. So using more terms like died by or lost to suicide, kind of how we talk about death from physical health conditions, is something I'd really like to introduce for us when we talk about suicide. Has anyone ever heard that before? Yeah, maybe a few of us. May is Mental Health Month, September is National Suicide Prevention Month. So around those times, news outlets and the organizations who really focus on mental health bring a lot of attention to this. And even though in the last year, they did a really good job of using language like this. So again, it takes time. I don't want anyone leaving here shaming other people for what they say either. If it feels comfortable, if it feels right, you can say, hey, I sat in on a class, here's what I learned, something to think about. But shame shuts down, right? When we shame people for what they say and shame people for what they do, they're not gonna wanna come to us or talk with us about it. So just be mindful of it, it's a tool. And this normalizes the conversation. This normalizes mental health. I I really do want us to think about how we talk about other people. Because if you work with me one day and maybe I showed up and I was really cranky, maybe difficult to work with, maybe I was having a hard time personally, but you didn't see that. All you saw was that I was short with you, maybe hard to kind of collaborate with to make some decisions. And maybe you go to someone else and say, gosh, what is up with her today? She's so hard, so difficult. Can't stand her. What if we flipped that around and thought more about going to someone else and saying, hey, has anyone noticed Erica doesn't seem like herself today? Has anyone checked in on her? Again, all feelings are valid, all behaviors are not. So it's not okay for me to treat someone anyway, but I want us to think first that this behavior is not typical for this person. Why don't I first check in to understand? Because I think a lot of times we jump in, even to thinking about people showing up late, or maybe calling in sick more often, and we're like, hey, you gotta show up. Come on, what's your deal? It is important that we show up. We rely on people showing up, but I want us to be people first. Let's check in. If this is not typical behavior, there is likely something else going on. So I want us to think about reshaping what our reactions are in situations where people are not acting themselves. So our role in situations where we see those signs and symptoms we talked about, right? Appearance, behavior, emotions, and thoughts. When we might notice some of those changes, it is important that we approach. And a lot of times it feels like this is not our job, right? Why would I talk to somebody about this? But it is important. We saw the rates of suicide in the industry. We know what people are dealing with day to day. We know it's 1 in 5, but we know it's likely higher than that. So it is important that we approach. And when we come to a moment of approaching someone with what we notice, again, shame shuts down. We're not going to call people out in front of other people. We're not going to say hurtful things, but you can come from an I perspective. Hey, Erica, I've noticed that you've been coming in late more often, and you just seem generally more sad lately. Is everything going okay? Opening up the conversation and being okay with silence. Anybody good with silence? Some of us maybe, yeah, a couple of us. It can be very natural to fill silence. But I want us to think about asking questions and giving a minute. And if that person seems uncomfortable that you're not talking, you can say, hey, you know what? I'm just giving you a minute to think about what or if you want to share anything with me. It's okay if you don't want to. But I want you to know I care. So in that approach, we can open up the opportunity for conversation. And if they choose to share with you, I want us to listen and truly listen. Put the phone away, move away from a computer. Make sure it's a comfortable environment for both of you. And listening is striking a balance between asking questions to understand, maybe repeating back to somebody what you're hearing from them to confirm, hey, we're on the same page. But I want us to share very wisely. Our stories can be really helpful. If you've gone through something similar, it can be helpful to know that you're not alone. But I want them to be offered and not it be the first thing that we say. It's very natural as human beings. I think our brains are wired this way to think, okay, someone shares a story about feeling like they're really anxious lately or they're having trouble sleeping, and that sounds like my life. I'm going to jump in and tell them, hey, this is what worked well for me. This is what you should do. We get almost too excited because we know I can help. But again, it's easy to want to be a fixer, but it's not our job. Instead, I want us to say something like, hey, I can relate to what you're sharing with me, and if it's ever helpful to hear about what worked for me, just know I feel comfortable sharing it with you. But I want to focus on what you need right now. As I mentioned, I was going to share a story about this very topic. I was on this very slide at a presentation with a group, and we had kind of a breakout time, and that person came up to me. I could kind of tell it was resonating with him. He came up to me and he said, I really can relate to what you shared about people just jumping in and sharing their stories all the time. He said, I have a cancer diagnosis within the last year, and it feels like everybody comes up to me and shares their experiences with cancer. Like, hey, I heard you about your diagnosis. I have a family member. I went through this. Here's what I did. Here's what you should do. And he's like, it's always about them and it's never about me. And I don't think people do it on purpose. I think it's very natural, again, to do this. But I think we really need to rely on offering our stories and our experiences, leaning on information versus advice. This can open up the door for connection. And sometimes it might be that what someone needed in that moment was just that conversation. And we can start there. You are not the end-all, be-all resource for everybody, but we can check in on people later, right? Maybe, hey, how's it going? Acknowledge things that are happening in their life. But connecting can also look like awareness of resources. It can look like sharing the employee assistance program with them, letting them know it's a tool where you can get access to counseling. It could be that you share, there's support groups that I've listed, virtually or in person. Hey, I'm aware of a website that lists out different support groups. I know there's one in our area. Would you like to take a look? We can just be that bridge to care and that bridge to connection. And as I talked about in this class, we don't cover suicide in depth, but knowing that 988 is the suicide and crisis lifeline for the US. There are local teams that can address this. It's much easier to remember 988. It starts nationally and it works its way down to local resources. So connecting can also look like, hey, given what you're sharing with me, I might need to ask the question about suicide. And then connect to help, which could be 988, or if it's ever immediate risk of life, 911 is always our first call. But notice, approach, listen, and connect are our actions in our role. Because we do still have to have boundaries. Has anyone ever had someone in their life kind of treat you like their therapist? We can feel it, we can realize it. I think a lot of my family members, just given what I do, think that I am a counselor, and I do have to maintain boundaries because I am not one. But I am a bridge to care. So I do get back to and think about ways that I can redirect. Saying something like, hey, you know what, there's a world of professionals out there that can support you with what you're feeling or the situation you're going through. Would you be open to me sharing some options with you? Acknowledge that there's limitations in what you know. It's okay, right? People shouldn't expect me to be a doctor, right? Diagnosing a physical health condition, they shouldn't expect me to be a counselor if I'm not one either. It's one of the most respectful things that we can do. And if you have someone in your life that you know and has shared with you that they go to therapy, I have a family member that I have to remind time to time that, hey, this would be a really great topic to cover with your therapist. Have you ever considered bringing that up to them? So sometimes we need reminders that, hey, yeah, our relationships are important. We should lean on people we care about. But you do get the sense sometimes when people tend to constantly confide in you and have an unrealistic expectation of us in our role. So it is important that we still have boundaries, but we're not ignoring the experiences that people are going through. But it's not a perfect situation, right? It doesn't always that someone wants to talk to you. You might approach someone in kind of that private setting, let them know what you've noticed, and they might say, Erica, I want nothing to do with you. I do not want to talk to you. I can't believe you brought this up to me. I want us to go back to the reasons why we asked. There's a reason, right? We wouldn't just bring up this conversation to bring it up. We've noticed things. So we can say something like, that is completely fine. I just want you to know I am someone who cares about you, and if and when you ever need support, I'm here. And leave it at that. Unless it's an immediate crisis situation and someone needs help now, right? That's risk of suicide or immediate harm. But we do need to give space. And I think this can be difficult, right? Especially if we're in that leadership role where you might start to see some work behaviors are changing, right? Someone's not coming in. So we do have to address those things, right? We do have to come into the conversation to try and understand what they're going through, offer options. And over time, if we see those changes and they're not taking us up on our help, we need to involve our lovely HR teams for support. It's not about getting people in trouble. We all need accommodations from time to time. So I want us to understand that when we look at someone not wanting support, it's not like we just kind of leave it there. We still need to be aware of what's happening. Have you ever heard like the term, head on a swivel? right? We're kind of assessing if there's changes, what's kind of going on with some of our team members. It's not all on you, but it's good to just have that awareness. Because if we're offering tools, we're offering help, and they're not taking it, we might need to just have a different conversation. There are accommodations we can make in the workplace to support somebody. So know that your HR teams want to help, your safety teams want to help. They're there in a confidential tool and resource for us to help somebody. It's important for us to also know that you're just maybe not the right person for that conversation, and that's okay, because it's not about me. If I approach someone and they kind of have that feeling that they don't want to share with me, you have to not take that personally. It's not about you. We can ask a question if it feels comfortable. Do you have someone in your life you could go to talk about this with? And if not, you can offer up the EAP. Again, if it feels like we can have a little bit more dialogue, they're not shutting us down and trying to walk away. But we do want to check in with them again in the future. Now may not be the right time. Think about the circumstances around them. If you're in a state of feeling really overwhelmed and there's a lot going on, it might just feel like now is not the right time to have the conversation. I want us to remember that 11-year delay as well. On average, it can take someone 11 years from exhibiting signs and symptoms to receiving support and help. I also shared with all of you that it took me a while to use my employee assistance program and get support. And during Mental Health Month at our company, I approached our HR team and I said, I would really love to share about my experience in using our EAP with our team members and just offer up that I can be an additional resource to HR if anybody has questions. Because I used it, right? Sometimes logging in and seeing it or calling, the experience can be helpful. So it was in person, much like this. I shared about it, not really my story, but more so, hey, I've used this. If you have questions about this, I can be an additional person you can come to. Do you think anybody came up afterwards? No. And I expected that. But I will tell you, that was probably about 1.5 years ago, maybe 2 years. And to this very day, I have gotten texts, calls, and emails from my coworkers saying, I remember that one time you talked about this. Could you share the phone number with me? Could you tell me what it's like when I call? I need this for my child. What was the experience like in finding a provider? Your impact may not be immediate, but no matter the timeline, it is important. We know there can be a delay in someone feeling or realizing that it's okay to talk about it. Or I trust someone and now I want to share it with somebody else. So I encourage us always, when comfortable, to approach, because we never know when or if they may come back to you and say, hey, I know you had approached me about this in the past, and I actually would like to talk to you about it. So I know that's a lot of information. Do we have some questions about signs and symptoms, how we approach, and when people don't want our help? Okay. Know that you can always approach me afterwards. I'll stick around after when we kind of get through the remainings of these slides. So what I want us to do now is put this all into practice. So you're going to see this scenario with Frank. And I want you to take some time in your table groups to kind of figure out, given what we know of Frank and what he has shared with us and what we're noticing, how might we approach him? What could we say? What could we do? I'll give us, let's check time here. I'll give us about 5-ish minutes to do this. Similar to the beginning, if each of you could identify someone to speak on behalf of your table groups, I'll ask just a couple of groups to share. Are there any questions? Okay, go ahead. Do we feel like we might need another minute? No? All right. So I will ask, who would like to share on behalf of their table group? I'm between you and the end. Awesome. Okay, over here. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get you a mic. 1 second. I know. Okay, I think we're ready.
We came up with just one of the biggest things. We asked if there's things that we could help with, if maybe their schedule, can we help bring kids there, or is there show up to work earlier, take an extended lunch, something like that that can help within the process. And also just sharing that once we got the details, it was a heck of a lot harder to come up with than just the generic, yeah, we'll start the conversation. But when they give you an answer and going from there was a lot harder than a person would think.
Yeah, yeah. So you mean like when you approach them and then the next steps after?
When he actually gives you, I'm going through divorce, it's like, oh,
yeah.
okay, now what?
Now, when you know the circumstances that they're going through, right? And something I think we need to realize too, even if we ourselves have not gone through the divorce, that does not mean we can't support them, right? Because I think a lot of times we think, well, I've never been through this, so I'm just going to let someone else take it from here. That's really natural to think, but we can acknowledge, hey, this is hard. Validating what somebody is going through. So yeah, once you know more details, it can be hard to kind of navigate. No communication is going to be perfect, right? We might say something we think is helpful, right? Our intent is to be helpful, but sometimes our impact is not so helpful. So we can just do our best to attempt to support and to help, and take responsibility when things really don't go so well. So I love it. Listen, offer some different resources and help, like with kids getting to where they need to go, or change of schedule. Love it. Practical. What else? 2 more groups. Oh, wonderful.
We were on pretty much the same track as that. We said probably have a private conversation with Frank and let him know that there are resources available to him if needed. Kind of same thing, let him know we can, if there's anything on our end we can do. But kind of added to that, we also said just be conscious of his issue, slightly monitor it. Like you said, it's not our problem to fix it, but be aware of it and follow up if needed, if the behavior continues.
Yeah, absolutely. It can start to feel like, wow, what they're experiencing, and now that I know about this, it's all my responsibility. But as it was just shared, just awareness of it can be helpful. Think about any circumstance you've gone through where someone shares more about maybe what they're going through in their life, and all of a sudden it like clicks, like, oh, that's what has been going on with them. I had no idea how difficult that was. I had a family member who shared with me once that they had called me kind of out of the blue, and they had shared, hey, I just wanted to let you know, for the past year I've been really struggling with depression, and I've really struggled with some suicidal thoughts. I just wanted to let you know. I just felt like I could be more honest. And so I let her know, hey, thanks for sharing that with me. If you ever need somebody, and it's a hard time of night or a difficult day, know that I'm really comfortable talking about it. And she said something I'll never forget. She said, thank you for offering, but I feel like I have the people in my life I need to support myself when I feel that way. So 2 things. 1, it really helped me better understand her. She would never respond to any message I would send her. I could tell from what she was posting online, it seemed a little bit different. From her interactions with other people I knew, something just had seemed off. So it kind of, again, brought it all together to understand what she was going through. But then again, what healthy boundaries for her to have. Because she said, I have the people in my life to support me through this. Thank you for offering it, though. Because it's not about me, it's about her. But when we know those details, right, when we get to understand more about what they're going through, it can be really helpful in understanding more about them and what they've experienced. All right, 1 more table group. Oh yeah, here, 1 second, let me get this for you.
When you start to identify if he's a threat to himself or anyone else, and if he might need some other help with it.
Yeah, so talking to him about that, like identifying, yeah.
And what everyone else talked about.
Yeah, what everyone else talked about. Yeah, that is important. You can ask that question. There's a difference between the question, are you thinking about harming yourself? And then there's the question, are you thinking about killing yourself or are you thinking about suicide? Right, so there's kind of a distinction between the two. You know, self-harm could be the question about harming yourself. And if you need anything, I love that. Do you need anything to support you if you feel that way? So that is an important distinction though, kind of the difference between those two questions. But it can help us better understand what someone's experiencing, what they're going through. Any other group just want to share? Yeah. Sorry, this is for the recording. That's why we're using the mic.
Yeah, no, the question that I had and something that came up in our group was, say you give somebody who's going through something some time off.
Yeah.
At what point is it like, is it coming off too brash? If you're like, are you ready to come back to work? Or I guess how do you navigate that? Like, you need them to work.
Yeah, yep,
'cause
the balance between the two.
The balance between the two, and like, but you also want to make sure they have enough time to where they can get through what they got going on and where
Absolutely.
they can be efficient for the company.
Yep, absolutely. So that's a really great question, right? So what do we do when we're giving that time off, but we're trying to assess like, hey, when are you going to come back? I think that's where the close partnership with HR does come into play, right? So that we have to have those accommodations in the back of our mind of like, what can we do? Like maybe we could work with HR and talk about, okay, maybe they'll come back part-time. Maybe they'll come back for a couple shifts and then they're slowly going to come back to full-time. It's usually kind of that conversation of coming off as the care and concern, right? And lead with that. But it is important, at the end of the day, you do have a job to do. And so you do have to realize, is this the right fit? Do they need to maybe be moved to a different role within the company for a short time? And then maybe when they're ready, they can come back out to the field. So I do feel like that's a really close relationship with our HR teams. And I'll maybe look back at our HR teams to see if that's in agreement. Yeah. Yeah, good question. Does that help? Yeah. Okay,
I think
good.
you could get in front of it too, is when you're planning that time off, like set, like, hey, I'll check in with you on Sunday.
Yeah.
So you're ready to come back Monday.
Yeah, I'll check in with you.
Have something pre-established as
Yep.
you let them have that time.
Absolutely. Yep. So, yeah, so before someone kind of goes out, talk about, hey, I'm going to check in with you on this day. Like, does that work for you? Just wanting to make sure you're okay, and we're going to figure out how we're going to move forward from here. Yeah. Because it comes off like you care, right? And I know that you do, right? I know that it's not the intent at all. But I even went through a time where I took some leave from work, and my manager and I did that together too. She was kind of like, hey, like, I'll check in with you on next Monday, and we'll talk about if you need more time or if you feel like you're ready to come back. So it was really much so a collaboration. Yeah, really good question. Any other questions or anything anyone wants to share? Yeah. Sorry, here, I'm going to sneak through here.
Well, you said that some people it takes 11 years to figure out that, so maybe you just ask them, are you okay? You want me to help you find somebody to talk to? I mean, give them an option instead of, some people have trouble asking for help. You offer the help to them, you know.
Yeah.
In any way you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, a lot of people have trouble asking for help. Does the name Kevin Hines sound familiar to anybody? So Kevin is an individual who had survived a suicide attempt off the Golden Gate Bridge. And in his story, in talking about that day, he talks about, about how he was very visibly distressed. If anyone's been to the Golden Gate Bridge, there's a lot of tourists there, right? So there's people around. But he's very visibly distressed. He's crying. Someone even stopped and asked him to take a picture for them. Never checked on him to see if he was okay. But he talks about in that story, he said, in that moment, I could not reach out. I needed someone to reach in. So that message of what you're sharing, it is our role and responsibility to feel that confidence in approaching people. That story is really powerful. If you're wanting to know more about Kevin Hines, he has really great resources on his website. But that's kind of the purpose of why we're here, right? And understanding that sometimes it is that we need to reach in. And that 11-year delay, we can maybe hopefully close that gap by having the willingness to talk about it. And sometimes our job is that we planted the idea, We planted the seed that, hey, someone does care about you. That person is an option. But sometimes we won't know. Did they go home to the spouse that night and share what's been going on? Did they call a friend? Did they confide in someone that they trust? But that's why kind of that follow-up is important, just getting to know them better. You don't have to be direct in asking about your conversation if it feels like they were a little off. But as it was shared earlier, get to know your people. Take the time, ask them questions. This can be helpful as we might continuously kind of assess what's been going on with them. Again, we spend so much time at work, sometimes more than we do with our own family, so it is important that we have these conversations. Any other questions kind of come up or thoughts? Well, something I want us to think about is, self-care can be a term that's thrown around a lot, and it can feel kind of fluffy. It can feel like, who has time for self-care? But it is important to find an outlet, to find things that do give back to us. And I'm talking about each of you. This is no longer about kind of how we've been talking about everybody else. I really want to give you some time to reflect. What is something in your life that you do for yourself that gives energy back to you? It's different for every single one of us. Personally, for me, I am a social person. I could speak all this time here and I'll hop in the car and I'll call someone right away. Like, I don't run out of things to talk about. But that's part of my self-care, connecting with people I haven't talked to in a long time. For me, I also go to counseling. That's part of my mental health outlet, to get another third person to view situations that I deal with day to day. I really like art. I really like being outside. I like being with my son. So there's things that I do that I know give back to me and they don't take away from me. So I want to give you all a couple of minutes and write down, what do you think is something you can do for yourself? It doesn't have to be one thing, it could be multiple things. But I want you to reflect on that. What is your mental health outlet? An activity you do to preserve or improve your own mental health. So I'll give you a couple minutes to do this. All right, everybody. I just have a couple more things, and then we will conclude this part of today. So I hope that you found maybe something that you can reflect on as you think about the many things we experience in life. As a reminder, mental well-being does not mean we're happy all the time. It means that we have found tools and resources to help ourselves through the variety of circumstances we all walk through in life. And so those self-maintenance, self-care outlets that you use are integral to supporting you with your well-being. This is not, again, the fluffy stuff. It's not just baths, candles, things that the world tells us we need to do for self-care. It is truly the way that you care for yourself. And we really can't show up for other people if we haven't found those ways that we care for ourselves. So I'm going to give us some reminders about some benefits that are available. I'd highly encourage you to take this opportunity to put the EAP phone number as a contact in your cell phone. This is something I have done for my own work's EAP because I've had to share it with people. And sometimes you have to kind of page through some things and try and figure out where that is, even though I know that I'm sure it's being sent to you a lot. But it's a phenomenal tool and resource that we can share with others. It's in your workbooks as well. And then knowing the medical plan as well through UHC that you can find in-network behavioral health care. EAP is kind of like a bridge to that, so it's more short-term support, but it can be such a phenomenal tool for us. And you see those 3 sessions. But also looking into in-network care can be a really great tool as well. And knowing that you have other aspects for kind of ongoing care, wellness rewards, the health assessment and stuff through there. Also knowing that internally as an organization that I know your HR team cares about you. They're a confidential tool and resource. If you have questions, if you need to talk through a situation, that is why they're there. And Tiffany and Shane are also certified mental health first aiders. I know Shane shared that at the start, that they went through a class with me. So they're also people you can go to. They've been trained to kind of work through situations from non-crisis to crisis. And then if you were to sneak on my laptop and look at my search history, these would be the websites you would likely find. So these are all linked. Again, we'll make sure this workbook is available to you, so you can click on each one of these links. But the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Mental Health America, if you have email that you look at frequently, I've signed myself up for newsletters because there's always some free trainings that you can go through on many different topics. But they also kind of broadcast their different resources like support groups, specialty groups, and whatnot. And so here's those support groups listed out separately through Mental Health America, NAMI, and then AA or NA as well. So they're all hyperlinked. Important phone numbers to know. We talked about 988 kind of briefly, but from a non-crisis perspective, there are individuals who monitor a nationwide peer support service. They're not professionals, but they might be able to kind of help someone find a resource or a tool in their community. And treatment locators are all available online. But for crisis situations, when in doubt, 988. Call, text, or chat with a crisis counselor online. If you're ever in a situation that suicide or a crisis could be something you're experiencing or someone else around you, it can be a really great resource. Again, it starts national, it works its way down to local resources. But like I shared, if we're ever in a moment where immediate safety is at risk, we do want to call 911. We have some other lines that are available on there as well. But as we kind of conclude here, I just want to revisit and summarize some of the things I hope that you leave with here today. I hope that you feel like you can be an advocate. Our dialogue and the way we talk to people will change person to person, but at the end of the day, we're expressing care, because we do care about each other. And just seeing all of you interact with each other too, it's just been really fun to see kind of the close-knitness of your group. But we want to disrupt the stigma. We want to be the people to say something, to offer support, to offer resources. We can be that bridge to care. Talk about this topic. I'd encourage you to share something from today with your teams. Take one thing that you learned here today. It could be a resource. It could be one thing that I said. Could be even one of the slides. I encourage you to take one thing and bring it back to your teams. Let them know that you went through a session like this so that they might feel even more comfortable talking to you. Be intentional. Take time to get to know each other. Take the time to get to know your teams. This was brought up a couple of times. Please feel free to share any of the resources from this training. When I send out the workbook, share it with other people. This is meant to be shared. I feel like it is so important that we are always open to that. And also, last but definitely not least, as we've talked about all these things, it can be hard to identify in yourself when we might need tools, when we might need resources. So think about who's here in the room today, think about your teams, and how and if we might need support to access that. Think about those self-care, self-maintenance, tools that we do to maintain our own well-being. I really appreciate your time and your willingness to participate here today, and I'll stick around if there's questions, because I think we have just a couple minutes before you go on break. But thank you, everybody.
Here, Thank you. We'll take a short break here, and then we'll be back in here at 3:15, and we'll get started on Fleet Watcher. Thank you. Can we get everybody to step back in? We're almost on the way out. All right. So we're going to have Sonia come up here in a second to talk about Fleet Watcher. And just a reminder, like Jared had said this morning, it's going to make our lives simpler, but there's going to be some work at the beginning that we have to do to get it to the end. So make sure we're listening to Sonia. Come on up, Sonia.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I'm a little nervous, so give me a little, make me feel a little comfortable. Hopefully I can figure this clicker out. But I'm from Fleet Watcher. I don't know if everybody knows what Fleet Watcher is, but it's just a heavy equipment management and material management solution. We're going to be covering the app today. Basically, what Fleet Watcher does is it gives you real-time visibility into your jobs so you can better track them. That's the simplest introduction I can give. This is the Fleet Watcher mobile app. You have the App Store. I put the logos there so you can see that you can download it on the Apple Store or Google Play Store if you have an Android. Does everybody have the app? No? Ethan will probably set you guys up later if you don't have the app. You will see some of the icons here that you might not have in your version of the app, but that's because it depends on what access level you need, and Ethan will set that up for you. So the agenda for today is we will be covering locating equipment, shift setup and functionality, and when we get to that point, I can kind of explain what that even means. Right now, it won't make sense. Creating geozones and projects, so basically setting up your jobs and drawing out the polygons for where you can see the trucks going in and out of those geozones. Your key performance indicators, so you would set up the targets and see how that they're performing against the target. Executive scoreboard would be the KPIs for all of your jobs, so that are running for the day, so real-time executive scoreboard would have all of your jobs listed and how they're performing against the targets. Plan production, this is mostly for project managers, so they can see how much material has been put out for the day based on job, or they can filter by jobs or material type, and other filters as well. And then scale tickets, so we're scales integrated, which means all of the data is coming from the plants to Fleet Watcher. That is how we are able to see the KPIs on the jobs and loads and tons and all of that. And then coupling and decoupling devices, these are for the field users, whoever is going to be responsible for coupling devices, as in pairing them to equipment in Fleet Watcher, and then unpairing them. Any questions on the agenda? Sorry guys, I'm staring at the people in front of me because you guys are looking at me and I feel like you guys are good students, so I'm trying really hard. This is the main menu. The main menu has the locator, the material management, reports. I'm not going to be covering any reports today just because of the time crunch, but they're really good reports. So we can cover that another time. Scale tickets, that I think everybody can benefit from looking at that. And then devices, and then we're not gonna cover trailers or tractors either. But this is the main menu. Not everybody's going to see all of this. Like I said, it just depends on your access level. So locator is basically the feature. So this module covers how to locate your equipment. When you click on the equipment, as you can see, I don't know if I have like a pointer I can maybe, is there like a, no, sorry. So the screenshot on the right side is where, when you click on it, that's what pops up, and you can select a piece of equipment, and then when you click on it, then the map version pops up. And on the map, you can see that paver. I took a screenshot of, I think, your paver at Central to show you what it looks like. And that screenshot on the left side, you can see that there's a navigate button, there's a call driver button, and there's a maintenance button. Since we're not going to maintenance right now, the navigate button is basically, you can click on navigate and it'll pop up your Apple map or your Google map, so you can directly know exactly where that operator or that truck is or that paver is. And when you click on the equipment, you'll see that it has the speed at which it's going, where it's headed, the odometer or hour meter reading, and then if it has been on a job, on a project. So we have something called enter and exit events in the geozone for off-road equipment. So if it's entered into a geozone and it stays there for about 5 minutes, it will assign it to the project, the job that it's on. So that's how, right now it's saying unassigned because it hasn't been in a geozone, but that's what it would say. It would list that project. And then calling driver or operator, if you have the drivers and operators added in the system, you can call the driver or the operator from that and assign to the paver or the truck. You can call them directly from that, that page as well. And then there's a standard satellite and hybrid, which you guys are probably aware of. If you've seen the map, you can switch back and forth what view you want to see. Any questions on this?
Does it always translate? When it says like engine's turned off, does it always give you the information that it's not running?
Yep, it would. It's just turned off, so it's just saying that when the screenshot took place.
In general, it always, like, can you always find it if it's not running?
Yeah, so yeah, you can find it. It will just give you the last time that it ran. So it'll give you whatever the last transmission that it received. So it pings every 30 seconds, the pavers, and the trucks ping every minute. So whatever that last ping was, it would give you that. And then it would date it at the top as well, so you can see when the last time it reported. Any other questions? Then I have the 3 screenshots kind of enlarged so you can see. You can filter the equipment by equipment type, so like dump trucks, pavers, if you want to see all of them. If they're not in the same vicinity, it'll kind of be like spread out and you have to zoom in to see the closest ones. Or you can do it by project. So on the far right-hand corner, you can see your low boy, and you can click on it and it'll tell you what all the assets that are at the Douglas and Todd project. It'll pop up. So that filtering option's there as well. Any questions on the locator? I think this is the most useful feature for anybody that's in the field to locate their equipment. Okay. This is the material management module. This is the meat of Fleet Watcher. In this, there are more modules on the right-hand side. There's like more pages that I didn't put because we're not going to cover them today. But today we're going to cover the ones that I've listed here. So shifts, scheduled shifts and completed shifts, executive scoreboard, dispatch information for current and upcoming shifts, and then plan production. In the create shifts section, so shifts are basically, sorry.
If anybody wants to follow along, open up your phone and follow right along.
Okay, sorry. Any question? I know I'm kind of like breezing through it. Oh, okay. So shifts are basically, first you would have to create a project, and then project is a job. So like you will fill out your job information, and then you'll create a polygon to create the boundaries and where that project is. And then you'll create a shift to put in the duration of that project. So every day that a shift runs, you'll see a shift card with all the information about that project. So shift is just every day that the job is supposed to be running for the duration of the project, and then project is just setting it up, setting the job in FleetWatcher and drawing the boundary out to see it. And it'll make more sense when I go through these slides, but there's a new shift button at the very top hand corner of the material management. There's a plus sign. You'll see that's where you would go and create a new shift. So you're setting up your shift, which is the duration of the job. That is a new shift, so if it's not existing in the system, you'll be creating a new shift. And there's an option to exclude geozones and equipment. What that means is that you would, if you don't want to see projects that they're running through, you just want to see the project that they're in and not the ones that are like other jobs. You don't want them popping up on your LCA graph. You would not, you can exclude them. And same with equipment. If you don't want low boys on your shifts, you would exclude the low boys if you just want to see the dump trucks. And then there's an option to click the DOT checkbox. What that does is if it's a DOT job, you want to make sure that you're selecting that box so that they're only seeing the jobs that are tagged DOT and not any other projects that you have in the system. Then the KPI targets, you have the option to set up your KPI targets, but I have a different slide for that, so I won't go too much into detail on this one. And then you can also activate and order trucks once you're done filling out your shift setup. Basically, like what is important to you, so like cycle time, there are targets you can enter for that. When you bid and you figure out what your trucking cost per ton should be for this project, you can set up a target, and then FleetWatcher would tell you how you're performing against that target. So this is where you would put in those targets for project managers. Does that answer your question? Yeah, I know, it's just, sounds like just, you know.
Key performance indicator, so tons per hour, cost per
Yep.
ton, stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's a slide I'll like cover most like this in detail as well. Any other questions? Okay. And from the shift page, when you're entering your shift, you will name the shift and you would pick the source and the destination. So the source would be, if it's a paving job, the source would be the plant and the destination would be the job site. And if it's a milling job, it would be reversed. So, and if it's just a material haul, then you would just pick whatever job site it is and whichever job site that it's going to. So that's what that page would tell you to, that's what it has on there to select from. And the projects that are saved in the system, which is the boundaries for that plant and for that job site, would pop up in that drop down for the source and for the destination. And then the project would just be that, most of the time for the paving, it's just that destination. From this page, you will also have the option to create a project. So usually we create the project first and then you create the shift, but you can also create the project from that shift section. So in the center where it says where, you can see it says edit project or create new project. So if there's no project for that drop down, you find out that, hey, nobody entered that job in the system, you can create it from this page. And that's what would pop up. So here you can create a project or you can edit a project if you need to change anything. You would just put the project name, whatever it's called, and then the project number. The project number has to be an exact match with what the scale tickets are coming out as. That's how FleetWatcher knows that this project is, these loads belong to this specific project and this specific shift. Otherwise, it wouldn't populate any of the loads in the tons. And then you can create a polygon, which is the boundary. So project, it's a little confusing, projects and geozones, but projects is basically just the name of the geozone that you will create. So the boundary is the geozone. So each project would have the polygon that you want to draw around the boundary of the location of that job. Any other questions on this page? No?
Projects, geofences overlap.
Give me an example, as in?
If two roads overlap with different job numbers or names, is there any issues with that?
You would probably not want to create the boundaries on top of each other. So would there ever be a case?
There can be. I mean, for instance, the county around here has a job where it's two different jobs, but the road is just an intersection. So one goes east and west and one goes north and south.
You can exclude the one from whichever shift. So each one would be a different job, right? Or would it be the same project number?
It'd be two different jobs.
Yeah, would they have different project numbers?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can exclude that so that it doesn't show them crossing both.
As long as they're in two different projects.
Yeah, they'll be fine, yep. And then, does that answer all? Okay, perfect. And then the crew information is just, you can assign project managers, foremen, superintendents to the specific jobs. So on the shift card, it would appear who the project manager is, who the foreman is, and all that, and who the super is. And those people can receive first load notifications for the job when you receive a first ticket from that specific job. The schedule shift page is for any of the shifts that you've set up. You can, like I said, you set up a duration. This job starts January, ends in December. Every day that the job is supposed to run, you would see the schedule here. So you'll set up all your shifts once, and then you'll see the schedule based off of when you first set it up. And you would activate the jobs. You can activate multiple jobs, multiple shifts at the same time, so you don't have to go in every day and do it. But you can also activate an order for multiple jobs at the time. But for the sake of the training, I'm just covering how you can activate and order the dispatch from this page. So it would give you a few options. If you're going to activate, if you're responsible for ordering dispatch, you would go to the schedule shift page and then you activate and order dispatch. And you can select whether you want staggered or grouped arrival. I'm looking at the screenshot. So the second screenshot, the first one is just schedule shift page, and the second one is once you click activate and order, that second screenshot would come up. And you can select the total trucks, whether they would be staggered or they would be grouped. So staggered just means if you want 5 trucks, with each one arriving 15 minutes apart, you can set that up that way. Or if you want grouped, you would just do 10 trucks arriving at 6:30 and then 10 arriving at 7. You can, again, another chance to enter your key performance indicators, which are all listed here. And then where and what, since you already have the shift, it would have the location and the plant name on there. Then you're able to select the hired hauler. So if it's a third-party contractor and you guys are wanting to choose the company to order the trucks from, you have a drop-down which would tell you which company you already have in the system, and you would select that company, and then you can also select the truck, where at the second screenshot on the far right-hand corner, it tells you that where it says asset for EWT testing, that's my company that I have in Fleetwatcher testing site. You can select all of those, you can select from all of the equipment that's under EWT testing. And somebody else would obviously set that up on the admin side, probably Ethan. I don't want to sign him up as tribute for this, but assuming if it's him, he would already have that for you, so you don't have to go in and add anybody. And if you don't have that option, there's a write-in and a placeholder, which just means if you don't see the truck, you can just type the name in, or you can use the company placeholder. Any questions on this page? No? Okay. Yeah.
If we're ordering trucks on that, can you, is there a way to do like belly dumps, end dumps, and reservoirs, or is it, you do one and it's gonna be like on the bottom it says equipment
type where it says date type? Can you pick
Ye-
multiple types or?
I believe you can only pick one type from that page, but when you select the equipment, it already has the type. So if it's in the system already, you would have the type, if that makes sense. But I think I also like cut a little bit of it, the bottom piece off. But when you set up the equipment in Fleet Watcher, if you're clicking from the drop down, it would have the type that it is. So that those types would already fill in.
I'm just thinking if we have to order belly dumps and red rivers and end dumps, is it multiple times you gotta order, or is it where you can put, hey, I need 30 belly dumps and 5 end dumps?
So I believe that on the app portion, you can only select one at a time, but I believe in the notes section, so there's a dispatch notes section, you can enter that information.
Would you just have to do 2 different orders?
If you enter it in the notes section, which is at the bottom, I cut it off. I'm sorry, I was trying to fit all of this in one page. But in the dispatch notes section, you can enter that information so that whoever's fulfilling the dispatch order can know what it is. If you were ordering from web, it lets you, but from what I believe, I don't think from the equipment, you can't pick multiple on there. But I can confirm that 100% after the training. Next thing I know, you guys are like, actually, you can select, and I'm like, oh, darn, I thought I knew this. Any other questions on that? Okay. Okay, so this is the main dispatch page, so this is not from the shift. So once you've ordered, you have the dispatch page, dispatch module to click, and you can see the day of actuals, which is just the dispatch trucking schedule for the day. Assuming that the person fulfilling the order has already completed it, but if they haven't, you can see for each shift how many trucks were filled. If all are filled, you can see it says my name, Sonia 1235, and 5 out of 5 trucks were filled. And then when you click on each of those dispatch orders, you can see the arrival time, and the ones in the yellow and the green, and there will be red ones too if they don't show up. But basically what it's doing is telling you what the scheduled arrival time was and the actual arrival time. And the way it knows the actual arrival time is because the GPS would show what time they started working on the job, so what time they showed up to the job. And that's how it would know the actual versus the scheduled. So as you can see, I have the second one is in yellow, so the actual arrival time was 7, and then the schedule was 6. Any question on that?
What starts it? As soon as they hit the geofence or as soon as they hit?
Yeah, so they have to show up to the source. And a lot of times, like most of the time, it has to complete at least one cycle so that the graph can populate, and then it updates. So if you see like, hey, my trucks are at the source and I don't really see anything, a lot of times for the scale jobs, it has to complete a full cycle, which is ticket to ticket. So once it goes to the source, destination, and on its way back to the source, you'll see that graph populate, and then it would know what time they arrived.
So, maybe we get in the weeds here a little bit.
Oh.
So because they hit the geofence, does not, say they hit the geofence at 5 o'clock and not scheduled till 7. It doesn't populate them into the time until the time you have on here, correct?
You're saying, okay, so you're saying if
If a truck shows up at your geofence location and the geofence is on, but you don't want to start, it's either 2 hours or, it happens a lot. They're not populated into the timing stuff until the actual.
no, it would still, because they have the GPS, it would still show what time they got there to the job, to the source.
So part of that, yeah, so what he's asking kind of is, we have rental trucks that show up early, and it happens all the time. What we'd have to look at that point is, like, when that truck left the source, that backhoe, and that would be their start time. You know what I mean? Because if they're there 2 hours early, we're not gonna pay them for 2 hours. But that's where the hard work comes in. We'll have to set that up, like with devices like a mill.
if they're sitting there for an hour in the morning, you know, we might have to set it up. Once it leaves that GeoGrid, then it knows that their time starts.
Yeah, so I think you were saying like this wouldn't update, is that?
No, I'm just, if you come into your geolocation and you're part of the pay, you know, your truck is gonna get paid by us. If you make it to that geolocation early and you're not doing anything, it's populating, you're getting paid, you know, how do you?
Yeah, I see what you mean. The pay portion is different, and you can set up the parameters for that. Let's say you don't want them to get paid until whatever the timing it may be. So that portion is a different module. This is just for the report that tells you what time they arrived at the source or arrived at the project versus what time they were scheduled to arrive. So that's all it's going to tell you. That way you can tell, hey, they arrived 2 hours early or they arrived 2 hours late, but it's like all up on your dispatch report. But the pay portion, the parameters are set differently, and that's a different module. Does that, no, I'm sorry. Does that answer the question? Okay. The today's shift, that is just real-time shift card for the project that's running for the day. And you'll have multiple, so if you scroll down on your shift page, the today's shift page, you'll have all the projects that are set up to be running for today. On this shift card, you would have, so I just have one screenshot of one shift card. You will have the compass, so it would list out the project number that you have set up, and hopefully it matches the scale tickets, but it can be edited. If it doesn't, that's what tells you where we're getting the material and the loads for that project, and the source and the destination for that shift. So where they're going to pick up the material and where they're taking it to dump. And you can set a paver as a destination. Paver has an inner geozone radius that Ethan would set up, sorry Ethan, and an outer geozone radius. The inner geozone radius tells you when the trucks are backed into the paver to dump, and the outer geozone radius is the bigger geozone radius that basically tells you when they enter the job. And that gives you more accurate data than the drawing out the geozones, just because it moves with the paver, the geozone. So it's not going to give you a wide mainline paving geozone, but you can set that up too. You can see all three of them if you wanted to, but you can set up the destination as the paver or set up the source as the mill. And then we have the compass, which is on the little S and the D in the middle section, like with the arrows. The compass has 11 trucks. That just means there's 11 total trucks on this job meeting the source and destination requirement. And then the S is the source and the D is the destination. So there's 3 at the source, 1 at destination, 3 on their way from source to the destination, and 4 on their way from destination back to the source. So it keeps updating in real time on that shift card if it's a current shift. And if you have the foreman information on there, that would pop up too at the top. I just didn't have the screenshot with that, so I added it on the right hand, on the bottom of this. And then you have the KPIs listed as well. Any question on the compass? Yeah.
If the source and the destination are really close to each other, will they still register that one's going back to the destination and one's coming from the source still?
Yeah, it should be able to, as long as they're not overlapping. You would know when they're entering. So we don't create overlapping source and destinations, if that makes sense. So
Because there's times where the paver is a quarter mile away from the plant.
yeah, it would still be like a tiny little space that would tell you that it's a source and destination. But if you drew on them on top of each other, then the data doesn't look clean. So are you saying there's going to be a time where paver is inside? I don't think it would be, right?
Right out in front, so I think you're just kind of wondering how close can they?
Yeah, they'll be stacked up right next to each other, but there'll still be like a separation, right? So.
So it's important to make sure that you're not drawing.
Yeah. Yeah, for paving jobs at least, right? So if you have any other jobs where you're just hauling material and it might be or like cleaning up, it's possible that they would be right on top, like be the same one. You can just leave the destination blank. But for paving, it's pretty clear that there's a separation. Any other question? Did that answer? Was that the right answer you guys were looking for? Okay. And then if you click on the shift, then you can see all these options on the top right-hand corner where it says KPI graphs, map, LCA, all of that. And that just gives you more details into the actual shift, which I will cover each one with in the following slides. So, okay, we will cover the KPI key performance indicators now. So whoever had the question, I hope I can answer what that means. So you'll have KPI graphs, which would tell you the tons per hour, and then the average hourly feet per minute for the paver. That's just the graphs that will pop up when you click on that KPI graphs button on the shift. The tons per hour crew, I just listed all of them because you can see all the colors there. And the colors just, in the system, Ethan, might set up the targets, or project managers might set up the targets on their jobs on the app or in the system. But what the targets mean, the color-coded targets, it just means the green means that you're exceeding the target, whatever the number you put in for that job, by 5% or more. The yellow means that it's 95 to 105% within the target, and then the red is below 95%. So just because it's 94, doesn't mean you're doing horrible, but it would still pop up red. So tons per hour crew, so average number of tons per hour for all trucks, and this calculates from shift start time to shift's end time, which means that whatever the time the shift's supposed to start, it's calculating all of that. So if shift ends early, it would still, and you didn't adjust the time, it would still have whatever 7 p.m. So sometimes that can get a little tricky. You have to make sure that you're editing the end times for the shift to get an accurate tons per hour for the crew. The tons per hour truck is the average tons per hour, so same thing for all the trucks from first load to the latest dump. So if it's a live shift, they're running live KPIs, which means whatever the last dump was for that time that you're looking at, that's what it's calculating from. If it's the completed shift, then it would have the last dump. So if you're going back in time looking at the KPIs, it would just have whatever the last ticket dump time was. Cycle time, average cycle time, load to load in decimal minutes. So calculating from ticket to ticket. Feet per minute, you do have to have the destination set as the paver to get that information, which is just distance traveled per minute by the paver on the shift. Trucking cost per ton, this is a little tricky. You do have to have the truck's pay rate in the system. Ethan, would probably enter that when we get to... Yeah, and then this would just calculate you would just enter the target, and then it would calculate your cost against the total tonnage from shift start to end, or if it's a live shift, it would just be whatever that time is. And at the end of the shift, it would just have the completed number. And then at source and at destination time, target, this is similar to the trucking cost per ton. You have to set that up, the target in the system, and then it would calculate how you're performing against the target. So the average at source and at destination time for those trucks. Questions on this page? Did that cover the KPI confusion for you guys? A little bit, hopefully.
Can you have cost per ton per truck, so you can see like how one truck's doing compared to the other?
Yeah, so there's a trucking cost per ton report. Once the shift ends, you can actually pull that report to be able to see how each one did, even if it's like an unscaled load. So.
Okay, it has to be at the end of the trunk, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think that we can pull it from We might be able to put it from completed shift, but I think you have to get it from the web interface. But I can confirm that. See if I can remind me at the end. The KPI targets, so you can enter the KPI targets for the current shift. If you didn't enter them, you didn't know them at the time that you scheduled, set up the shift, you can set them up on the live shift and it would populate. It would rerun the numbers and populate. Scale tickets, so each shift card also has scale tickets options. You can click on the scale ticket button and it would show you all of the tickets from the plant that the shift is receiving. And it would even tell you the at source and at destination time, so you can compare if one truck is taking longer than another at source or at destination. That is like an insight, or maybe they're taking a different route, maybe they're taking a longer route to get to the source or destination, but which is very neat. It'll color code it on there. So you also get, like I said, real-time at source destination time, and then you have the ability to click on the ticket. So most of the time it's the project engineer or the DOT engineer that would be adding notes and temperatures on there. Fleet Watcher known, that's one thing. If it has a device and there's a paver with a device on it, it would know that it dumped, and that's how it would know that it's a known load. And if it doesn't have a device, it wouldn't know that it's a known load. It would still show you a scale ticket, it just wouldn't have any of the at source or destination information or know when it dumped. Any questions on this page? There's another one. So this is an all scale tickets module, which is not just for specific shifts. So there's all scale tickets module where you can see all of the tickets that are running for the last 24 hours, regardless of the project that they're on. And you can filter them by projects if you wanted to. And you can check the dump status, whether they have dumped or they haven't yet. And that it knows because the paver has a device. Accepting and rejecting loads. The DOT sometimes accept or reject loads. They can do that and enter notes and waste and temperature. If it is a dumped, if they've already dumped, you can click on the dump status and see exactly where that dump occurred, and that's the screenshot of that, that paver and the location that it's at. Questions on this? And anyone entering note, it would know that it's you because you're logged into the system, so it'll have the time and a name stamp on there as well. And if it's a void ticket, you can see in this, at the center, if the ticket was void at the plant, then it would show up the little watermark. The map view, from the shift, you can click the map view, and that compass, you can click each quadrant, source, destination, the center, on their way from source to destination, from destination back to source, and each one, it's clickable, so you can see it would move on the map and show you where the 21 trucks are, where the 14 are, where the 4 are, and then where's that one at the destination. And same options, standard satellite, if you want to be able to see that better. Any questions on this page? Incoming trucks. On the shift, you can see which trucks are coming back from source to destination and which ones are going from source to destination, so en route trucks. And that little arrow, you can switch to see incoming from destination or incoming from source. The load cycle analysis. So this page is the LCA graph, is what we call it in Fleet Watcher lingo. You're able to see your trucks going from source to destination and en route where they receive a scale ticket, where they're dumping, based off of the graph. And you can animate it to see exactly each ping and how they're getting there. Maybe I can get closer. Oh, shoot. Sorry, forgot about this. The default legend and the geozone legend. So those are just the colors that tell you what the graph means. I know it looks super crazy if you've never seen it before, but the trucks will be lifted on the left-hand side straight down, so vertically, and you can see the colors will tell you how much time they spent in each of the geozones. So the default legend will never change. That green color just means that Army green. Sorry if you're colorblind. But that Army green just means travel time. And then the plant is in blue. And then the destination is in that green, the golden Publix. And then the yellow or the orange little tiny silos, those are the sub-geozones. So when they enter the source, they get a ticket, you'll see the red line, that's the load line. And if you click on it, you'll see the ticket. When they are driving through, you'll see the green horizontal line, which just means moving. That's how you know that they're moving for 42 minutes, and then they get to the destination. I'm not colorblind, but I can't even see what that number is. But the numbers just tell you how many minutes they're spending in each of those geozones. And if it's in transport mode, that just means that the device is either unplugged or it's not installed properly. So you can see another, like a little light blue line, horizontal at the bottom of each of like those squares. Does that make sense, or does that sound crazy? Any of this make sense? Okay, sorry, it's hard to show on here, but the LCA graph looks a lot better on the web interface. It's still an option to look at here, but I would say if you really wanted to see it, you should probably look at it from the web interface. And then we have the quad analysis as well, which would tell you how much time on average each truck is spending in the source, how much time each truck is spending from source to destination, how much time each truck is spending in destination, and destination back to the source. So this is the average of all the trucks on the job. And for mainline paving jobs, you want to see the right amount of truck will be a truck and a half, so 1.5 in each quadrant. And that is because you want one truck leaving and the other on its way. You don't want any of the trucks waiting. So that's the right amount of truck you should be averaging. Obviously that changes depending on the type of project you're running. So it's not set in stone, but for the paving jobs, that's what we've kind of concluded too. Any questions on this? No? The shift note freeform section to document shift-related information. I have a lot of customers that use this, and this is so that other people can know what happened if they don't have visibility into the field. So any office person or someone that's not on the job site all the time, they probably want to know why it took forever for the plant to start, why the job was supposed to start at 7 a.m. but it didn't start until 9. Maybe it was too cold. Maybe the plant was down. Maybe the truck broke down. Whatever information that you want the people in the office to know, that's kind of what you would use. I have a customer that uses FleetWatcher to pay out of FleetWatcher. They use the virtual time cards, and they oftentimes add information so that the person in the office can know that, hey, this truck broke down because, and that's why it says 5 hours of time at the source. And we're not going to pay them for that time, or we are going to pay them for that time. Any questions on the shift note page?
Make sure you guys know how to do that, because that'll be important with us paying the rental driver. To make sure that, let's say you hold a truck out there, you get a rain day, and there's a 2-hour lapse or 3-hour lapse, and then we go back to work. You're going to have to note that in there so we're not paying the rentals through that time.
And this this module, that the pop-up is, when you're on a shift, you click on it and this will pop up. So you have all these like options to click through on the shift.
Probably tend to have more like either on the job training or when everybody has logged in. There's a lot of people that don't have their, I think over the winter it kicked them out. They don't have their password, so.
And we do plan on having training, just for instance, all the paving guys, supervisors and foremen, April 7th, we're gonna do your training that day. For the plant guys, we're gonna do yours in the afternoon on April 7th, so.
Okay, am I doing okay on time? I'm sorry. I don't know if I am. Okay. Everybody's probably ready to go home.
You gotta listen to me after this.
Darn. Okay, let me try to run through this fast. The completed shifts, same thing. Once the shift has been completed, you have, you can go back 3 months, so worth of data you can see for completed shifts. It probably will not let you see any data if it's been past 3 months. So for completed shift on the app, you can see it on the web interface. So completed shift is the same thing. You're able to see from the material management, there's a module for completed shift. You click on it and you can see the date range of about 3 months worth of data. And if you click on the shift, that same shift card pops up, but this is no longer real time because the shift has been completed. And you can see all the KPIs and all of the information for the shift that you were seeing for in real time, but now it's completed. So all of those are just, that's it. You can't change anything anymore. This is what you have. Same thing, you can see the low cycle and out, that crazy graph that I showed you, you can see that from here. Quad analysis, shift notes, you can even enter them afterwards. We'll skip dynamic yield calculator for now. And then virtual shift ticket. So virtual shift tickets are the virtual time card. I won't go too much into detail with that one because it will probably confuse everyone, but there is a way to open the shift cards from the completed shift. Or you can end the live shift and open a shift card, a time card. I have some customers that do this, but I guess this would be like an admin decision to figure out whether that's the right call or not. But there is an option to do that as well. Questions on the completed shifts section? No? Okay. Plan production for the project managers. So you'll have all of you can pull up a report, which the same tons per hour and the loads per hour, you can see live data or you can go back to see previous day or whatever date you want to look at and see the tons per hour graph and then the loads. And you can also see it broken down by material type, and that's a filter. So where it says plant 5 at the top left-hand corner, all of those are the filters you can choose. So if you want to see by project, you can break it down. You want to see by job name, customer ID, DOT job number. Those are the filters you would use. But the default is material type. And like I said, loads per hour, tons per hour graph, and then the material breakdown. And then it's also color coded, so it would select that, it would take that same target that you enter for all your shifts to see whether you're doing well on average at source time or at destination time. And then it has the total loads and the tons. And the tracked loads just mean the ones with the devices on them. You would still get the tickets, you just wouldn't know. They just wouldn't be tracked. Questions on that plan production? Okay. The executive scoreboard is it's the KPI dashboard for all of your shifts. It's a real-time executive scoreboard, and then we also have for completed shifts. You're able to see all your shifts in real time and how they're doing. And then the same colors, they mean the same thing on these, and each one that you click, you can see, you would have the live shift card pop up as well. Questions on the executive scoreboard? No? Okay.
So are the parameters for red, green, yellow adjustable,
The parameters themselves are not, but the targets are. So you can add targets per shift, or you can add targets for all of the shifts. So whatever your target is where it's picking the colors from. So does that make sense? So the colors themselves wouldn't change. You won't be able to set, like, make yellow be 75%. So you won't be able to do that. And then the device coupling. This is pretty neat. So from the devices module, which is in the beginning, we looked at the menu, the main menu. The devices module, you would click on the easy device install and remove menu. You would click on that and you would have the pop-up with all of those red and yellow at the top. And then you have the same thing, red are uncoupled devices, and then yellow are uncoupled equipment. What this just means that they're not tied to anything. They're free, available for you to select and pair them with an equipment. So you can take an ESN number, so that the long 86011 number, we call it an ESN number. It's a serial number, equipment serial number, and the equipment is on the right-hand side. You would just select one, and then you would click the equipment, and then you would couple it. You can backtrack it, I believe, 3 days, so that if it was installed on the equipment 3 days ago, but you just got the chance to couple it or pair it, you can go back and it will track all that data that it might have missed out on for the 3 days. Any questions on this page? It looks kind of crazy, I know, but it's really easy, I promise. Okay. And then the verified GPS, this is for people actually installing the GPS into the equipment. So a mechanic or anyone that's responsible for installing the device into the truck, they can verify whether the GPS is working or not, like if it's working fine, by typing in the GPS number, and it would give them all the pings. So what that means is you might not see anything if you installed it and it's in the shop, like it never received an engine running ping. All the devices are receiving engine running ping when you start the engine, and when you stop the engine, it'll get the engine stop ping. And if the pings are running every single minute, but if it doesn't have an open view of the sky, you might not get them right away. They would have to leave and be out in the fields for those ping to catch up. So just the GPS activity. It would still store that data, just you wouldn't get them until you have an open view of the sky. And this is only at the time that you're installing them. So you don't have to do this, because there's other reports that are way better to be able to see. This is if you install them, they're not coupled, and you just want to run and see whether they're working.
The ones that help me use cigarette lighters, do they have to do this?
You can do them with any of them. The camera ones, I'm not sure, I haven't checked yet, but you can do hardwired, or I'm pretty sure you can do the camera ones too. I just haven't had the chance to do that on the app yet, so.
There's also indicator lights on the cigarette lighter now that tell you at a glance if it's connected or plugged in properly.
Yeah, and there's an install guide on here, the device installation guide. You can pull that up, and it's just a PDF of like the installation information for all of them, and how to tell if the device is not reporting correctly, what lights it needs to have on there as well. General information on the app is on the top of the main menu. There's like a login area where you can click, and you can give us feedback. So if you're like, this app sucks really bad, I'm not gonna see it, the engineers are, and I think sometimes they can use some help on that. So you can submit that on there. Documentation, this is actually really cool. I looked at this to answer some of my own questions all the time, but it's everything that I covered, but way better than I covered on the documentation page. So it will cover everything that we just went through and more modules. It's just a whole training document. that you can access right from the app. And then you can change your password. Access control, this is for location services and Bluetooth to like be able to get notification. If you want to change those settings, you can use that to do that. And then we have a chat bot. In my test site, I could not get the dang chat box to pop up, so I had to give you a screenshot of the web one. It's the same thing. But basically, this is Arlo, our AI chat bot. But behind Arlo is like a whole team of people, support people that work in the office. So you're not just getting the chat bot. If Arlo can't answer the question or answers it and you don't like the answer, there's someone from support that would reach out to you if Arlo can't answer. And there are other options. You can schedule training with Luke, our corporate trainer, or you can access modules, help documents right from the chat box as well. And then if you don't like that, you can email support@fleetwatcher.com, and we have the same team that would answer at the chat box will be answering your questions in the support email chain, but there will be no Arlo if you hate Arlo. Do not ask weird questions. Someone did ask, what is Feet Watcher? Is it going to come scratch my feet? Don't ask that because we can all see it. That's pretty much it. And you can use that button. If the training sucked, just use the feedback button and just tell them. Any questions on this? Sorry, I tried to cover whatever I could in the time. I hope I didn't run through. I forgot about this mic.
Yeah, I'm bringing the mic.
Sorry.
Issues with, when we're running two pavers, say mainline, double paver, I'm separating the tonnage. If I heard you right, you said you can click on both of them, either paver, and figure out to have the tonnage separate.
Okay, so
Is that correct?
would that project have the same project number? It's the same job, same tickets, and you want the tonnage to be separated?
Correct.
There's a way we can mask the geozone for each one, but whatever paver is the last paver that it leaves is going to be the one that registered the tonnage to.
Okay, because I know we've had issues in the past with that, with inspectors wanting to know the different tonnage on each paver, and we weren't able to get that information in a decent way.
If it's the same, would they have a different cost code?
It'd be the same job number, they just want to know the two difference.
Okay.
Everything's the same, just you're driving a different paper. Usually you're driving past the one paper to get to the other one. So the geozone thing, I think that's where it's kind of an issue, is when you're driving past one and going to another, if they're really close, it doesn't really know if it's waiting or if it's actually dumping at this paper or if it's at the other paper.
I see. Yeah, you can, so the way it works, if there's two pavers on this job and they're really close, it would be the last paver that it leaves. That's where it registers. You'll still see both of the pavers, but there's a geozone mask that we can create. I believe that would help. The one thing I've seen a lot of customers do is that they would change the project name and they would add like an A on there, if that makes sense. You can also set two jobs up. And you could mask one paver, as in like exclude it, but I don't think that would be the best way to do it.
Yeah, I just know that we were working on it a couple years ago, and we really didn't find a good way to do it that inspectors were happy with.
Yeah, I can help you guys if you want to reach out to me. What's your name? Rob. Okay. Are you a project manager?
He's a plant manager.
Okay, so he's like, actually, I know you're telling me BS. That's what he's saying. That's what he's thinking right now.
So what we've seen in the past, and we haven't been able to get around it yet, is the inspectors on the road want to know how much went into the approaches, and that's a different paver. It'll have a modem in it, but we don't know which truck we're going to send there throughout the day. we're just gonna grab one. And that's where the problem lies. And they don't have a fix for it as of yet that I know of, but you can go back and see if they do now.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's happening is because they're so close, like you mentioned, sometimes it maybe have overlapping geozone. I believe we can get it down to very accurate if the geozone, that radius is not set too big for each one, where they're like overlapping inside, you know, each other's geozone. But I can look at the shifts. If you have like examples of the shifts, I can look at them and see how to correctly get you that.
We can explore that this summer.
Yeah.
Can I get to a simple question that's probably complicated as hell? Okay, so I'm just a dumb dirt guy, right? But I have a backhoe and I'm subcutting and I have 3 different materials that I'm dealing with that backhoe in that geozone. And backhauling and gravel. What are we doing with this information is what I'm getting at. Like we normally would have a paperwork that said we have 6 loads of, I'm digging out tar chunks right now. When I get below them, I'm gonna dig out, save the gravel, so that's gonna go somewhere else. And then I get done with that, I'm gonna do a subcut, which is clay, that's going somewhere else. The backhoe geozone never moved. We got 3 different materials. Now I'm backhauling sand back in. What are we doing with all this information and how is it getting to a piece of paper?
The backhoe is got trucks. I'm going to jump them up to the milling machine that's in front of that. Just keep everybody rolling.
So there is, I'm talking completely out of turn here. I'm looking at Ethan over to the left here. Part of this has to still be completely problem solved as we establish this, but there is phase codes in Fleet Watcher that will tie out to our cost codes for these different line items and operations to make sure that information gets to the right spot. If it can be entered automatically, we will do that by what operation it is. And if you literally have to choose which one of the 3, it will probably have to be entered manually by the person with their with the app. If it's a rental truck using the app, you can key that in. Some of it might just have to be resolved at the end of the shift too with what we did that day manually. But I don't want anybody to be worried about that yet. We can worry about that when the time comes to worry about that. And if we can't find a solution for that, then we'll all be a little bit worried about that.
It's just so you know, it's always been this way. It's way simpler to speak to a paving or a milling than it is to speak to a dirt because of the differences.
Yep, exactly. Exactly, yeah. And we want...
Abundance of stuff.
Exactly. Now, I fully understand that. What I don't fully understand is exactly which buttons you push to get it the information where we want it to go. I know there's a way to differentiate the cost codes with these phase codes in Fleet Watcher. I don't really know right now how you get the information to them if you don't have an app, if you're just running with a wired, there's no interface there to it. If you have to do that at the end of the shift, what I can tell you is we're aware of that issue, that problem, the 3 materials from the same backhoe, as an example, and we got to get them into the right bucket. And as we set up these standard operating procedures, we'll address that issue and report back on that. What's cool is that was not an unknown scenario. Like that was identified early on that's a scenario we're going to have to figure out a solution for. What are we going to do with that? One thing that's nice about writing on paper is you can write whatever you want on paper. Like any of those scenarios, you can just write it down. So we do have written in our process right now that the fallback option is a piece of paper. We never lose that ability. So if it picks up 99% of the stuff automatically, and then we just have to use paper for that last 1%, hey, we're 99% of the way there.
So would you see as an example, try not to get in the weeds here.
Yeah, you're doing good.
Example, using this as the timesheet for the truck, the rental truck, the driver, and paper as the load count and material count.
Yes.
As we see.
Yes, that chart that she showed, that's basically load counts. Now, there's some question about if you're backhauling a different material, that's 2 shifts. One shift to run the material out, another shift to run the material, the backhaul back. So to make sure that the time is all accounted for that vehicle, only once, not paid twice, right? An hour round and an hour round. Well, half of it was one way, half of it was the other way, right? So like the VST she mentioned, like those pay sheets that she didn't get into, that's the magic of that we're trying to close this whole loop. The goal would be that goes to AP, accounts payable, at the end, and that they don't have to ask any questions, they don't have to decipher any information, they don't have to validate any of that information, they just need to get it paid. That's it. If the quality of that VST is there, where all that information's in there, that's all they would need to do. And that's our goal, is to get it to that point. So it's all the hauls. Debbie's working on the implementation, so we've got, hey, Andy, this is a real key piece. Can I just have you hold on for a minute? Appreciate that. Debbie's working on the problem solving, because she's the master of materials, right? Making sure all the load counts get tied out correctly. She's going to be at the table when we set those standards up for how we count those loads. 3 materials from one backhoe, especially if they're going to the same destination. There's no way to differentiate one from the other without some manual tally mark in in the software someplace.
So we're.
1 second, Andy. Appreciate that.
We want to be, it'll be happening, and then it'll get to us.
Yes, you got it. You got it. Yeah.
I don't need to sit and squirm about this.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about it at all. Like now is not the time to worry about it. When we get to solve it, if we can't find a solution, then I'll be worried about it, and you still won't have to, even then.
I'm just worried.
No, yeah. I want to give you comfort in knowing the worst case, the worst possible outcome, we might have to use paper for that 1%, that last little deal. We might still have to use paper. And if we end up there, that's where we end up until Sonia's colleagues can give us a solution to that.
Hey, and that's why they sent me out here. So if you need to beat somebody up, that's me.
Yeah. All right. I want to get back to Andy. Does that satisfy your okay? Yeah, buddy.
So we have a source as the plant, and he's mill and billing, we're gonna mill and bill. Source is the plant, send a truck out to the paper, gets out of the paper. Is the mill then, the mill is a source then, is there a destination back at the plant? Is then you're overlapping you?
You got it. You're exactly right. That's 2 shifts, and you'll have the same information kind of doing that loop, one half and the other half, and then.
Do we have to have separate geozones in the pit, or are they overlapping with different shifts?
Exactly, the last one. Yep.
So I think the confusion is with the shift and the geozones part. So when you set up 2 shifts, you would select the source and the destination.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
stays the same. He'll start his own shift for the mills, we'll start one.
You got it.
Yeah, and
You figured it out. Exactly.
in the first shift, if first half of the shift is, like you said, it would be the same project information, just reverse, it would still track the milling portion towards the end of the paving shift. If you just don't want to see that on your paving shift, you could just cut the shift short.
Yeah.
But it just looks neater if you have 2, so.
Cool.
I think you blew their minds.
I don't think so. I shouldn't have shown them the feedback part. I thought about it, I was like, darn. They're like, she came out here, she sucked.
So Rob's been setting up for the asphalt side, the geo zones and the shifts and stuff. How long does it take, Rob, to set up one job? Yeah. And once you have all that in there, then you're done. You know, you might adjust something here or there, depending on the end of the project or the beginning of the project, but that's about it, right, Rob?
Yeah, well, I don't like MnDOT's, they will go over and make sure you got equipment there, they're all trucks, they're brokers, and all that. But you guys will be taken care of.
Yeah, so that's a good point. And I also wanted to tack on, just appreciate everybody's focus and attention. I had Sonia kind of cover enough where everyone in the room got something out of this, but 90% of you will only use 60 to 70% of what you just saw. So, you know, PMs are going to do different things than supervisors and millers pay. So, you know, don't think that you're going to have to know everything that we talked about, but I wanted you to at least see a lot of what it does. Yeah, to your point, Rob. So what this is also going to allow us to do, in that you're requesting trucks through the app, we're building a database of rental trucks and also our own trucks within the app. So we're going to have a lot of information up front that we never had until a month later when Marylis was trying to figure out billing. So we're not going to be able to even dispatch out trucks that we don't already have all of their SWIFT ID and all their DOT information and whether they have insurance or not. We're going to know that, and there's even spaces in Fleet Watcher we can make like, yes, we have it, no, we don't. So it's going to streamline so many issues that we've run into previously, and it's going to give Anthony and myself a lot more visibility up front to those things that cause issues later on.
I have a question for you guys. So Rob has historically had to enter the project information. Is that going to be changing for you guys anytime soon?
Say that again?
So entering the jobs in the system, we have DOT projects coming up, and there's a Veda integration that DOT has set up, which would require all Minnesota jobs to send all of the job data, the scale ticket information directly to the portal, MnDOT portal. There's a setup that is a little different on the projects for those, and they require you to have a test ticket 21 days ahead of a job. We don't really always know when those jobs are going to be coming up, Fleet Watcher side, and sometimes we have to kind of like rush to enter them, and Rob we have to get in touch with him, and sometimes it's harder because we know that his job is really difficult to try to get them to stop the plant to map the changes that might be required for the tickets. So is it going to be just him still having to enter all of those, or is it going to be project managers, or just Ethan?
Can you answer that one?
Yeah, I think ideally it'll be some function of project management. We haven't built that SOP or process yet.
Okay. We can cover that later. I just was curious because I know it gets really difficult to have to stop the plant, I know, and get those mapped, and MnDOT is kind of strict this year, and they want to make sure that we have a test ticket before the job starts.
I think Ethan's right. I mentioned, had a conversation with Alex, I don't want to freak anybody out. This is all kind of exploratory. Things are kind of in wet concrete right now. But PMs for job setup and supervisors for job maintenance when we're in operations is the rough rule of thumb right now. If it's a job setup task, it'd be on the project management side. And if it's a operations task, change, geofence management, those kinds of things, it'd be in the supervisor's area. And not everyone's capability is the same, so don't worry about that right now either. Like we'll have champions that can help and training and all that good stuff, so just don't freak out. Yeah. I am curious about one thing though too. How much time do the supervisors in the room spend reviewing rental timesheets per day or per week? Like how much time will this be buying back for you just from looking at the paper sheets? Hour a day? Anybody else have a half hour a day?
You can also add the time of checking around and doing all the texting between meetings, go meetings,
Yeah. I was going to ask a follow-up question of how much time do you spend
you have a picture of the dispatch list, right? And then you like check marks or cross them out or circle, and like you're taking photos of that sheet, texting it in. How much time do you spend on that function a day or a week?
It depends on the distance of your round. You can spend up to a couple hours trying to even gather up one round of trucks.
Yeah.
Trying to find it.
Yeah.
Say about 3 hours. Depending on how many trucks you got, about 3 hours though. Making sure they got the right time, making sure you're tracking on trucks.
Oh, per day.
Per day.
3 hours a
Well,
day.
think about it. You got.
So, you're gonna do the happy dance now? 3 hours a day. Okay, one more question about that before we move on to action. We're a little bit late, but I was curious. How about truck utilization and savings on trucking? Not the intentional or unintentional fraud with intentionally altering the times on trucking cars. I'm not talking about that. So if they run their time up in the morning and they run their time up in the evening and they steal 15 minutes a day, I'm not talking about that next question. That's separate. I'm wondering, being able to see those charts with the trucking, to see where, when they're at the source, when they're on the road, how many we've got waiting, that 1.5 trucks is genius, 2-3 rounds, cut trucks, boom trucks, Anthony will help with that. What's your gut feel on the percentage of improvement to trucking? Or better way to ask the question, what percent of trucking can we cut because it's waste? Just your guesstimates. Throw out some numbers that you're thinking. 5%. I heard a 5.
It's waste.
That's like a whole,
You're lucky to get the trucks out. Yeah, I'm with you.
So there's no waste when you're short, so it's 0 when you're short. It's when you're long and don't know it. It's really where there's waste to be gained.
There's sometimes like when I was a short time around last year, it's nice, like Troy and Ariel call me and they'll say, hey, you got a truck sitting around, nice, and call someone that's right next to where they are, saying, hey, like the next truck that comes through, make it around, go all the way back to the plant, get a load, go back to Dillon or wherever they're at, and then find Gary out on, and yeah, I can say, hey, blah, blah, blah's on the road, he's gonna be you in 5 minutes.
I think it's huge that we have that information though, because I wouldn't know it. It would take me 1 to 2 hours to figure out that I even have big trucks. So if I'm short, I know I'm short right away. He knows he's long.
That's it. That's where I was going with it.
Communication that can go back and forth.
That's where I'm going with it, is that you get the double dip on that efficiency, because if you can find out you're long and you get the 5% savings on trucking where you're long, you move those, you don't cut them loose and tell them to go home, you move them to a project where they need them, where they're short, and we get the production on that. So, just as a point of reference, I think we were in like the 0.5% to 1% improvement in trucking for the cost benefit analysis, for like the break-even point for doing all this. So if you want to know the big picture, like why are we going to beat our head against the wall with all this technology to try to get through this? And it's going to suck for a few months. I mean, it is. Why would we do that? If we can save 5% and it only took 1% to justify it, like that's the blocking and tackling, that's the basics, we're going to win the Super Bowl if we do stuff like that. And just find a few more of those types of things. That's what we need to do. So that's the big picture. Why are we doing this? It's going to save us a ton of money on trucking, buy back 3 hours a day of your time. That's fantastic.
How much better are you going to be, Randy? Saving 3 hours a day.
I mean, we all owe Sonia a big thank you for buying back 3 hours of her day.
Dave, did you have a question?
I was gonna say, this is all gonna make us go down, sitting there for an hour at the end of the day, we can sign these trucks out.
Yep.
What did you say, Dave?
Dave said it'll pay back at the end of the day instead of signing trucks out, sitting at the end, signing the trucks out, either at the plant or on the road.
Yeah, but say we're signing trucks out on the road, like they don't need to go back to the plant, they're done. Is there, technically to stop their time, they have to go back to the plant, right? Because they get paid from where they start essentially. Is there a way when we sign them out now, like, can we stop their time, or is there a way for us to be like, okay, they're done now? Or they have to drive all the way back? 'Cause I know some of those drivers are like, hey, I'm with 20 minutes from here, but I don't want to go all the way back to Alec right
stop their time and dismiss them?
So this is like going more into the paying, right, portion?
Yep.
So that's parameters you'd set on the virtual shift ticket side. So if they're not doing the virtual shift tickets, this kind of doesn't apply. You would see the activity on the graph regardless, but when we set up the virtual shift ticket parameters, which is clock them out when they leave this geozone,
You see when they left the geozone, and then we have to deal with that on the VSD.
or if they're using the app, they clock them out, and if we use the app clock out time, then that's what we would use. So it just depends on.
Data on the shift, like, it kind of remains to be seen, how are we gonna interpret all that and turn into a page sheet that we can just send to the AP without asking any questions?
This could then allow me a question right away.
Yeah, that's more like an admin thing, when you guys decide how we're gonna clock them and clock them out, and depending on different scenarios, and should be answered at that point. If you're not creating or adjusting the tickets, then it doesn't really apply to you, if that makes sense. Does that answer?
Yep, I think so.
Just from a theory perspective, Andy, so we can create like a back to pitch time. So when that guy clocks out his half, he's paid the half hour back to the pit, even though he went home. So yes, there's a lot of customizability in that.
There's a lot of rentals to do that. For sure, right to the gas station, they don't go over the pit, so it's like, well, done, they technically pay back.
Yeah, so that's all handled on the back end. We don't have to calculate in back to pit. We'll do it up front and then reset.
So if they got problems with nothing.
But somebody's gonna answer.
All right, one more, I don't get access to all you in one room very often, so one more like wholly audience question. Revisiting that time theft, intentionally or unintentional time theft, rounding up, 15 minutes a day, et cetera. How much do you estimate, when you've been approving these time cards and you're making adjustments based on those that catch, how much time do you think that this automation with, the ability to fudge the numbers now, what do you think that's going to save us in trucking hours or trucking costs at 150 an hour? What does your gut feel say?
Some guys that will show up at 6 a.m. and they're loaded, they don't get loaded till 8, and they think they're paid at 6. You gotta scratch it off and say, no, here's the load sheet, we were loaded at 8:08.
And you catch it 100% of the time, right?
Yeah, you go through the sheet.
I'm honestly asking, I'd like your opinion of like, is it a 2% of trucking number? Is it a 1% of the trucking number?
I think their job, you're gonna be you're gonna get a bigger bang for your buck on dirt than you are on paving, because paving is more time by sand. Ours is not. It's harder for us to track those trucks as it is for paving operation. I would say you could get up to 2 hours per 10 trucks in a day.
Okay,
Say
they
it's
work as well.
There's $250
120,
per
2 hours, 120, so it's a little bit under 2%. Any other just like rough percentage estimates of leakage from 2% number?
I'm stressed with the LLS, it's hard to get truck drivers every night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I got the shaft. It's like, you know what it is?
Yeah.
They're paying for the whole day.
And you're not even giving them 2%. Yeah, you're seeing truck.
What you're getting at is it'll pay for itself.
Take more. Yeah. All right, cool, thank you.
So, just real quick, we talked about geozones and GPS units on pavers and mills. Loaders of scale and backhoes will also get those. So we'll be able to tell when a truck is within X amount of feet of a hoe that's filling.
Yeah, if the shift itself, you want to end it, you can end the shift if it's not going to be running. But if you need to just make a note that the reason why all these trucks were at the plant for 3 hours is because the plant was broken down, you can add in the shift note section.
And even on the dispatch function, all the time drivers plan to go, you check back in 3 hours, and it just goes to every driver, will have their cell phone numbers, and you guys don't have to worry about it. That's the same for rain days, too, is what they call me, 3 in the morning, say it's a rain day, if you want to get rain day, check back and do it. That way you guys can just get it.
Any other questions that you can think of, just jot them down so you don't lose them, and contact Ethan.
Yes, please do. I mean, it's new. You guys probably have more experience in the bit that we've done over the last few years than most. So, appreciate all the feedback, and you guys are gonna think of the oddball stuff that we need to make sure that we cover. So, appreciate you guys helping us.
Well, let's give a hand for Sonia. You got mine on, Cassie? All right. Because I got my readers on. First, to start off with, did anybody not get one of these sheets from the mental stress? If so, come up and grab one. One other thing I wanted to bring up, we have these cheat sheets that we handed out last year, kind of for all the numbers. New guys, if you want to go back by Cassie and grab them there, or anybody that needs a new one, she has them back there, along with paving by the numbers, if anybody needs that. So I am the last slide of the day. Then we get to go home. Are you guys excited? What's that? Time? Yeah, I'll try and speed it up. So what we're going to go over in my slides is leadership fundamentals, back to the basics of construction. And everything you're going to see on here is basic. We're going to talk about them a little bit and go through them. So the first one on here is be visible on site. You know, when you're out on a job, the paving guys, they're all out there right on site. Dirt guys, make sure you're going out there and seeing your loader men, different things like that. I think you guys are already doing that. Lead by example. So what we do, all of us, is what's allowed, right? So set the tone for safety, quality, and work ethic every day. Safety. We talked about it earlier today. What are we allowing? Are we cutting corners? Then what are the guys underneath us or the women underneath us think is okay? So if we're not wearing our hard hats, can we expect our guys to wear the hard hats? I would say they're not going to, right? Or, oh, just this time we're good to go. I'm probably guilty of it back in my day when I ran plant. You know, the culture has changed. So times have changed. That's what we have to expect. Do the small things right. Showing up prepared, on time, and accountable. How many people like it when the time cards aren't in every day? Dave? No, don't like it? Do you say something to them? And hold them accountable? until we hold them accountable, they're gonna think it's okay. And I'm just picking on you, Dave.
Do you notice when I don't send my time card in that day?
Yes. I don't have as many as you, though. But you'll notice it, like when it comes in the next day, or you get that note in the afternoon. That's, I think me and Cash, that's our pet peeves. We'll go in Monday morning, do our time cards, and then we get a text message from HR, get your time cards in, and we've checked 2-3 times on Monday morning. So, but I've been working on talking to my guys and not allowing that. So, respect the craft. Good roads come from pride in our work. I see it out on the dirt crews. I see it out on the paving crews. Freddie, how many times is it when everybody's morale is up when, oh, we're going to hit 5,000 ton today? Is it up or?
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah. That's what everybody likes to see, right? Out on the dirt crews. I've heard it on the radio before. Oh, we're going to hit 20,000. Right? Yards? Do you ever hit 20,000 yards? I don't know. All right. Crews, second in command alignments. Clear, defined roles between you and your second in command. I have a question for the dirt guys. I'm not out there every day with you guys. Like Randy, you run 1 or 2 pipe crews. Do you have a guy on each crew that is your second in command or somebody you can go to when you're not there?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. As far as the paving crews, you know, your second in command should be your road foreman. Now the road foremans, do you have somebody that you have that is second in command? Gabe?
Me?
Yeah. What's that?
I don't think it's gonna work out.
Oh.
I'll find a new one.
There you go. Now you're looking for a new one. That's right. Train your second to lead when you're not present. Do you have that, Randy?
Yes.
Like they have the drive and you can just, that's good. As far as communication, present one message, no mixed signals into crews. Make sure that, we've seen this before, everybody complains about communication and that we're getting mixed signals from either the plant operator, the road foreman, or the supervisor. Make sure that you guys discuss what your guys' plan is, and then you stick with it or let them know when there's something changing. Share responsibility for coaching and correcting and recognizing the crew. Let's see, Dallas, we haven't picked on you. On the road crew, how do you and Cy handle that?
In what situation?
In coaching, correcting, and recognizing the crew. Do you take care of it, or does Cy take care of it?
I would say most of it probably I do.
Okay.
Delegating some to certain, I guess maybe depending on who it is, what part of the operation it is.
Mm-hmm.
Approach, truck, plan, main line,
Do you guys have a meeting the night before or in the morning before you start paving?
Not every day, I wouldn't say, but we probably have, between plant and me, we have a plan, a goal
Yeah.
of some sort, and then that gets passed down to the road, whether foreman to approach guys, trucks.
Good. Inventory count and asset accountability. Regular inventory counts, tools, materials, and consumables. As far as this, Jacob and his team did a really good job last year. As far as some of our road crews and our plant crews, we kind of dropped the ball or didn't know what we were supposed to count on our inventories. But we have a plan together this year, and we're going to get that under control. I'm going to personally, and Rob, and all my supervisors are going to work on this. Ryan, on your side, you've talked to your guys, right?
Yeah, we have a scorecard.
Yeah. And and Jacob, you're going to come out a couple times this summer, right? Help us with that? Show us the ropes and make sure we're doing what we say?
I just overheard Cody, and I want to put you on the spot. I just heard you say 97% accuracy. Is that your goal? Or where's that going? Where's that 97%?
Yeah, good job, Cody. Not all of ours were at 97%. Another thing on this is keep inventory up to avoid downtime and delays. We got to make sure that we have the right equipment. If you use some belts in your inventory, make sure that you're getting them replaced. Getting them ordered in a weekly fashion. We do a ton of runs, I think, that are unnecessary. How many runs do we do a week, Jacob? Out to jobs? What's that? Over 50 runs a week just to get parts out to our plants, to our crews, to everybody. I think we can do better than that. You know, I think in the past, years ago, it was on the weekends we'd be able to go and pick them parts up, and that's kind of how it was. I think we've become a little bit relaxed on that. So we need your guys' help to get that back on track. Respect company assets like they're your own. Lost tools cost time and money. I would say in the last 10 years, I can remember when I ran plant, and I can remember the pipe crews. Used to have to drag Honda 2000s down into the hole with an extension cord and the electric gun. Does everybody remember those days? Did that suck? We've come a long ways with getting power tools and everything else. Take care of them tools. They cost money, but they're very handy. And they save us a bunch of time out in the field. And it's very helpful when I have to change my tire. I can rip that thing off really fast. So, equipment basics, training the right way. Training operators on proper startup, shutdown, and daily inspections. I think from what I see, we do a really good job of training our guys how to run the equipment. I think we miss a step in there. And I'm gonna ask you, Gary, first, but when you go to train somebody up, where do you start?
The bottom. I mean, like, you gotta start from the bottom and know how to run a piece of equipment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is. You know, they need to learn the ground before they can go driving around. Play, you know.
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for?
Close. So that's a really important step, but I think we missed the maintenance part of it. You know what I mean? Not saying you do. No. I'm just saying I think we try and get them all trained up, but we forget the maintenance part of it. Greasing the machine, making sure they know every greaser. I think one good thing, Ryan and Ben are working on them QR codes that we're going to be putting on each piece of equipment so they can scan that with their phone and know how to grease that piece of equipment. Because with the newer equipment now, there might be some things that I would miss. You know what I mean? So that was a really good idea from Ben and Ryan. No shortcuts, improper use leads to breakdowns and injuries. Making sure we got the right piece of equipment for the job. That can be anything from, do you want to use a skid loader? Do you use a box blade? Do you have the right size backhoe for the job that you're using? If we don't have the right size backhoe and you're trying to put a box in like that, we all know where that can go, right? Cross training, when possible, to build flexibility and depth in our crews. I'm going to challenge, and I've talked to Dave and Dallas about this, that we're going to, my goal is for the guys to be all cross-trained onto paving, at least have the fundamentals of it, so that if a roller operator is gone for the day, you have somebody to take his place, instead of having to call up another crew or pull a truck driver for that day. Because we all know truck drivers are not in abundance. It's hard finding enough to fill all the positions. In years past, we've had it where only one person can go out and do the skid loader milling. This year, I think we did a lot better job of making sure they were ready to go, or at least have the knowledge of that. Out on the dirt crews, how are you guys doing it? Cross training. I mean, you can't just throw a guy in a backhoe digging a hole, I know that. But how do you guys get them prepared to start that process? Charlie?
We got like a half a rain day, I throw my guys in the pit, we get a borrow pit, go clean the bench out. If you wanna learn how to run a dozer, go clean the pit tomorrow.
Yeah.
Clean that mud up. You wanna learn how to run it, squeeze
Yeah.
the mud as fast as way.
One thing that we have in the spring, I know, Gary, you get really involved in this, is our sandbox days. So if you guys have any people that need training, make sure you're talking to Ben, or is it Gary, or just you, Ben?
Usually give me the names, or those, and I talk to the supervisors that help.
Yeah. I know on the paving crews, we're gonna get them names in here shortly, but we're gonna have one blade operator, one loader operator, and one dozer operator on each crew. That kind of is with each crew, and make sure they're trained up so that I had to go out to a couple jobs last year just to go out and blade the haul road, so that we keep going. Or I know Dallas, you had to go out there and blade it at that Hogvite pit so we could keep going. But that's the part of the cross training that we're talking about. Safety is the foundation, not an add-on. Daily or weekly tailgate talks focused on real job hazards and problems. Like Shane said this morning, me and him have been talking about this. These are easy. Nobody wants to just rip that page out and read it. I used to do it. When I was the plant operator, I did it. But the communication that we can give out now is, hey, this is what we're preparing to do this week. Our goal is 4,000 tons or 20,000 yards for the week. Or what would be the goal for dirt? Well, we want a good goal. What is it, Ryan? 20,000 yards a day? All right, that's what we're gonna. Okay. But talk about them things, and then we all have L10s, and if there's something that's brought up on Charlie's job or Randy's job, bring that up to the rest so that it doesn't happen on your job. Encourage crew members to speak up, no retaliation. I don't think we have an issue with that. Maybe with the new guys that are here now, they may feel a little intimidated. But until they get to know us, I think everybody kind of speaks up, from what I can see. Lead by example, PPE, lockout, tagout, traffic control. We kind of talked about that earlier today. Whatever we allow, other people are going to think that's protocol. Did I lock out, tagout every time? No, but now that's culture has changed, And that's shame on me for not doing that back in my day. So we're really pushing forward on the safety. And we want to get to that, Shane, is Shane still here? I think we want to get to 4.0, right? 3.0, all right.
When we get to 3, we get under a 3.0 for TRIR, then safety won't just be an aspirational core value, but we'll put it on the list and we'll be proud of it if we get under 3.
Yep.
What is it at now? 5.3.
Well, we were down to close 4.8 at one time. Yeah, we had some incidences last year.
3 is industry standard, right? So it's honestly not even all that great at 3, but you really can't profess that safety is a core value if you're not at least at that point. There's a lot of our competitors that are under 1.5 and a few that are under 1.
And it's the,
That's the reportable incident for every 200,000 hours worked. It's like a 1% chance of getting injured if you work 40 hours a week. So you can triple that pretty well.
safe work is productive work. Injuries slow everything down. That's 100% true. And Randy, how many people do you got on your crew? 10? If you lose one, does it make a big difference? I better throw you a nut roll. I've been picking on you kind of today. Charlie, how many guys are in your crew?
7 of us.
7? Would you be able to?
That way it's your screwed.
Yeah, yep. So losing one of them guys, and the bigger part, just losing them and knowing that they got hurt on your job. You know, it was you that said that you didn't have any zero recordables.
Not even a near miss.
Good job. You're worthy of a nut roll. I got to get rid of some of these. All right. Communication, clear, direct, and consistent. Start your day with a clear plan and expectation. For the dirt guys, you guys still have your meetings in the morning, don't you? Yeah. And how long does that take?
10, 15 minutes while your irons are warming up.
Yeah. That's good. I know the paver guys, some days are just regular and keep going, but I noticed you guys, when they're sitting behind the paver, waiting for the first load, you'll go up and talk to them and tell them the goals and stuff for the day, right?
As far as the road goes, go, yeah, trucks, usually I meet with them once a week, or when they look at them over.
Yeah. And the biggest thing on the clear plan is the startup of your job. Take your time on them, because that's your biggest thing. You know, or for dirt guys, if you're changing borrow pits, you know. Correct issues immediately. Do not let small problems grow. If you're seeing, and this could be with personnel or with equipment, different issues on your job, truck drivers, correct it right away. Explain the why, not just the task. I know my guys will ask me about the why before I'm even done explaining what I need them to do, and that comes from echelon front. But it's good. It's good to ask the why. Like if I'm going to have Dave go out and tell his guys they're going to work on Saturday, well, you're going to have to explain the why, right, Dave? He always tells me. Keep communication simple and respectful. The more complicated you make your communication, the more it's like the telephone game. I could whisper something in your ear, by the time it got over here, it's going to be totally different, right? So we want to just keep it clear and concise. Discipline, standards, and consistencies. Hold everyone to the same standard, no favorites. Do we all do that? Do we have a favorite operator and they show up late, do we discipline them the same as we do somebody else? I like the way Charlie's thinking there.
Seen it the other way too many times.
Yep, yep. Address poor performance early and professionally. That is with, we don't have to wait for our reviews to do that, right? We all do our reviews come August, September, October if we get a little behind. Make sure we're with the new guys. One example, like Dallas's crew last year. I think we went through 3 or 4 people right at the beginning of the year until we got a good group of guys. Did a really good job of training them. It wasn't easy, was it? But we gave them all 3, 4 weeks. I think that's what we have to do, and you got to give them a chance. But some of them just failed out because they weren't ready for the road life. It wasn't that we didn't help them or try to help them. We tried helping them with camping and everything else. Sometimes it doesn't work, but addressing the poor performance right away and professionally will go a long ways with the new employees. Some of the guys, they think they're knocking it out of the park. And it sucks that we have to go and tell them, hey, I need more out of you. You know what I mean? But if you don't, if they do not know, they're going to think that they're doing good. Praise good work publicly and correct privately. When you are talking to them about correcting their work or whatever, make sure you're doing that in a private conversation, so you're not defaming them out in public or whatever, because that will not go the right way for us. Praising good work publicly, so now I'm going to have some people come up and we're going to praise them for the awards that they won. First people that we'll bring up is Danny Pache. Oh, Troy Leesburg. Come on up. I'm gonna have Ryan come up also. Mike Steidel is gone. I'll have Alex come up also. And we're gonna get your picture with this award here. I was gonna tell you guys straight out, this award is 99% Danny Pache. Do you know the story behind how he picked that picture?
Yes, he told me.
Do you want to repeat it for us?
Well, he just didn't like the other ones the way I did.
Oh. Did you hear the story? Okay, I heard part of the story. It was, well, you guys grab it. I'm not going to be in the picture. So Danny said that this is Danny down here, and that's Troy and Mike going at it.
I just want to say, though, that Danny gave 110% effort to this award. I was there for one really hard day, and Dwayne got to watch us stand in water up to our elbows and put big sheets of steel in, and he thought it was just amazing what we were doing. But Danny was the day-to-day guy, and he deserves a lot of this credit. He's so good. He
Yeah.
put a lot on his shoulders.
Thanks for that.
For erosion control, is basically Dwayne.
Innovation Award.
He liked our outside of the box thinking and keep things simple.
Preston Dwayne, you're doing good.
So it was the Minnesota Erosion Control Association 2026 Innovation Award presented to Danny, Troy, and Mike, and Central Specialties. Thank you, guys. Next, we'll have Nate Barrett come up here and Ryan Byer. The next award is for the Gold Award, awarded by the North Dakota Ready Mix and Concrete Products Association. Ryan, you'll be up here too.
You're in charge of these guys. Well, Alex, you got to get up here too, because you're in charge of Ryan. Come on, get up here. Thank you, guys. Good job at that. Next, we're going to have Austin, Dallas, Cy, Sam Holmbrink. Yep. The next award is for first place, category 2 opportunities for Corson County. Yeah. All right, get it in together, guys. Don't smile, Austin. Sam, you can stay up here. Only Sam's roads rode good this year, apparently. Paul Abrahamson, if you could come on up. Ricky had surgery last week, so he's not available to make it today. This award is second place category, 2 opportunities, Dual County. All right, thank you, guys. Oh, he's taking it home.
Thank you, guys.
Getting back to the, and that's what we talk about winning and celebrating it. You know, that was all fun and good spirits and team morale. Getting back to the construction basics, quality over speed, do it right the first time. I think in this, we've seen some issues this year, this past year, I should say, and that's one thing we're going to really work on this year, is make sure that our quality is up. It costs a lot of money to go back and do rework. You know, you got molding it back in, crew time doubling, different things like that. Take pride in your finished work, clean sites, organized tools, and professional habits. The clean sites thing I want to touch on a little bit. We had some vehicles get hit last year, so when we're sitting on our jobs, make sure that wherever we're parking our personal vehicles or our equipment, either in the pit or out on the road, that it's in a safe place where we're not working, or even if it's moving it down a road a mile so that our vehicles are not in the zone where they can get damaged. I know I went into some pits, whether they were crushing pits, paving pits, or whatever, and some of them it looked like a bomb went off. Just being straight up honest with you guys. You know, trucks were parked here, there, everywhere, campers here, there, everywhere. We need to designate areas in our pits especially. So, remember, strong fundamentals build strong crews and better roads. What we allow is basically what I mean by that strong fundamentals. Action items, identify one thing to tighten up this year. And you guys can look at the list of things that I have up here: inventory, training, or communication. You know, one group might be really good at training and communication and lack in inventory, vice versa. So just look at yourself in the mirror and say, hey, what do I need to tighten up this year? Commit to regular check-ins with your second in command. Make sure that we're developing them up. Like this year we got Austin here. He stepped in last year to help out when Matt Swirsky was gone, vacationing or fishing, but he said he was out fishing Cy. And then Chris Westerberg, he stepped up when Carlos broke his leg or ankle? Foot. You know, thank you for stepping up, though. Appreciate that. And that's how we get new guys in management and stuff like that. Give them the opportunity and just keep working with them, because you never know when somebody else is going to be gone from the team. You know, whether it's leaving to go grow a family or to a different job, or it's just something else. Set expectations for the next week on site. We have scorecards, and we'll be setting goals this year. And it'll be good for the supervisors and foremen to share their goals for what they want to see done for the week. Every job is different. You know, you'd be at one plant that is going to be working in a town, then it's going to be lower production. You're going to have a pipe crew doing a more difficult pipe that less work, but set goals for your crews so then they have something to reach for by the end of the week to be proud of. Yep, I reached that. Accountability, who owns what's moving forward? I think that was it. The one other thing I wanted to touch on the equipment part of it is who's accountable for each piece of equipment. On the paving crews, I know how it works. You know, the paver operator, he's in charge of the paver. He's also in charge of the lowboy. You know, get a list together, make sure that every piece of equipment is getting maintained so that, you know, you may have 4 people on a skid loader in one day. Who's supposed to grease it? If you put one person in charge of it, at least then they're accountable for it. And then that's the person you go to. It's not, oh, Skinny, why didn't you grease the skid loader today? Well, I didn't start it this morning, so I didn't think I needed to grease it. How many times have we heard that, right? Yeah. And how far will that go? Another big thing, like who's in charge of the box blade? How many times do we send a box blade back in to get the frog welded on it? On such a simple thing. But it's just assign somebody to it, and then we'll hold them accountable and go from there. That's all I have for you guys today. We got our safety meeting tomorrow. Oh.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
Nope.
Cassie had asked to make sure to remind you that in these red folders on the left-hand side, we had a couple conversations about how to onboard people more successfully. And so you'll see a script in there. It's really just a starting point for you. You can use it, you can adopt it, you can modify it, you can throw it away if you already have your own approach. Then there's a little example of a couple handout pieces of paper. We can get more of those if you want to use those. It just helps you with a couple of things for a new person to keep try to more successfully onboard them. So that's in the left-hand side back a few pages here. You'll see that script, you can read through it. Like I said, adopt it and use it, or throw it away if you don't like it. Infrastructure of leadership, a little plug for that. I think we've got about 26. It's kind of like a video blog, 20-minute leadership tidbit. We've got about 26 of those recorded and uploaded. Use those with your people if you want to. If you don't know what I'm talking about with that, ask around, maybe bring it up on one of your L10s. But anyway, show of hands, who has watched some of those? Okay, all right. So use those with your people if there's a topic that you want them specifically to learn, and consume that information too. I'm running out of ideas for what to put in there.
Is there somewhere in Bamboo where like the old videos are saved without having to like scroll through like the employee anything?
Good question. Cassie?
No.
Can we take an action item to?
Once you get to the YouTube channel, it should have them all listed. Once you get to the private YouTube channel.
Yeah, it should have. Brenda and I will work together and create a playlist
Okay.
just for.
Yeah, all right. Kind of reaching for ideas there, and I've not had much luck when I ask for ideas with that QR code. I don't get a lot of contributions. So if there's leadership topics that you'd like us to delve into and have some thoughts on, please email me, email Cassie. Please get those topics in, because we're going to try to do a personal finance section on there, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 personal finance courses. Just none of us are accredited or anything, but just some things to help people do a little bit of caring for their own finances and some tips and some suggestions there. But use that infrastructure leadership content, please. That's it, Joey. Thank you.
All right. We do have Hook and Slice rented tonight from 5:30 to 8:30 for anybody that wants to come on down. We'll have hors d'oeuvres and stuff like that. They do have a cash bar down there. So, cash bar. Cash can spend all of Jared's $100. Thank you again.